Hey y'all, happy Sunday. All right, we are going to dive in and talk about last week. So, we're going to do a trial recap of what has happened thus far, day 2 through 4 of the Lori Vallow Justice for Charles Vallow trial. I got everything pulled that I want to talk about. So, let's go ahead. Let me grab all my stuff here. Okay. Let's go ahead, play this intro, and then we will get going. Hey everybody, I hope you guys have had a great day so far and a wonderful weekend. Sorry I pushed this back a little bit, but Crusha had Kay on today and I figured that was very worthwhile to participate in. And Kay, it was really great to hear Kay talk. Just, you can tell she's done. I mean, she's over this, the games that have been played. It's been years and years of this going on for them, so I'm sure they're exhausted. But we are going to go through. I've got some videos pulled to kind of do a recap. I'm not going to recap every single witness that has been, just because some of it, I mean, a lot of you, if you're interested in this, can go watch for yourself and see the entire trial if you would like to. I just want to recap like the bigger moments, the things that I find to be interesting. If you missed our first recap, we did that last week. This week, I will try to do a midweek recap and then another weekend recap. But depending on life and my schedule, we'll see how I fit it in. I always try, I want to do there's so many things I'd like to actually talk about and cover and deep dive into. I just don't have the time. I don't. But I did get my house completely cleaned today. Oh, that little shit. Hold on. Hank pulled Bella's blanket off of the couch and is running around with it. Why did he do that to your blanket? Why? What are you taking her blanket for, sir? What are we doing here? You can have that. I just looked over and I'm like, wait a second. He just took off with her blanket. No, that's her blankie. Hank doesn't get her blanket. Get a puppy, they say. It'll be fun. It is a lot of fun, but this little bugger has a lot of energy. Okay, let go. Let me have the blanket. Let me have it, sir. Thank you. That's Bella. Hey, Hank. It's not time to take her blanket. Let me have it. Give it up. You got toys, sir. Where'd your chew go? Here. Go find your chew. Give me a second, you guys. Sorry. The Hank has to decide. Here, Bella, come sit on your couch. Bella, come sit on your blanket before he takes it again. Come here. Come here. Get your chews. Where did your other one go? I just gave you another one. Yeah. This one. It's such a mess. Hey, Sunflower Girl, thank you for being a member for 7 months. Hey, Music City Mom, let me say hello to everybody really quick. Oh, no, sir. Hey, Serenity. Hey, Running Bear. Hey, Chai. Hey, Hetty. Penguin Mama, Cat's Eye. Pika. Passion for Victims. Oh, are you? Aren't they cute? Okay, you two. That's enough. Oh, goodness. Hold on. Hold on. Say hi, friends. I'm going to bug my mom right now because I'm just fulfilling Dexter's spot. Hold on. Oh, that was almost a Hank crash. No, sir. Not on top of Bella. Not on top of the Bella. Come here. You want a TREATS? Hank, leave the remote alone. Oh, goodness. He just took the. What is he doing? He says, leave the remote alone. Boy. Holy cow. I don't know where he. Normally well, it's midday. He's like, it's time to cause chaos. Yeah, Ty, that's very true. Larry and Kay have held it down for sure. All right, let's take him out with me. Hold on, sorry, you guys. It's a little chaotic right now with the Hankster. All right, sit. Good boy. Thank you. He's just got a life of his own. It's Hank's world. We're all just living in it. Okay, let's see. Where did I leave off? Cat's Eye. Beach Bum. Hey, yes, I backed it off to listen to Crush and Kay. You guys are doing a great job over there, Beach Bum. You guys are really doing a good job. Thank you for constantly supporting Crusha in her advocacy for the truth to get out there. Hey, Music City Mom. Okay, it's going to be windy out here too. Hey, Connie. Callie Girl. Running Bear, thank you for being a member for 7 months. Hey, Hindsight. We might have to go in. Hey, Miss Sarah. Marcy. Chico. Kids and dogs, I know. Teenagers and dogs. Hey, Aries Girl. Hey, Hawkeyes. Preston needs to set him straight. Hey, Michigan Wifey. Kay is the warrior. Kay really is the Hindsight. He's a complete fool today. We've been vacuuming. So we had for those of you that don't know, we have 2 like robot vacuums that we run all the time. And he was deciding today that was his day to chase the vacuums around. Yeah, 100 degrees. It's nasty. I mean, it's going to be a warm, warm summer. Hey, baby, it's good to see you. Thank you for being a member for 6 months. Chico, Hartley, Alyssa. Hey, Beth. Okay, let's get into this. So day 2 started off with a little bit of a weird situation going on with one of the jurors. If you didn't know, it's a little strange kind of what happened. I'm not really sure what was the confusion there. My understanding is that the employer sent a letter in stating that it would be an issue for the employer more so than the employee, which was the juror. I'm gonna have to go in. It's windy. So that was a little weird, but they had some replacements. So that was how day 2 opened up, was with some juror issues. And of course, because of how Lori is representing herself, they fill the time with white noise. It's so strange. The whole situation is just really strange. But they have headphones and mics that they go on. And then, they discuss all the stuff. But that was how day 2 started off. Let me play a video right quick of a kind of a recap of day 2. And then I'll go through some of the further notes that I have.
In the past 30 minutes, the second day of testimony wrapped up in Lori Vallow Daybell's murder conspiracy trial here in Arizona. She's already been convicted in Idaho of killing her 2 young children.
And now she is standing trial for conspiring to kill her former husband, Charles Vallow. The I-Team's Erica Stapleton was in the courtroom. And Erica, what were some of the biggest moments from today?
Well, Caribe Troy, today was all about CPR, at least it was this morning, and that goes back to Lori's brother, Alex Cox. Cox shot and killed Charles Vallow back in 2019, and the prosecutor said that Lori and her brother conspired to kill him. The prosecutor said in her opening statements that it took Cox 47 minutes to call 911 for help. We know from our past reporting that when he did call 911, the person on the line gave Alex Cox instructions to perform CPR. But now, so far, we've heard from two first responders with the Chandler Fire Department who testified that no one performed CPR on Charles's body until they arrived on the scene that day. But Vallow Daybell, who is representing herself, said her brother acted in self-defense. Her cross-examinations tried to cast doubt on first responders' testimony.
Do you agree that Charles Vallow was dead before you entered the house?
Yes.
Based upon your training, your experience, what you observed and what was done to Mr. Vallow, would you agree that it was highly unlikely that anyone had performed CPR on Charles Vallow prior to fire arriving?
Yes.
In this case, Captain Keller, do you know for a fact that CPR had not been given?
I do not know for a fact.
And do you know for a fact that CPR had been given?
I know for a fact that we gave CPR.
Prior to your coming in?
No.
No further questions?
We also learned that Lori Vallow Daybell filed another motion to dismiss this case, claiming the state did not give her a full extraction of Charles Vallow's cell phone records. The state said they turned over all that they had, but it still led to some tense moments in court.
It's not what only was available to them. They did have that available. They just didn't give it to us. It's cherry picking. It's cherry picking is what we got.
I don't read your own expert's affidavit the same way you're reading it, but
That's why I'd like him to be able to come in and explain it. Can we set that?
You notice he said, your own expert. In true Lori fashion, she's just complaining about everything. So juror 4 got excused. That's how the day started off. And then it was the Lori show. I mean, typical fashion, just kind of like what we expected. But after we talk a little bit further about this, I know there's a lot of you over here that didn't follow this case very heavily through a lot of it. So I'm going to pull a video right before trial kicked off and show you guys that too.
That up?
Back out here live, we ended the day with testimony from a Chandler detective who was also on the scene that day. He walked us through some of the crime scene and also said some of the key moments from his evidence were that he walked through the house. He didn't see any other blood, which goes against maybe Alex Cox's claim of self-defense. And I'll point out, guys, that Alex Cox cannot be charged in this case because he died in 2019 of natural causes, according to the medical examiner. He's considered the co-conspirator, but again, he can't be charged because the charges were not brought until after he passed away. And before we closed court today, the judge actually cautioned Lori Vallow Daybell not to make remarks after she's cross-examining a witness. He said that she had a pattern of doing this and said it was considered a form of testimony on her part and that she should not be doing so. So that was a caution for her. He did say when she, said she was going to represent herself that he was going to treat her just like an attorney. So that was a moment that stood out to me as well this afternoon. Guys?
Yeah, so many people ending up dead as a result of this case, right? And even the person involved in this killing that she's, conspiracy she's standing trial for.
There's so many answers to questions that we'll never have because some of these people have passed.
Right. Erica, thank you. So remember, you can watch the entire trial
And they are speaking about Alex Cox in particular here.
every day, gavel to gavel, exclusively on our streaming service, 12+. A lot of people have been watching the trial on 12+. So
there's a lot of different streaming services that are offering this. So she was asking, did anybody else find it weird? Hey, everybody coming in. Hey, T. Hey, Duchess. Hey, Tammy. Hey, Haley. Liberty Farmer. Jason. Beth. Yeah, it's a lot, Beth. It's a lot. Manipulator extraordinaire. I agreed. Completely agree with you. Right, Beach Bum? The fact that she's asking for it to be dismissed. Another thing I found, hey, Rubber Ramada, hey, Chris, sorry, I'm going up to make sure I firewalk with me, as Francisco, catching all of you guys while we're doing this. Thank you all for joining me. I know this is not everybody's cup of tea, but this is something I'm highly interested in, and I want to continue to follow this. So I appreciate you guys joining me today, but she was asking questions. This was one of the things that stood out to me on day 2. She was asking weird questions, like, were specialty scissors used? That was another thing I wrote down. And the EMT said trauma shears. Like, it was just weird. She was asking stuff about blood. I don't know. I'm not really sure. It just kind of went on and on and on. Let me pull a video. You followed it from the beginning too. There was day 2 wasn't as interesting to me. Lori was just kind of back and forth a little bit. Let me see, what else did I write down here? I've got so many different little things that I'm trying to make sense of. She does one thing that they pointed out, that journalist pointed out that I did catch too. Jason, I thought the same, that she was trying to use some sort of charm on him, like trying to be charming to him. It was really strange. She was talking about, this is something I wrote down, and then I also checked for anybody that needs to know, East Idaho News, Nate Eaton is doing a breakdown from inside as it goes, like moment by moment. And he wrote this in his notes too when I was going back looking at mine versus his. Nate Eaton at 11:10 a.m. writes, Lori asks about the crunch when doing chest compressions. Cowden says, you hear the sternum crack, and it compares it to cracking your knuckles. Lori asks how much pressure you'd have to apply to get the crack. He says that would vary depending on who is getting CPR. Lori asks about an adult male. Lori and Cowden start talking over each other, and Bursky stops them. He asks Lori to ask the next question. Like, what in the hell? Like, the question she was asking about the CPR, because she was trying to make it seem like Alex performed CPR. In my opinion, that's what she was trying to get across. It was really weird. And then Trina takes over, and at 11:15, Trina asked, when you guys are done and he's called deceased, do you put his clothing back on or modify him in any way? He says no. Trina says, if his shirt was still around his neck, that's how he would have been left. Cowden says that's correct. So Lori kind of took him off in this weird little situation. But just a reminder, because this is important to me that people don't even realize, right before trial kicked off, Lori was losing it in court. So let's go back in time. We'll finish off day 2 in a minute. Day 3 and 4, there's fireworks that happen with longer videos that we're going to watch, longer testimony, because there's a few that are very important to point out. But this was Lori right before trial began. This is from, let me tell you, Law and Crime, and it's from April 6th, 2025.
I feel like the state is trying to say, okay, if you want your speedy trial, guess what? We're not going to let you defend yourself. Guess what? You can't have any experts. And guess what else? You can't have any witnesses. You can't.
And we just heard in day 2, the judge says, that's not how I'm reading what your expert wrote. She, again, it's all the Lori show. My opinion is this is her one last hurrah. This and the upcoming trial for Brandon will be her last attempts to re-victimize her victims. And she is going to do everything in her power to make that happen. I believe so too, Cat's Eye. That's a very good, you guys, this is a free-for-all open chat. Tell me anything and everything that you guys see, hear, like thought. Don't sit on your hands. Please tell me anything. This is I want it to be a very interactive going back and forth, because you guys notice things I didn't notice. There was so much going on that we're all going to pick up different pieces. So please say anything you want.
Have anybody speak in your behalf. So good luck. Have a nice day.
That's Lori Vallow losing her cool before her trial starts for the conspiracy to murder Charles Vallow. I take a look at how the convicted murderer plans to represent herself in her latest trial and how it's...
Those fucking smirks of hers. And excuse me if you don't like cussing, I'm going to cuss through this too. That's just how I work. But those smirks on her face.
Going so far.
Really, it violates my speedy trial rights if they do not give me a speedy trial by May 11th.
Welcome to Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. Lori Vallow's trial in Arizona is getting underway this week, and she's chosen to represent herself. It kind of reminds me of that old saying about a person who represents themselves has a fool for a client. But Lori has decided that she is her best advocate as she defends herself against charges that she conspired with her late brother, Alex Cox, to murder her estranged husband, Charles Vallow, in July of 2019.
Again, I truly believe that Lori does, in some way, shape, or form, believe that she is one of the chosen ones, that nobody can do it better than Lori can.
Alex Cox claimed that he shot Charles in self-defense. Alex said Charles came at him with a bat. Alex died months later of natural causes. Prosecutors in Maricopa County believe Lori wanted Charles dead so she could collect a $1 million life insurance policy and marry Chad Daybell. Now, Lori is currently serving 3 life sentences for the murders of her children, J.J. Vallow, Tylee Ryan, and Tammy Daybell in Idaho. Her current husband, Chad Daybell, was sentenced to death for the crimes. After this trial, she'll also be tried for the attempted murder of her niece's ex, Brandon Boudreaux, and then she'll go back to Idaho to serve those life sentences in prison. She arrived in Arizona in late 2023 to face charges for the cases in that state. Now, last week, we got a taste of what it's going to be like to watch Lori defend herself at trial as she argued several motions, including one where she questioned why the state wanted a Chandler police detective to testify about bullet trajectory.
So
This is very interesting. So we've seen, if you've been watching this last week, the first week of trial is done. But right before, she was trying to throw anything and everything in the mix. Poor Lori, poor Lori. And we're going to watch this throughout the entire trial.
Ms. Daybell, what's the objection?
So for 5 years, of course, he's been on the witness list to be a regular detective, and now he's being put on as an expert. I feel like to give his opinion instead of just stating the facts. So that was my main concern. I don't understand how the trajectory has anything to do with conspiracy, so I object in that way as well.
All right.
I don't have any idea how you went from being incompetent to stand trial to now representing yourself either, but some things just don't make sense, do they, Lori? Sorry, the vacuum's emptying.
Has he testified in that regard in the past?
Yes, I believe so, Your Honor. He has been trained in that area and taught in that area. And his relevance, Your Honor, would be because the defense has claimed a self-defense claim as well. It's relevant for that.
Can the state provide me what his opinion is, and does he have a CV?
He does not have a CV. We did actually put the opinion in the supplemental 15.1 that I filed, along with his,
Okay.
I believe, background and training in that as well. So.
I guess let me flesh this out a little bit more. Let me ask the defendant, you've said a couple different things. Are you saying he's not qualified as an expert, or just that the disclosure came in late and you don't think his opinion is relevant?
Well, one, I don't think his opinion is relevant, but also the fact that he's named as a firearms expert. So I don't know if he took a weekend class and that made him a firearms expert. I don't know what his experience was with that.
Kind of like you took a weekend class on how to represent yourself as an attorney. Shut up, Lori.
His CV, it just says firearms expert.
I think this gives a really good overview of her personality, though. That's why I took us back to this one right before trial kicked off, because what she's trained, there was no jury present here. So this is more of a real view of how Lori truly is, in my opinion, versus when Lori is performing for a jury.
So
Did you ask him those questions? Was it you that interviewed him or your investigator?
my investigator interviewed him.
Do you know if he asked questions regarding his
I'm not
background,
sure.
training, or expertise?
Okay, so I haven't listened to that yet, so I'm not quite sure. My concern was that he was a regular detective on the witness list for 5 years, and then 30 days before trial, he's now an expert so that he can give his opinion. And I just thought that was my objection.
So this is just one instance where Lori Vallow has shown representing yourself can be a challenge, especially when you're in jail. She did not interview this witness, her investigator did, and she hasn't listened to the recording yet. The judge tabled the motion. Next, Vallow argued a motion she filed to exclude state's witnesses, Christina Atwood, Kay Woodcock.
Okay. These were all being filed right before trial. She wanted to exclude Nancy Jo, Christina, and Kay.
She is Charles Vallow's sister, of course, and a woman named Nancy Jo Hancock. Lori argued Atwood and Woodcock
You're going to get to hear Nancy and Kay.
had nothing but hearsay and speculation to offer. Atwood was her former friend. Lori Vallow has had several last names: Cox, Ryan, Vallow, and of course now Daybell. I searched her in truthfinder.com to see what would come up. Sure enough, she comes up as Lori Ryan and Lori Vallow. The name
This was a smooth ad inlay by Law and Crime.
Daybell does not appear at all, but the murder case out of Arizona does show up. Truthfinder is really great because it will show you a person's past and current addresses, phone numbers, social media.
I mean, that's a smooth ad inlay.
Accounts, and of course, criminal and traffic records.
I mean, how to dox somebody.
Their argument.
Just the fact that this information that is supposed to be coming forward is not. All these witnesses are getting together and talking about all this and comparing all their notes and all these things beforehand, and then they're telling us that in these interviews. Well, I talked to her 100 times. Well, I talked to her every day. Well, she told me this. Well, she told me that. So their information is not firsthand. These witnesses are all coming together. They're all watching everything that goes on TV regarding this, and I would like them all precluded.
Okay, well, you're always allowed to cross-examine a witness about any biases they may have about those things that you've just talked about, colluding with other witnesses. Those are all areas of ripe for cross-examination, but they're not bases to preclude a witness.
Judge Boreski denied Lori Vallow's request to bar the testimony of those three women.
The judge is overly patient. I think we're going to see some of that go away as things go on.
Next, there was argument over which witnesses of Lori's would be allowed to testify at trial because the state hasn't been able to interview some of them.
The state is claiming trial by ambush from the defense. Trial by ambush. How is the defense trial by ambush when they have interviewed every single one of these?
Colby did a live stream earlier today. I think he was talking about my own personal belief. Now, don't quote me on this because he didn't name names, but I think he was talking about Megan, the cousin that has recently came out and has been talking more and more and more, which I can't imagine how frustrating it is for Colby. I highly suggest anybody go follow him, support him and his family. I can't imagine what it's been like for him either.
witnesses before in the last 5 years since this case started. They've interviewed every single person that has been on there. They have written, transcripted interviews and video interviews of all of these people. And so how they are relevant, these witnesses will testify if and when they are needed to add additional facts or fill in the blanks that the state will no doubt leave out in their case in chief, and they'll be called accordingly. I need them to lay perhaps foundations for evidence presented by the state. The same with Lonnie Dorkin. I need his testimony will be required if and when it's necessary to rebut digital information that the state will bring forward during trial. I feel like the state is trying to say, okay, if you want your speedy trial, guess what? We're not going to let you defend yourself. Guess what? You can't have any experts. And guess what else? You can't have any witnesses. You can't have anybody speak in your behalf. So
This is the true Lori, the fifth row in Lori, but she's put on a good act in trial because there's a jury.
good luck. Have a nice day.
All right. Well, that's why attorneys sometimes take a long time to prepare for a trial, because they need to give notice of what all the testimony their witnesses are going to give. They need their experts to prepare reports. That's why your prior attorneys and your current attorneys were asking for more time to prepare the case. So you can't really have it both ways, that you want your speedy trial rights, but you don't want to give notice to the other side of what your evidence is.
I don't not want to give notice to the other side with the limitations at the incarcerated state where I am, and the limitations with OPDS of getting Lonnie Dorkin late in the game that they did. I've done everything in my power as a defendant to prepare the state and to give over everything that I could do within my power, with the limitations that I am an incarcerated person at this maximum security prison jail.
So when you say...
And I shouldn't be able to represent myself because of that fact? That negates my
Cutting a judge off probably isn't smart, but that's just my opinion.
constitutional right?
I didn't say that. All right. I said that sometimes there are reasons to not go forward to trial as fast as you want.
Judge Boreski has been
He's absolutely, though, in my opinion, perfect for this case. He's perfect because he doesn't get irritated. He doesn't give in to the Lori show. He's just calm, cool, and collected, unwavering, and that's what she's trained to do.
pretty patient with Lori Vallow up to this point, but you can tell his patience is starting to wear thin. He asked Lori to explain why some of her witnesses had any relevant testimony to offer.
When you say things like they're going to fill in the blanks, that makes it really hard to assess what their relevant information is.
They have relevant information to a lot of factors that I got in the 404B information. For example, the life insurance. My father is a life insurance salesman. He worked with Charles on getting both life insurance policies, my $2 million policy and Charles' $1 million policy. He also tried to sell my insurance policy after Charles passed away. He also told me to go to call the insurance policy and said I would.
Jason, I agree with you 100%. Also, it's interesting because the life insurance is definitely where a lot of this bullshit from Lori stems.
How to do that, how to call them when you're the beneficiary. I didn't know how to do any of those things. He has relevant information to that. My sister has relevant information to my brother Alex Cox and the whole situation of what happened on July 11th. These people have relevant information to the state's case, what they're accusing me of. There's very relevant information from a lot of these witnesses.
That's why she is after Kay, is because before, which we learned in our recap previously, before Charles passed away, he had actually changed the beneficiary of his life insurance policy to his sister Kay, and Lori didn't know. So when Charles was killed, they thought there was life insurance. Well, there was, but the beneficiary had been changed from Lori to Kay.
So what I'm struggling with is you just saying that it's relevant doesn't actually make it relevant. It may be relevant. I'm trying to find out the relevancy. What you said about your father being an insurance salesman and selling policies, that sounds relevant. It could be relevant to me. Who's your father? I don't know who your father is.
Barry Cox.
All right, Barry Cox. It sounds like even from what you're saying, though, you're not depending on what the state produces at trial, you're not sure that these witnesses would have relevant information. It just depends, is what it sounds like.
Whatever they put up in their case in chief, am I not allowed to try to defend myself against that?
You're absolutely allowed. I'm just trying to figure out, I'm sort of a gatekeeper and I need to make sure witnesses have relevant information. And just like you have the right to interview all of the state's witnesses, excluding victims' rights, people that can deny having an interview, they have the right to interview all your witnesses prior to trial so they can have an idea of what those witnesses might say on the witness stand.
I understand that, Your Honor.
So
They also have already interviewed all of them.
I'm not talking about police interviews or interviews that may have been done years ago. The prosecutor has the right to interview any witness prior to them taking the stand, just as you do.
Judge Boreski said he wanted to punt on some of these witnesses because they won't testify if they're not subpoenaed and they don't show up. So he said he would handle them one by one. This was Lori's response.
Your Honor, I understand that, and I am limited in what I can do. If I could call these people myself, they would answer my call probably, and I could have this discussion with them, but I'm going through the limitations that I have.
You're incarcerated in a, what did she say? A high security or max security prison jail. That's what she called it, a prison jail. Oh, the Lori show.
Have at the jail through my paralegal who's working overtime and my investigator who's working overtime to try to do everything to help me prepare for trial, as they have other clients as well that they have to do things in a timely manner for. So we are doing the best that we can.
Okay.
Now, Lori Vallow has put herself in this position. She's in jail, choosing to represent herself, and she's playing the victim. She has counsel advising her who could represent her, but this is the path that she has chosen.
T, I agree. And the crazy part about this is they can't bring anything from the Idaho trial in. So they're, like we were talking about that today, Kresha and Kay were talking about how the jury, they're not going to know a big portion of what has gone on. There's going to be gaps of time that can't be filled in. Kay was talking about how she, when she was on the stand, she was making sure, not to slip up and mention anything about the Idaho trial, which I'm sure has to be hard, but it's going to be very interesting when this jury does learn about all of the other pieces and the connecting parts and what's actually going on with everything else. I can't imagine what a difficult time that would be for a jury.
Next, Lori Vallow tried to get the prosecutor kicked off the case, accusing her of distributing her communications with her lawyer in Idaho. The prosecutor turned those over to Lori in discovery.
Okay, so then he received a...
Again, more of the Lori fit throwing. And just for anybody that's coming in, I went back, we're recapping day number 2, but I decided to go back and show the Lori, the true Lori, right before trial kicked off. This was one of the motions hearings, and Lori was trying to do all of this bullshit, but you get more of a clear view of who Lori is, her personalities in this versus when she's in front of a jury.
A letter from MCSO that said your phone number is now confidential and arranged for privileged, confidential, client privileged communications. So from my no, it says this phone number is connected to that. So from my perspective, when I call someone on the tablet or when I text someone on the tablet, it goes to their phone number. So all the communications after the date of the exhibit that we put in our motion, when he got that letter from MCSO that now all of your things will be confidential. Okay. Now they will be confidential. So my understanding, and I'm the only one that can waive that privilege, right?
And I think after that, when his line was approved, there were no other disclosures of messages between you and him, correct?
No, there are.
Now, after a lot of back and forth, the judge determined that Lori's attorney sent messages using another IP address that wasn't registered with the jail system that would have filtered them out as confidential communications.
Well, you reminded me that when his number was approved, he then sent messages from different IP addresses instead of that phone number that was privileged. So he's the one that disclosed or violated the confidential nature. I don't see that any of these, I'm going to call them inadvertently intercepted messages between you and your appeal attorney. I don't see that they're being used in any way by the state.
Just the state reading them as a violation of the client-attorney privilege.
Well, not if they're not done through a privileged setup the way that they were supposed to, which he even acknowledged.
My understanding from my perspective was that that phone number was now privileged. The way it comes to me on the tablet is I text that phone number or I call that phone number.
Correct.
So,
if you're communicating through the phone number, but if he has it set up where the messages aren't being sent and received actually through the phone number, but through different IP addresses, the system doesn't know that they're privileged because they're not being sent and received through that privileged number.
I think if you apply the case law in this, the defendant cannot meet her burden to show that there's any legal advice in these messages. There's no privilege in them. The messages are asking to set up times to call and to speak.
Throwing a fit over them seeing messages about time to communicate.
Are the three, I think it's 3 messages that you included in your
Cujo, thank you for being a member for 2 months.
response, are those all the messages?
No, Your Honor, there are other messages, and we do say that tablet messages between Ms. Daybell and Mr. Jerem do not end on December 28th. They continue.
and there is privilege information on them going forward. And the state is basically testifying for my attorney now. She just testified for my attorney that he understood that they were privileged.
He's not testifying for your attorney, dum-dum. Oh, Lori.
That these were not privileged communications. Where does she understand that where is she testifying for my attorney?
Well, I think because of the context of the messages say, I'm trying to schedule a time and I'm trying to set up a confidential line, meaning
That was
this is not
before.
confidential.
That's right. He said it wasn't confidential before MCSO gave him a letter saying your phone number is now confidential. Your phone number now has.
Okay, I'm not going to keep rehashing this with you. The fact that he's using different IP addresses and not messaging through the actual phone number that's protected, I think,
Which this attorney admitted to.
is part of the problem. So if he's not using the program correctly, that's an issue you need to take up with your attorney.
How is he using it incorrectly?
I just told you. He's not messaging through the phone number. He's using different IP
How
addresses.
can you message other than the phone number? I don't understand that.
I don't understand that either, but if it was from the phone number and it's for his cell phone, for example, it would be the same IP address for each communication. There's like 4 or 5 IP addresses.
Now, Lori Vallow lost that motion claiming prosecutorial misconduct. Next, Lori wanted Nate Eaton from East Idaho News to be a witness for her at trial. She claimed the prosecutor committed misconduct by giving him legal advice.
She wanted Nate. Again, the Lori show.
The next one is legal advice to defense witness Nate Eaton. We've somewhat discussed that, but I think their motion, the state says that they simply notified him that he would need to be served with a subpoena to have to appear in court. So how is that improper?
It's taking her word for that's what happened. She's not under oath saying that that's what happened. Nate Eaton's not here to testify that that's what happened. They're the only 2 parties that are there to say that.
Because Lori said so, damn it, Judge. Just go along with the Lori show, damn it.
That is what happened. So that is my problem with it. I would like for one of them to get on the stand and say exactly what happened in that conversation and that she wasn't giving him legal advice. How do we know that she wasn't? It's a very curious situation that he called her and then he writes in his motion this statement that obviously comes from Ms. K. She seems to be a clear attempt.
That's exactly right, Miss Upper Thighs. She was trying, in my opinion, to throw the kitchen sink at this. And she was trying to exclude, just like they tried to get Brandon out of the courtroom. They were trying to do anything and everything to exclude certain people out of the courtroom. So therefore, one less person would hear about Lori. And Nate has done an incredible job. He is my go-to for all things Vallow. Nate is amazing. He seriously does such a good job. Such a good job, especially with these situations around Utah, Idaho. He is very knowledgeable.
By Ms. Daybell to use the rules of criminal procedure as a pretext simply to keep me out of the courtroom and interfere with my ability to report. We also don't know if he told her, don't come to the March 18th hearing because that's when they're going to serve you with your subpoena. So all these things come from there, and we don't know who's saying it, and you're just taking her word for it, like you took her word for, oh, there's only 6 emails and there's no other emails. You're just taking her word for it as an officer of the court, and I think...
Again, the reason I went back to this one is because I think it just shows Lori being Lori. And now when you hear the upcoming question and answer sessions of her cross-examining witnesses, you will get to see this other side of Lori. And I think it's a very stark contrast, especially day 3 and 4.
That she should have to be sworn in.
Well, you want me to just take your word for he must have gotten these things from Miss K, okay? Just because his motion says he thinks that you're noticing him as a witness to keep him out of the courtroom? I don't know why you take the jump to that is coming from Ms. K as opposed to his own volition. He also hired an attorney that said the same thing.
Lindsay, that's truly one of the best pieces of it, in my opinion, is because he still is an active member, but Nate recognizes the extremism versus freedom of choice of religion. Nate is able to make the distinction and still cover it. Do I see problems for him with the church down the road? I hope not. Nate's a stand-up man, but the church doesn't like anybody shining light on their wrongdoings. Lynn Packer, if Lynn Packer was still heavily involved in reporting and stuff, I would love to see him break this down truly, but Nate's doing a good job.
Even if she had said you need to be served with this.
Haley, and the crazy thing is she's serving life. Like, no matter what the outcome is here, she will be carried out in a body bag. Kay said it, a trash bag. I mean, it is what it is. That might sound cruel. Again, you can go watch Crush's live earlier. This family has been put through hell. Through fucking hell because of that woman. And here she is just making it all about Lori.
Subpoena to have to show up in court. That is not an ethical violation.
Again, Lori lost that motion, and Nate Eaton is no longer on the witness list. And finally, Lori had some questions about the judge's order that she wear a rack belt. That's a belt that allows deputies to shock her using a remote control if she does anything out of line.
I mean, I, for one, wish she would, just to watch that happen, but that might be a little personal side of me.
So what their recommendation was the minimal amount of restraints, meaning if there was going to be an armed guard, then they would not have to do the belt. So I was confused by and wanted a clarification on what you were actually ordering, because the DOs had a question about it with me this morning. So
I ordered that you don't have to wear the leg restraint, but that you do have to wear the rack belt, because that is not going to be visible to the jury. The leg restraint's a little more cumbersome.
Jason, again, I agree 100%. She loves the attention. Somebody said earlier, like, once this is all over, once this case is over, once the Brandon case is over, she'll go rot in her jail cell, basically. I said, no, unfortunately, I can see her attempting to become the next Warren Jeffs and trying to control a group of people from jail. And I guarantee that she will do some horrific phone calls that will be, you know, it's not going to end. Lori is Lori.
And visible, and since you're representing yourself and you're going to need to approach the podium and those sorts of things, I ordered the removal of the leg restraint. You will, though, wear the rack belt. And then I said it's up
Right, Nicole? I would be okay with it.
to the sheriff's office if they want to. They can position a couple deputies in the back if they want additional deputies.
Well, their recommendation was that you wouldn't have to use the belt at all if they had the armed guard.
I read their response and their recommendation, and that's my order.
So what is it exactly?
That you have to wear the rack belt, but not the leg restraint.
And that they will or will not have armed guard?
It's up to them.
Okay.
And we are going to have this trial covered for you, gavel to gavel, here on Law and Crime. So stay with us every day. I'm Anjanette Levy.
All right, so that was pre-trial. Let's go back to day 2. Was there anything else that really stood out to you guys on day 2? Day 2 was pretty underwhelming. I mean, she was asking weird questions. I know, Vic, right? Zapper. Hey, CLK. Hey, Aries. Hey, Shaggy. Everybody coming in. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. She does the whole, okay, so after lunch, it goes back and forth with more like breaking apart the responding officers, everybody on the scene, the camera system. Kay left when they showed pictures, the photos. She walked out of the courtroom because the images, again. Hey, everybody popping in. Thank you for joining us. Hey, Beach Life. Hey, Love You 67. Hey, Newtsers. Moonlight View. Anything else that stood out to you guys on day 2? They looked at the photos. I'm looking at my notes. I don't see anything. I made myself notes to go back over and look at Nate's on certain things, but that was the only one I have for day 2. So that must have, they go back and forth. I mean, the question she was asking, if you guys want to see anything about, hey, Revival, Haley, anything you guys want to see on day 2, it's fully streamed. You can go watch it, but there's just, besides Lori's weird questions, trying to discredit the CPR, all of that stuff. Day 2 was Tuesday. Oh, do you want the actual date? Hold on. It would have been the 8th. If you're going by dates on your notes. All right. I'm going to move on to day 3. Because day 3 gets interesting. If there's anything else you guys can think. Yeah, day 2 was just kind of we'll start with this recap on day 3, and then we'll do a deeper dive because we've got some interviews to watch.
Testimony in the Lori Vallow Daybell murder conspiracy trial begins today in about 4.5 hours.
She's accused of plotting with her brother Alex Cox to kill her former husband Charles Vallow.
Day 3 would be April 9th.
In 2019. 12 News journalist Jade Cunningham joins us live in Phoenix with the latest.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, so yesterday actually was pretty interesting. We need to talk about that a bit because the mood at times in the courtroom was described as uncomfortable. The jurors were sometimes seen squirming in their seats a bit, and it especially held true during testimony from the state's second witness, Nancy Jo Hancock. She actually met Charles Vallow on a dating website.
We're going to watch Nancy Jo's testimony.
And for the first time, they met the day before Vallow was shot and killed. They, though, had been talking repeatedly via the phone and text. Hancock says she believed Vallow was in the process of getting a divorce, that he told her he believed Lori was having an affair and that he was trying to move on from that. She also claims he told her he changed the beneficiary on a $1 million life insurance policy. During cross-examination, Vallow Daybell pressed her about that date and if they spoke of her. Several times there were objections from the state citing harassment towards the witness, and here's one moment when things got especially tense.
We're going to watch this whole testimony, so this will just be a little short taste of it, but I've got it all pulled up for us to watch.
Do you go on dates with married men? Naturally?
Argumentative. I'm going to also object under 611 for harassment.
So are you trying to tell me
The look on Nancy Jo's face the entire time. Go, Nancy. Go, Nancy.
and this jury that you went on one date with my husband And he told you all the details of our lives.
I'm telling you the truth, and that's what I know.
So you spent your whole date getting to know each other, talking about me.
Don't flatter yourself. No, we did not spend the whole time talking about you.
My favorite line.
Now, Lori Vallow Daybell's friend Christina Atwood, she testified afterwards, saying different things, how she had heard Lori talking about crushing up her kid's medication and putting it in Vallow's drinks.
I've got that one for us too.
Lori also told her Charles was plagued by dark spirits and was possessed. So definitely an interesting day yesterday. Testimony again expected to pick back up this morning at 10:30.
So that was day 3 recap that was given on day 4.
a.m. 12 News will be there every step of the way, so you can stay with 12 News for the latest. Reporting.
Okay, let's switch. Let's go ahead and switch to this one. This is Nancy Jo, the woman you just saw on stand. So day 3 opened up with, let me go to my notes really quick before we go into this. Lori came in and asked the judge to strike the entire witness testimony and tell the jury to ignore his testimony from day 2. Judge asked Lori how this decision violated her rights. Lori said she stands by her statement and does not want to argue. That was from Nate's. I have a note. Read Nate's 10:32 a.m. update. She, she totally, just the Lori show. She goes back and forth a little bit with that. And then here we go. So once again, they're trying to talk about the gunshot. She's trying to get all of that to be out of there. Trina K does a wonderful job breaking it all down. You can go watch the entire thing if you want to, but let's get to the interesting part. 11:34. The next witness is Nancy Jo Hancock. That's what Nate says. The woman Charles went on a date with the night before he was killed. And here we go. This is about an hour long, and we're going to watch the entire thing.
All right, come on up. You're going to stand right here and be sworn in.
Like your name for the record?
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, you're going to come around the court reporter, have a seat up here to my left.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, my name's Nancy Jo Hancock.
And do you go by Nancy Jo?
I do.
How old are you?
61.
And
hi, Miss Leah. Love you.
Do you currently work?
I'm self-employed.
Do you live here in Arizona?
In Mesa, yes.
Were you born and raised here?
Born and raised here.
Do you have your own children?
5.
Do you have grandchildren?
15.
Busy person.
Yes.
I'm going to direct you to a person by the name of Charles Vallow. Did you ever meet a person by that name?
I did.
Ellen.
How did you meet him?
I'm divorced. I was on an LDS dating site, and when new members join, it tells you this is someone new. And he sent me a message, and we began messaging.
Initially, did you just talk to him do you talk through the website? How does that work?
Through the website at first, and then he asked for my phone number, and then we were texting and talking on the phone as well.
Do you recall approximately when you met him?
It was early July, I believe the 3rd.
And
so that would be, he was murdered on the 11th of July.
So you said you guys would text. Was this
A lot.
what's a lot to you?
Charles was a texter and a talker, and he was good at banter, and there were hundreds of texts by the time I had met him.
You said you talked on the phone with him as well?
For
Ministry of Defense, I think that's probably one of the best parts too. She's everything Lori isn't. She's beautiful. She's well put together. She's well spoken. Long dark hair. Big LDS family. Loving family.
hours.
Did you have a conversation with him once that lasted almost 3 hours?
Probably more than one, yes.
When you met Charles in early July, did you know he was still married?
He told me he was in the process of a divorce.
Okay. Did you know whether or not he was living with his wife at that time?
He was in Houston. His soon-to-be ex-wife was here. When he came to Arizona, he was meeting a realtor to find a place to live when he was here as well.
So when you're first meeting him, he's out of state, but he has a connection here to Arizona, so you keep talking to him?
Correct.
As you guys are talking and texting, did you eventually have enough interest that you decided you wanted to meet him?
Yeah.
Did you know what Charles did for a living?
Life insurance is something with money. I try not to have that be the focus when I'm getting to know somebody, so that I get to know them for them and not what they do for a living.
Okay. So you didn't really care too much about
No.
what his job was?
No.
Did you know he traveled a lot for work?
Yes.
As you and Charles are talking and texting, just sort of yes or no, can you tell us, did he get very detailed about his life with you?
Yes.
Did you know if Charles had children?
Yes.
Just yes or no again, did you talk to him about his wife specifically?
A lot.
Did he mention his wife by name?
Yes.
What did you...
I would love the camera to pan over at Lori's face right now. I wish we would have had the camera angle of Nancy on one side of the screen and Lori's face on the other side. Right, Rubber Ramada? Imagine that. Kyle and I used to fall asleep talking to each other on the phone. He called me earlier today. Like, we talk on and off all day long, texting back and forth when he's gone. Like, even when he's here, we talk all the time while he's at work. It's pretty typical.
Believe his wife.
I guess when you like your partner, which a lot of people don't seem to experience, or they don't have people that like to talk on the phone either. Maybe that's it too.
Wife's name was?
Lori Vallow.
Have you ever met Lori Vallow?
No.
Again, just sort of yes or no. Did Charles talk to you about
Your Honor.
why?
Objection.
Leading?
Objection.
I haven't heard the question yet. Go ahead.
So just yes or no. Did Charles talk to you about why he
Leading
was
is yes or no.
No.
Sorry. I've listened to this so many times. Hey, Kay. And every time you hear Lori scrambling to whatever, it just gives me the biggest joy. I'm sorry. It does. I'll probably have outbursts of laughter. Again, nothing is funny about this. Charles is no longer here, but just hearing her scramble and sound like such a buffoon is my favorite piece of all of this. I gotcha. We'll replay it again.
leading?
Or let me go back a little bit further.
Again, just sort of yes or no. Did Charles talk to you about
Your Honor.
why?
Objection.
Leading?
Objection.
I haven't heard the question yet. Go ahead.
So just yes or no. Did Charles talk to you about why he
Leading
was
is yes or no.
No. No, leading is a question that suggests the answer, so she can answer yes or no.
So again, just yes or no. Did Charles talk to you about why he was separated from his wife?
Yes.
Based upon your discussions, how long did you think there had been issues going on between Charles and his wife?
For several months, but more intensely since the beginning of that year was 2019, so since the beginning of that year.
Okay. You told us that Charles talked to you let me ask you, yes or no, did he talk to you in great detail about his relationship with Lori Vallow?
Yes.
You told us you met on an LDS dating site, right?
Correct.
So are you a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints?
I am.
Was there anything that you were hearing that you thought were outside of your beliefs?
A lot of things.
As Charles was telling you these things about his wife, can you tell us his demeanor?
Again, the only thing that could have made this better was a camera view of Lori's face as she's realizing and knowing that everybody is going to know that Charles confided in somebody else about his issues with Lori. Little Miss Sunshine Lori isn't what everybody believes she was. I mean, nobody believes that anymore, but Lori.
What his voice was like, what his attitude was like as he's talking about that.
I just remember thinking that he was strangely calm and still kind towards Lori, even through what they were going through.
You told us you were aware he had a child. Did you know where that child lived, who the child lived with?
Yes.
Who was that?
He was living with Lori at that time.
He
had older children as well, but the young one was living with Lori.
You have these conversations with Charles about his wife and these things that to you seem outside the LDS religion. Why do you keep talking to him?
Well, he was very charming and kind and funny and very clever, really good banter.
I found that interesting that Trina K did include that in that statement. Some of you might have caught that too, about outside of the Mormon religion. So things that are not typically, they're more frowned upon, right? Communication with a married man, things of that nature. Again, humans are humans, no matter what religion, anything like that. But it's interesting how Trina does inlay some of the doctrine and the belief systems in some of what she says.
A lot of craziness going on around him, but he seemed pretty awesome.
Now,
I believe that. I do believe that the cat lady is to show him as a typical human being, a very normal. Again, you can take humans are humans. And I think they're trying to portray Charles as just a man who was going through a horrific situation with his wife, needed support and friends, and found somebody to talk to.
you guys had just known each other for a few days. Did you think you and Charles were exclusive?
Heavens, no.
So would you be surprised to learn that he was talking to other people on other websites?
Not at all.
Did he in fact share some of that with you?
He did. He shared some pictures of some woman that had sent him that were quite scanty, and then proceeded to ask him for money, and thought how funny that was. That's what people were doing online.
I mean, it's humanizing him. It's humanizing Charles as a typical man. And by the way, Lori, you and your Chad bullshit was already going on. It's always funny to me how so many people like to call, the women are the home wreckers when they start talking to a married man. Come to find out, Lori had already been doing her thing with Chad for quite some time, but Nancy is seen as the problem here. Meanwhile, Lori had already started moving on, infatuated with Chad.
Did you eventually meet Charles in person?
I did.
And how many times did you get to meet him in person?
Just once.
What?
Moonlight View. It's always, that's where that gender role thing, it's such a weird situation to see.
What day was that?
He was flying in from Houston, and we had arranged to go to dinner that night. His plane was delayed, and so I met him that night on the 10th of July.
July 10th, was that 2019?
Correct.
And was that then here in Arizona that you met?
It was.
You said that you had original plans to meet and they got pushed back?
Yeah, his plane was delayed, so we met a little later than we were supposed to.
Where did you guys meet? What did you do?
I, for one, am thankful that Charles did meet somebody that showed him kindness and listened to him. Unfortunately, ultimately, he still ended up deceased, but I am thankful that he did get to interact with somebody that showed him kindness and a listening ear, truly.
At the Keg restaurant by Santan Mall, and we ate, but we...
By the way, that's a very good restaurant. If you ever come to Arizona and in southern, like the South Valley, highly recommend.
Talked until the restaurant closed. We were the last people there.
So you shut the place down?
We did. I finally looked around and I realized that we were the only ones there and told them we probably should leave. And then we went outside and talked by my truck for another 45 minutes or so.
Based upon everything you had heard, was Charles coming in to see you, or was there some other reason he was in Arizona?
Charles was ecstatic to see JJ.
Also, another thing is Charles was also talking to Adam Cox, which we do know too. But on top of that, he was talking to his friend that owned the home that they were renting and trying to help Charles find another home to rent. So he was in communication with Adam. And then I can't remember his name off the top of my head right now. Dang it. It's going to drive me nuts. But he was also communicating problems that they were having with his friend, the gentleman that owned the house that they were renting.
He was coming to see JJ, so excited to take him to school the next morning. He was also coming to look for a place to live. He had an appointment to meet a realtor friend after he had taken JJ to school. And then he was also supposed to meet with Lori's brother, Adam.
So you and Charles have this evening on the 10th. Were you going to meet again?
Yeah, we were supposed to meet up in the late afternoon after he got through with the things that I just said.
So did you have a set time for the next day?
Mm-mm.
Can you describe Charles? Was he a fit man? What was his size?
Very fit and into physical fitness. And while we were talking, I know that he was swimming. I got to go to the gym, and yeah, very, very fit, strong.
When you were talking with Charles on July 10th that evening, let me ask first, do you recall about what time you ended up meeting him?
It was around 7. I got there first, and
Tally girl, that's an excellent question. I will see if I can find out. I don't know offhand, but I will see if I can find out while we're watching this, because that would be really interesting. I don't think they're allowed to ask that, but I could be wrong.
But it was right around 7, between 7 and 7:15, I'd say.
And do you recall about how long you guys were together until you finally
Well, the
left?
restaurant closed at 10, and they were closed and no one else was there. So it was after that we left. And then, like I said, we stood by my truck and talked for another half hour, 45 minutes after that.
So a later evening.
Yes.
Can you tell us, you said that you understood he was going to go see his son. What was his demeanor about with regards to JJ and seeing his son?
Like a kid on Christmas morning, he was very excited to see JJ.
You had talked about his demeanor when he would talk about his wife. On that evening or ever, did you ever?
That breaks my heart that she choked up on that, because that obviously shows that that is absolutely what Charles was excited and looking forward to, was seeing JJ.
Ever hear him swear or use derogatory names or anything like that towards Lori Vallow?
I was surprised with the details that he was describing to me, how kindly he still spoke about Lori, and his hope was that she would be a great mom for JJ.
Did that stand out to you?
A lot.
Why?
Most men that you date are not nearly.
Correct you, that is correct. Adopted Kay's grandson, his great nephew. That is correct.
So kind about their ex and describe them in more derogatory ways and don't speak so kindly. And I remember just thinking how odd, in a good way, it was that he was not speaking in a derogatory way about Lori.
So that made an impression on you?
It did.
During any of your conversations with Charles, did you ever learn that he had
narcoleptic buttered catfish? Yeah, I think you're correct. And I think, everybody's got their own experiences, but I think Colby's dealt with a lot, if I'm being honest. Like, that whole family has. And unfortunately, a lot of their trauma has been diminished by other people throughout. So you're probably correct. What we're talking about, too, if we're anybody coming in late, Colby did a live stream today. If you haven't watched it, I encourage you to. I'm glad to hear him advocate for himself. Again, he wasn't unkind. He didn't name names. I just assume it was possibly about Megan that he was talking about, because she kind of fits what he was saying. But again, in Colby fashion, Colby was still kind. He's always kind. That kid has been through hell and back, and I don't even know. They all show such incredible strength, what they've been through.
He had a life insurance policy.
I did.
As you are talking, did Charles really just tell you a lot about his life?
A lot about his life, yes.
Were you almost surprised at the amount of detail of his life that you learned?
Yeah.
Did you understand?
And this is something we talk about quite often, that even family members can exploit victims, their own victims within their own families. Oftentimes, their own family members exploit these situations, and it's really a sad situation. But this is why there needs to be better protections for victims.
Whether or not any changes had been made by Charles to the life insurance policy.
He told me that he had changed his beneficiary to his sister, Kay. And as he was proceeding to tell me some of the things that were going on, I suggested to him that maybe he should let Lori know that he had changed the beneficiary on his life insurance to Kay.
Why would you tell him that?
Because of the things that he was describing to me and his concerns for his safety and the thought that money would come into play.
Do you recall where you were when you made that suggestion to Charles?
We were sitting at dinner at the Keg.
So this is on July 10th.
Correct.
What was his demeanor like when you told him that?
He kind of chuckled and said that he
See, Lindsay, it doesn't bother me at all that Colby's. I can't even imagine. And if anybody, again, I go back to the families and stuff. They at least, people want access to this information. They want firsthand accounts, and if anybody can give us that, Colby lived with her, things of that nature. So I feel differently about that. I'm glad that he's got a channel. I would rather listen to him any day of the week versus some of the content creators that have covered it. So I don't know. But Colby's going to do great things. And my thing with Colby is he's educating, advocating for a lot of people, because this isn't an isolated situation. And I think people forget that what they have experienced, this extremism, this offshoot stuff, is becoming a normalized thing in our society outside of Lori, outside of Ruby Frankie. And I think awareness is key. That's my belief on it. And I would rather hear it from the Colbys, what's her name? Frankie's daughter, Sherry. I'd rather hear it from those people and watch them be able to advocate and educate versus a lot of other people, including myself. That's why I will never try to be, the first to break news. No, these families have been through hell.
He probably should. Said that was a good idea.
You told us that you don't know Lori Vallow, correct?
I do not.
Would it be fair to say that you sort of have no beef in this case?
I have no beef in this case.
Do you know any of...
Yeah, Lindsay, I completely understand what you're saying. And I don't fault you for saying that too. This is where it does, because of social media and how media coverage and everything is done. Oh, you're getting your food. Hold on. It's a fine line.
Charles's family back then?
No.
Any of Lori Vallow's family back then?
No.
When you, left Charles after talking in the parking lot that evening.
And Lindsay, another thing to add to that too with Megan, I think sometimes, if there is families are complicated, especially in families like this. They're very complicated. So again, he didn't say Megan's name. That was just my assumption. And I think many of you feel the same way. But who knows what's causing those feelings? It could be others though. Truly, it really could be. We have no idea.
You told us that you had sort of unformalized plans to see Charles the next day.
Correct.
Was there like someone would call someone, or how was that supposed to go?
He just said that he needed to do the things that I said, to have a morning with JJ, find a place to live, meet up with Lori's brother
Megan is a cousin of Lori.
Adam, and then we would meet up somewhere for a late lunch or something.
Did you ever try to reach him on July 11th of 2018?
I did.
Did you try texting him ever?
Around 11-ish in the morning, I texted him and asked how his morning with JJ had been.
Did you get a response back?
I did not.
Did you try calling?
Lindsay, that's what I think it stemmed from too, was surviving the survivor. I do not care for surviving the survivor. I never have. You guys are entitled to your own opinions on that, but I personally do not like that podcast, that YouTube, none of it. So very could be that way. I'm not sure again.
A couple hours later, I called once, yes.
Did you get a call back?
I did not.
What were you thinking when you didn't hear from Charles after you spent this night?
I was puzzled how I had misread what I had thought been a good date so wrong that he would not even take the courtesy to reply. Wondered why, but just figured that was what his decision was.
So on July 11th, when you're not hearing back from Charles, did you know that he had been shot and killed?
No.
Did you later learn that Charles had been killed from seeing something on TV?
I was watching TV in December, I believe, and his picture came on the screen, and it said that he was dead.
When you learned that in December, that he had been killed, did you learn when that had happened? Did you try to investigate?
I did. They said the date, and I thought, oh my gosh, that.
Rubber Ramada, that's how I feel too. Like, I can't even imagine being in this situation. And the years of manipulation and harm and the extent of harm and how many people it's affected. So all I can do is hope for the best for all of them, hope for healing, whatever that looks for each and every one of them. But I do think there's always going to be, oftentimes in these situations, family members that are trying to navigate and heal while educating and bringing awareness, and some that might get caught up and, overshoot too. But again, it's such a complicated situation. It's hard to really say what any of us would do in these situations.
That's right about when I went out with him. And so I went to my phone and thought I probably had deleted our text conversations. If I'm not dating someone and I text, I usually delete the thread, but I had not. And I had the conversations, and then I realized that I was with him until 10:45 that night and that he died at 7:30-ish the next.
Can you imagine learning this, like thinking that you were just stood up, that this wonderful conversation, and then coming to find out that this man was actually murdered? The shock of that. Granted, their relationship wasn't long, but being on a date with him the night before, like, this is, again, it's got to be traumatic for Nancy Jo. I can't even imagine. And what you guys are saying in the comment section is valid. Like, and it's hard to say. We see such a small glimpse of what truly has happened. We have more access to them because of them having channels and stuff, but they're still being very careful of what they say and how they go about it. And all I can hope for, Colby's a really brilliant young man. I think he's got a great life ahead of him that will do wonderful things. I think he will do wonderful things with education, advocacy for other victims. And I really, truly, he's one I have great hope for. Some of these cases, I don't have much hope for good outcomes with people around them, but Colby is one I absolutely think will do great things. And we need people like Colby, like Kay, to be the face of laws changing to protect victims and their families. Like, these are the people we need to. Oh, sorry, Bella. Sorry, guys. Hank's looking at Bella, and Bella decided she was done with it.
This morning.
And did you later then talk with the police in April of 2020 to tell them what you knew about this case?
I did.
Thank you. The state has no other questions.
Cross.
And here comes the shit show. Prepare yourself if you haven't seen this yet. Nancy gets some great jabs in.
Nancy Jo, right?
Correct.
And we have not met before, correct?
We have not.
Okay. And you stated that your husband, or my husband, told you that he was going through a divorce. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you have
right off the bat, my husband.
any way to verify that?
No, I didn't try to verify that.
Okay. So did it surprise you later to find out that we were not in the process of a divorce?
Charles was in the process of a divorce.
He was not in the process of a divorce. Did it surprise you to find that out? You've seen it all on TV where we're not getting divorced.
Okay.
So On the website that you met him, did he say he was divorced?
Excuse me, let me go rogue for a minute. Lori, Charles was obviously going to follow through with getting a divorce. So this whole thing, he didn't get a chance to file for divorce because he was murdered by your brother. And that's why you're on trial for conspiracy to commit murder. You crazy bitch. So how were you not getting divorced when you turned around and married Chad? Oh, right. Sure. Crazy bitch.
I'm not certain.
Would you have gone on a date with him if he would have said he was married?
If I would have realized how married he still was, maybe not. But I just met for dinner. I wasn't sleeping with him or anything.
Do you go on dates with married men?
I'm going
Not naturally?
Argumentative. I'm going to also object under 611 for harassment.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
Lori was living in Arizona and Charles was still in Texas at the time. He was looking for a house because he even told his realtor friend that rented the house that Lori was living in that he was going through. I mean, he was making moves in the direction of this. So again, all this crap that Lori is spewing is just the Lori show. And again, she was already having her little fucking rendezvous with their, meetings with her buddy Chad at the time. So how was she ever going to marry Chad if she didn't get divorced? Oh, because her brother killed Charles.
Your Honor, do I not have a right to cross-examine this witness for what she has already testified to?
You can cross-examine her about what she's testified to.
So you did go on a date with a married man,
I went on a date with Charles.
but you did not know he was married.
I knew his divorce was not final.
His divorce was not started.
Okay.
Okay. So in your text messages, you asked Charles if he was a good kisser. Is that correct?
Maybe, sure.
Did he answer that text message?
I'm sure he did.
Again, 611 harassment.
I'll sustain the objection for relevance and hearsay.
So are you trying to tell me and this jury?
And this goes to show that all of this is just about the Lori show. This is just a way to re-victimize everybody around this. Once again, she knows exactly what she's doing here. I draw you back to months before this. She was unfit to stand trial, and now she's representing herself, re-victimizing the victims. And yes, Nancy Jo and Charles were not in a relationship, but this is traumatizing. And again, I would consider her one of the victims that Lori is attempting to re-victimize. It is what it is. The judge is doing such a good job, CLK2, of keeping his calm and cool, collected nature. But again, I believe, like what Jason said earlier, I believe he's doing that because he does not want to leave any area of opportunity for any appeals, which we know she's going to try anyways.
Jury, that you went on one date with my husband and he told you all the details of our lives.
I'm telling you the truth, and that's what I know.
So you spent your whole date getting to know each other, talking about me.
Don't flatter yourself. No, we did not spend the whole time talking about you.
You knew a lot.
I absolutely love how Nancy got that in there, and it little bit of frazzled from Lori on that. Let me back that up too, because she kind of stutters right there.
I know.
So you spent your whole date getting to know each other, talking about me.
Don't flatter yourself. No, we did not spend the whole time talking about you.
You knew a lot about me, right?
I knew what I've testified to.
What else did you talk about on your date?
Lots of things.
Like what, for instance?
Life, kids, the church, lots of things.
Okay. Did he tell you about anything about our other 4 children?
Yes,
So you knew that we did have 5 children as well?
I did.
Okay. Did he talk to you about my daughter Tylee?
He did.
Did he talk about his relationship with her?
I don't recall that.
Did he talk about the contention in his relationship with my daughter Tylee?
I don't recall that.
I'm sure you don't.
And I'm going to object to comments.
Right there. I'm sure you don't. And again, re-victimization of the victims. Any way she can smear Tylee, any way she can continue to smear Charles, and once again, the backhanded digs by Lori. This week, I have a feeling we're going to see it escalate even further from here. They've been anticipating 6 weeks. The rate at which it's going, I don't know if it will go 6 weeks truly.
By the defendant made after questions, testifying.
Let's sustain the objection.
On your date, you talked about my husband was a life insurance salesman. Is that correct?
I knew he did something with money and insurance, but I really didn't know the details of what he did for work. Like I said, I don't ask the details about what someone does for work when I'm trying to get to know someone.
But you knew that he sold life insurance. You stated that.
I believe that I had a vague understanding that he did something with insurance.
And then he brought that up again at dinner.
No, we didn't talk about his work at dinner.
I thought you said you did talk about, and correct me if I'm wrong, you said you did talk about that he changed the life insurance policy at dinner.
Well, you were asking me if we talked about that he sold insurance, which that didn't happen. But yes, he did tell me that he changed the beneficiary of his life insurance policy at dinner.
Did he tell you how much his life insurance policy was for?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
$1 million.
Did he tell you how much my life insurance policy was for?
I do not recall.
You don't recall?
We didn't talk about you very much in that vein.
When did you talk to him about me very much then? If it wasn't at dinner, was it in your text messages?
We were talking about what he was going through in the process of separating from you, not about what your life insurance policy was worth. And we talked about you on the phone, and when I say you, meaning what he was doing as he was going through this separation.
So let me understand. You were dating some different men on this website, right? From the websites?
Sure.
Would you say it was common for men to be talking so much about their supposed ex-wives during their conversations with a potential?
It's actually very common.
Really?
Really.
Interesting.
And again, Your Honor, I'm
right.
going to object to the defendant making comments after her questions.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I won't do that again.
All right, please stop.
I'll just ask the questions.
Thank you.
So there were some text messages between you and my husband after the dinner on July 10th. Is that correct?
Correct.
What time would those text messages have occurred?
After dinner.
What time?
10:45-ish.
10:45 to what?
I'm not certain, ma'am. After dinner.
10:45 to midnight? Maybe?
I just told you I don't know. Maybe.
What did you discuss in those text messages?
And I'm going to object to relevance again. If there's a specific area.
Sustain.
You testified a minute ago that Charles told you a lot of things about his wife. You didn't say ex-wife, but you said wife. Is that correct?
Okay, sure.
What were a lot of things?
The things that I've testified to.
Can you be more specific?
Am I allowed to do a narrative then?
Let's go on sidebar.
And this is where they go over the microphones and there's white noise played. I wasn't really shocked about this. The judge has been so patient with everything. Yeah. So they excuse the jury and then they come back.
All right, please be seated. The jury is no longer present. The last question the defendant asked of the witness was along the lines of, what things did you discuss about me, meaning the defendant? Is that correct?
That's
Yes.
what I recall, Your Honor.
Are you sure you wanted to answer that question? Because you're opening up a really big door. If you want her to answer the question, I'll have her answer the question.
How am I supposed to know what a lot of things are?
All right. If you want her to answer the question and there's no objection from the state, we'll
No
bring
objection.
the jury back in and have her answer the question. All right. Let's bring the jury in.
And they're going to bring the jury back in. Oh, what a mess. Nancy rattled it, though. But you can see a different side of Lori in this versus in the pretrial motions. Sorry, I'm feeding dogs and stuff, so bear with me. But you can see a totally different Lori when Lori doesn't get her way. She tried to keep it together a little bit. Oh, I think this week's going to be interesting. I definitely think that this week's going to be enlightening. It will be very intriguing. I'll bump it to where they come back in. They called for lunch. If I remember.
Show.
Let me go back here. Or recess, excuse me. The jury returns. Here you go. It'll come back on in a second. Yeah, this week's going to be interesting for sure. Again, it starts at 10:30 Pacific Standard Time, 1:30 Eastern Standard Time for those of you following it. And you can find it on so many different channels. So whoever you want to watch it with, one of the straight streaming services or one of the creators, there's a bunch of people streaming it.
Miss Hancock, you said that you had seen on TV that my husband had passed away. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you indicated after that you saw my sister-in-law, Kay Woodcock, on that show and you reached out to her. Is that correct?
I didn't indicate that, but that is correct. I reached out to Kay after I saw that Charles had died.
Okay. And did you do that through Facebook or?
I did.
Social media? Okay. How many times between that first contact and now have you and Kay Woodcock communicated?
I've spoken to her just once. I've texted her here and there regarding. I've texted her here and there about other things. I don't know what I can say.
Okay. How many times have you texted her?
I have no idea.
Like more than 10?
Maybe.
Okay. Have you ever turned over those communications to the state?
No.
Did they ask you for them?
No.
Okay. Did you ever turn over the text conversations you had with my husband to the state?
I was never asked, but I understand that they retrieved them via having them through Charles' phone.
Okay.
I would have had I been asked.
Okay. Did you turn over any other communications that you had with anyone else regarding this case to the state?
I don't believe I've had any other regarding this case to turn over to anybody, so no.
Okay. How many times have you spoken to this prosecutor?
To Ms. K?
Yes, to Ms. K.
I met with her once in person and one other phone call, and then just text messages about the logistics of being here today.
Okay. How many text messages would you say?
I have no idea.
More than 10?
I know court was running behind, so she had to text me to come at a different time. Probably counting yesterday and today to redo the time, more than 10, yes. Prior than that, probably no.
Okay. Did you have a meeting with
Her okay reminds me of, wow. I mean, anything else to add? Come on now.
her to prepare for this testimony?
I met with her once.
How long was that meeting?
An hour, maybe an hour and a half.
Okay. Was anyone else there?
No.
Have you ever spoken to my brother, Adam?
Yes, but only because I ran into him at my grandson's pickleball tournament the other day.
And how did you know that was him?
By the way, this is off the record. I mean, my own thoughts here. If you don't know, pickleball is something that LDS members love to play. They're very involved in pickleball, volleyball, especially in Utah. Pickleball tournaments are very, very common for the wards to do. Basketball, they love their sports, but pickleball is definitely high up there. That's where I learned about it, was living in Utah from the missionaries.
Because I've seen him on media via the situation surrounding you.
So you initiated a conversation with him?
I just said hi, and he asked me who my grandson was, and I pointed it out, and that was the end of it.
So you introduced yourself to him? To my brother?
I don't know that I introduced myself, but maybe.
How would he know who you were?
I don't know that he knew who I was. I knew who he was.
So you went up and talked to him?
I did talk with him, yes.
He didn't call you over, so you went up and talked to him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you were talking to him, you told him you were who?
I told him that my name was Nancy Jo Hancock.
And did he recognize that name from something?
Can I go back and change how I met your brother? I forgot this until right now. So on a dating app, your brother's picture came up on my dating app. And I sent him a message and said, but he had a different name that he used, not Adam. And so I just sent him a message and said if he was going to use someone else's pictures, he should probably pick someone different than Adam Cox. That's how I met him.
I mean, good for her going back and correcting it, how she actually met him. But I find it hysterical that she was like, if you're going to be impersonating somebody, probably not the person you want to be impersonating is Adam. So, again, I mean, Nancy's got a little spunk to her. A little spunk.
That's how you met my brother, Adam?
Correct.
Do you know what perjury is?
Absolutely.
I object, Your Honor, to
That's a question.
argumentative harassment.
Argumentative.
How long was this conversation that you had with my brother at the pickleball tournament?
A couple of minutes, maybe less.
And how many times had
Jason, you know how many times I put my phone in my bra, like a sports bra, and went looking for my phone? Meanwhile, it's between my fucking cleavage. Yeah, I get you. I think many of us women have done that a time or two, or men even. You put it in your pocket, or you look for your glasses as your glasses are on your face. You're in good company here. We all do that shit.
You communicated with him before that?
Only that message on that dating app. Besides that,
One message, one time?
I don't remember. I think he messaged me back, and it didn't continue.
So just the one day then? Maybe several messages in one day?
I might have sent him one other message, but it was just one interaction and there was nothing further.
And you did not schedule a date with him?
I did not.
Okay. Have you ever spoken to Brandon Boudreau?
Yes.
Okay, when?
He attends the same church that my daughter does, and he happened to be at their house briefly, and I didn't really speak to him. I just knew that that's who he was.
And how did you know who he was?
Because my daughter told me.
And who did she say he was?
Brandon Boudreau.
In relation to me?
She knows the story, and I know the story, so she just had to tell me that his name was Brandon Boudreau.
That he was married to my niece? Is that the information that you had?
I know that he was married to your niece, yes.
Okay. Just the association is all I was asking. And you did speak to him that time?
Well, I don't believe I spoke with him.
Okay. But you met him?
Or I don't know.
Okay, let me explain something to you for anybody that's non-LDS that might not realize this. So LDS, how their churches are set up, they're actually called wards. So a ward is in your community, like you have a housing development. There will be an LDS church, which is called a ward. There can be multiple wards that use one church building. So it's a church building, and you can have multiple, like if it's a big neighborhood, the neighborhood can be separated into 2 or 3 wards. So they will rotate church services with one ward, maybe using the same church building, but they are different. The LDS, even though there's a lot of them here in Arizona, just like there are in Utah, there's a lot of overlap. So a lot of people know a lot of people just because, oh, you go to this ward and they host, different ward events, or there is conferences. Like there's so many different ways on top of that, dating apps, sporting things, if their kids go to private school, things of that nature. There's so many different ways, but people within the LDS faith oftentimes know other people. How did you meet this person? How did you meet that person? It's very common. Now, these are not, the reason I'm saying that is because it is very common to have overlap and these people be around Nancy. There's nothing to this, in my opinion, of her like seeking these people out to meet these people. There is a big overlap.
That I even met him. I was there. He was there with some other people, and I knew that that's who that was.
That's true. The stake events are when all the different wards get together. So all the wards in one area fall under a stake, and there's a stake president under all of those. The bishops are under the stake president, so on and so forth. Yes, it's all kind of a breakdown from there. No. Jason, whoever, chance, usually no. They have different bishops, so a different minister. So they might have a different type of service of how it's ran, but it's pretty much the same typical thing. Primary school for the children, young women's group. All of it's pretty much very similar. Now, you see the most different belief systems as in like territories or states. So Utah, your bishop might teach you different things at your church service, but the overall beliefs are pretty much the same. But in different states, the strictness of it varies some. But then you have offshoots of the LDS religion, like FLDS. the work, the order, fundamentalism, fundamentalists, all of that stuff. But it goes stake, ward. It's really confusing, and it took me forever to learn that in Utah. And there were church buildings on every corner, and it never made sense to me how it all worked until they broke it down and explained all of it. But it is a little confusing. But the reason I mention that is just because this is not abnormal for her to meet these people, especially Chandler, Mesa, Gilbert. There's going to be a lot of overlap there.
So you didn't introduce yourself to him?
I did not.
Okay. Did you speak to any other law enforcement besides Ms. K? Not that she's law enforcement, but did you speak to any other law enforcement about this case or be interviewed?
Yes.
Who? Who did you speak with?
Detective Moffat is who interviewed me. I believe that's. I might have left a message for him. I couldn't tell you who with, but the only one that I spoke to was Detective Moffat, Nathan Moffat.
And when was that interview?
In 2020, I believe in April. A long time ago.
Okay. How long was that interview about?
It was a telephone interview, and it lasted 45 minutes, I'd say.
Is that the only law enforcement that you spoke to besides the prosecutor?
Yes.
And how long between that interview with Detective Moffat and your first communications with Ms. K, how much time passed in between there?
With Trina K?
Correct.
I met with her just a month ago, 5 weeks ago, and I gave an interview in 2020, so.
Is that the first communication you had with Ms. K was 5 weeks ago?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Hancock, were you aware at the time of your date that I did not know that my husband was on dating websites and dating women?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
You do now, bitch. Sorry about your luck.
Were you informed by him that I knew of the situation of us being separated?
Well, he was under the impression you were having an affair, so him moving on was a natural effect from that.
He told you that?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Just to recap, you said that you met my husband Charles, on July 3rd. Is that correct?
Approximately. Give or take a day.
And you went on a date with him on July 10th?
Correct.
So that was what, 7 days later?
Approximately.
So would it be fair to say that you knew my husband for a week?
Approximately.
Okay. And then you had no contact with Charles after that, correct?
Well, he was dead, so clearly I didn't have contact with him.
Okay. And it wasn't until you saw that he had passed away on the news that you reached out to anyone, is that correct?
Correct. I didn't know he was dead.
And that was about 6 months later? Is that correct?
I believe it was December, so July to December is 5 months, I believe.
Okay. And then you found Charles' sister, Kay Woodcock, my sister-in-law, yes?
Objection asked and answered.
I'm just going over the timeline, Your Honor.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Nancy is getting her. I can't. We just give a round of, like you guys are doing a round of applause for Nancy keeping her composure here. Sorry, vacuum going again.
So when is the then you're referring to?
So at the 5 months later that you said in December, after that is when you contacted Kay Woodcock?
To express my condolences for her brother passing away and wanted to let her know that I had dinner with him that last night, and how much he loved JJ and how excited he was to see him the next morning. And just
Thank you. That's enough. I'm just recapping here, and you contacted her through Facebook, is that correct?
And again, asked and answered.
I don't think that was actually asked yet. I'll overruled. Go ahead.
yes, as I said before, I contacted her through Facebook.
Okay. And then sent a few text messages, is that correct?
That is
Yeah.
correct.
This is recap of everything we've already gone through.
And then you said you met with police on April 22nd, 2020, is that correct?
I didn't say April 22nd. I said I believed it was sometime in April.
Okay.
And I didn't meet with them. It was a telephone interview.
Okay. And that was around 1 year after my husband passed away, is that correct?
Well, July to April would be 10 months, so.
No more questions, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
I mean, she just handed Lori her ass, truly, in a very professional, articulate way. And those little looks that she had, go Nancy, go Nancy.
Thank you. You, did you reach out to the police, or did the police reach out to you after you learned Charles was?
I reached out to the police. I was surprised, given that if they'd seen his phone, they would see the text communication that we had had, and that we had been at dinner that night before he died.
In terms of speaking with Charles's family, Kay Woodcock, did you know her before this?
No.
Had you heard her name through speaking with Charles?
Yes, from Charles. I knew that he had changed his life insurance to his sister Kay, and he talked quite a bit about Kay and his love for her and the relationship with JJ and how that they had adopted JJ.
So you understood the closeness he had with his sister?
Absolutely.
And you said you reached out to pay your condolences?
I did.
When you learned that Charles was dead, were you shocked?
I was watching the TV and it was talking about
Yo Mama, small town backyard pool. She did an incredible job, and I agree. She looks damn good for 61 years old. That's one thing I will say about pretty much all the LDS women and women I know. I'm trying to think of any of them. I mean, of course, there's a few, but for the majority, taking care of their physique, working out, looking good, they definitely care about their appearance. But she has good genetics too, because her skin is amazing from what I'm looking at.
About a case, and his picture came on the screen, and shocked is an understatement. Yes.
In terms of,
and again, we watched in part 1 recap. I went back and pulled the body camera footage of how the police responded to when Brandon was shot at. This week, I will try to pull in more of the body camera footage of how Chandler police responded to this. But I believe that the police, they deemed this freaking to be self-defense as is. In my opinion, they didn't really do a good job investigating. And even on Brandon's, that was so disappointing to rewatch that and see how they just kind of were all over the place.
talking with Kay, have you ever tried to talk to other people to learn about or verify if the stuff that Charles told you is accurate?
No.
Is what you are telling us just what he told you.
What I'm telling you is part of what he told me. There's a lot more.
And did you tell the police all of what he told you? That you could remember at that time, I should say.
I believe, no, I thought I would probably be interviewed again, and it was more an ask-answer format. There was, I remember.
Beth, I believe that they failed Charles. I believe that they failed JJ and Tylee by a lot of this stuff. I believe that there was so much that could have been done and should have been done. But again, hindsight's 2020. But yeah, I agree with you that Charles was absolutely failed.
I remember being surprised that I wasn't interviewed again.
Okay. Because Charles had shared so much with you.
Correct.
Lisa, I agree with you to a certain extent, but again, his self-defense wound, he sat there on the curb with the glasses still on his head. He had a tiny little scratch from where the baseball bat supposedly hit him upside the back of the head. There was a lot of things that were stated and said in the stories that didn't match up, in my opinion. But again, people, when they hear this shit, they don't connect it. So yes, law enforcement, I mean, on the very surface did their jobs, but I don't know. I don't know if it would have changed anything either, to be honest.
In terms of the defendant's brother, Adam, did you ever talk with him about the case?
No.
Well, and to say it was self-defense, the head wound should have been a huge thing, right, CLK? That's why, like, I don't know. There's certain things that that stand out to me about this. But again, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. But again, we also know that his friend reached out to the police department too and told them that they were having a pool party. There were some red flags, but I think because of like the demonic possession shit and I think police were like, wow, this is weird. Like, you guys are just overthinking, overreacting kind of thing too. I don't know. Something doesn't add up, but unfortunately, a lot of times things are missed because law enforcement isn't trained to understand all of the in-depth nature of this case like this.
Through media, did you recognize him?
I recognized him because I'd seen him on reports. And I knew that he was going to be testifying in this hearing.
When did you see him? When was this interaction
like
at this pickleball?
A week and a half ago.
So a week and a half ago, when you see him at a pickleball tournament with your grandkid, you say hi to him?
But again, I think that they failed Brandon too. I think that was pretty easy to find. And I don't know. I think they failed a lot of people. I think charges should have been brought ASAP with what happened to Brandon. They had camera footage. But it's all, who knows? It doesn't change anything now. So
basically.
But I will say it has changed how law enforcement responds because, for instance, Blaze Thibodeau, when he went missing last year out of Arizona, and they were doing the whole Davidic servant and shit like that, law enforcement reacted very fast and very swift, and thankfully he was brought home.
Don't talk at all about the case.
We might have talked about that we were testifying. I don't know. No details for sure. Okay. Just a general, and then he saw who my grandson was, and the end.
So nothing about, hey, I'm going to say this, or Charles told me this.
Absolutely not.
Yes, there are LDS police officers. Absolutely. There's a lot of LDS members that are doctors, lawyers, judges, police officers. Yeah, but there's not like, they're not going to call somebody that, it's not like that.
When you and I met Did we go through your testimony? Or let me get this straight. Did we go through what you told the police?
Yeah.
You might be right, Cat Lady. I have no idea. That's why I said that's who I thought, but I don't know. Who knows?
Indicate to you to just tell the truth.
You told me to tell the truth.
Whatever that was.
Whatever that was.
You were asked about the fact that you knew Charles for basically
lots of dentists and lots of chiropractors also.
A week, right?
Correct.
Did he make an impression on you?
Charles was a large personality. It would be hard not to be impressed by his wit and just gregarious, big personality with his Southern accent.
You were asked,
hey, Granny, hope your weekend's going good.
A lot on Cross about you dating a married man.
Correct.
What was your impression of where this relationship was between Charles and Lori Vallow when you and Charles started talking?
Well, I knew that they had separated and that they had reconciled, and I knew he had filed, and then he had recanted that.
Hey, Donna, I'm sure your week was exhausting. You did an excellent job last week covering all this. Thank you once again for all your hard work and support of Crusha.
But he also had met with an attorney to begin the process again and was very emphatic that he was done with all the craziness.
Granny, we're going to have a fight now. Clip this, bitches. Granny just called a mini cow a goat. Or was it a video of Hank? Hank might look like a goat. It's probably the mini cow. I do want a fainting goat, though.
And was that last time something that you understood to be very recent?
Prior to us meeting?
Yeah.
Yes.
When he's talking to you, he's telling you about, you said sort of the
how dare you insult those mini cows?
Whole year of 2019, correct? But this last understanding that you had of him now going back to a divorce law.
Now they're going to go off the rails and say Granny and Nonsense are fighting because Granny once again is shaming people's animals. She goes from saying that their dogs are ugly, how dare her, that terrible person, to calling a cow a goat. Oh, told you that they were going to fight.
Lawyer, was that something you understood to be very recent in time to that July 10th when you're meeting?
Correct.
Okay. And did you understand him to have even met with an attorney?
I believe he told me that, yes.
So that was where you were at?
Yes.
And that's what you understood Charles to be at?
Yes, and I will say after having dinner with him, I did tell him that no one would want to be serious with him until he was further along in accomplishing that divorce that he was in the process of, including myself.
So even though you knew he was just barely starting now, did you still want to meet with him again?
Yeah, I wouldn't have entertained a serious relationship, but he was fun, and yeah, I would have met with him again.
All right.
See, this is one thing, too, that I think a lot of people forget. When you're getting older and you are dating or building relationships, just because you're on a quote-unquote dating website, people need companionship. They need friendship. Oftentimes, people will meet and become friends because one is going through a divorce, or there's nothing wrong with men and women having relationships or friendships and supporting each other going like, but again, the way Lori was trying to spin all this shit that she was this home wrecker, type of thing. But I think Charles needed a companion, of somebody just to listen to, chances are from the opposite sex, that was saying like, no, these are not normal things, or validating that he wasn't crazy for feeling the way he did. That can be normal. They try to make these things out to be so nefarious at all times.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? I see at least one question coming down.
Matt, his robes crack me up when he goes out and feeds his chickens, and his donkey that has the matching beanie with him. Yeah, that Ellen. Love, love, love him. Granny, I don't know if I got you out of the loophole of insanity, because this is insane too. But I get the short scrolls too, and sometimes I'm like, okay, run.
I think we have our white noise. Our
jury ask questions.
Yep.
I love how she's like, sorry, Nancy is just so like, wait, what? The jury can ask a question? Huh, that's interesting. You can see that she's like, she didn't know what she was doing either. She just showed up. Sorry, I had to wash my hands. Yeah, she's just so, oh, they can do that? I didn't know. Like, she did great. I can't imagine how nerve-wracking that situation would have been, though. Just knowing that what Lori is going to do, who Lori is. Yeah, Marcy, I've heard it in a few different cases where the jury is allowed to ask questions. I'm trying to think of another case that I could reference. Oh, there was one just recently I was watching, and I can't remember what trial it was, but the jury was allowed to ask a question. Granny's still having to defend herself over her sarcasm. I swear, if people understood sarcasm or dry sense of humor, God. The things people say and do just kills me at times. There's been a few, yeah. Delphi, were they able to in Delphi? Jodi Arias trial. Yeah, there's been quite a few. There was one lesser known that I was watching recently. I watch a lot of trials. I just don't talk about it online. That's something I do. Oh, did they in the Leilani trial too? There's a lot of them though that have. I'm trying to think of the one that's gonna drive me nuts now. Yeah, she was a great witness for sure. I mean, it really changed Lori's mood, but we'll see. I'm gonna fast forward it. Let me see. This one's almost over, and then we'll do Christina's.
Expressed to you.
Oh, here we go. These are just more of the interesting pieces that I thought were very interesting for last week's trial. I didn't watch Harmonies.
Ever expressed to you verbally any indications of stress?
Definitely, he was very worried that.
I think we'll just keep it with a yes/no answer for this question. Does the defense have follow-up based on that juror question?
They're all walking such a fine line, and there's things that can't be brought in. So stuff about Idaho. So they're all like trying to walk a very fine line. And I love how the judges, he is even cutting things off to not allow for any opportunity for them to, Lori, to get away with shit. You hear her whisper something. I don't know what she was saying, but.
Does the defendant have follow-up based on that juror question?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
I mean, there she is. All right, now let's go over here. We're going to watch Christina Atwood's testimony. I'll probably speed this one up a little bit, but here is another testimony. She followed up Nancy.
State call Christina Atwood.
All right, ma'am, you're going to come right up here in front of me and be sworn in.
Lisa, yeah, we were just talking about it. I thought he was referencing Megan. That was my assumption, but other people don't think it was necessarily Megan. I don't know who he is referencing, but I'm glad that the family is just able to communicate. I'm sure they're all, I mean, this has been years of stress. I can't even imagine how any of them are keeping it together at this point in time.
Please raise your right hand. You can promise swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth will help you God. Yes.
All right, you're going to have a seat just over here to my left.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Christina Atwood.
How old are you, Christina?
I'm 52.
And if you can get just a little closer, you're very soft to the...
52.
Mercedes girl, are you okay? Yeah, that would be a little bit stressful. I hope you're okay. That's a little unsettling. Glad you called law enforcement, though. So for anybody that needs backstory here, Christina Atwood was a former friend of Lori Vallow's, which you will hear her testify to.
Thank you. Nobody wants to say that loud. Do you live here in Arizona?
Yes.
Did you live here in Arizona in 2019?
I did.
Are you from here?
Not originally.
How long?
Oh, I haven't seen those yet. No. Lisa, I haven't seen those yet. I watched his personal videos today. Arizona Family, he did an interview on, and then Dateline. I'll have to watch them. Thank you for letting me know.
How long have you been in Arizona?
2009.
Okay. I want to start by asking you a little bit about some personal part of your life. Are you a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints?
Yes.
Were you raised in that religion?
I was.
As a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, did you ever meet Lori Vallow?
I did.
Do you recall sort of where you first met her? Start with that.
At church.
And do you recall approximately when you first met her?
We moved into that area in 2010, and I'm not sure if their family was there at that time or not, but...
Sometime after that?
Yes.
And did you know her husband, Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Was that also through church?
Yes.
Did you initially, well, let me start. Did you know they were married?
Yes.
Did you have more contact with one over the other?
More with Lori than with Charles.
And why was that?
My sons and husband had interaction with Lori through the primary program. And
primary program is basically Sunday school, but in the LDS religion, LDS faith, it is called primary. So it's an hour of the church service.
I didn't have much interaction with her before they moved to Hawaii. But when her and Charles had moved to Hawaii, we went on a trip and we stopped to visit, and Charles was not at home. And so we interacted with Lori on that trip.
Okay. Do you see Lori Vallow at that time in the courtroom today?
I'm sorry, what was that?
See Lori Vallow in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you point her out and identify what she's wearing?
So it goes, just for a breakdown, it goes primary, young women's, priesthood. That's kind of
purple top and suit coat, dark suit coat.
Your Honor, may the record reflect
priesthood is solely for males.
The witnesses identified the defendant.
It shall.
And the women, the older women are called the Relief Society. So you've got the priesthood, which are the men that have had the blessings. And then you've got your other side for the Relief Society for the women. But it starts off with primary school. Then when they reach, I think it's 11 years old, baptism is usually around the age of 7, 8, somewhere in there, depending on where you're at. Usually by the time they're 8 is kind of the want. And then it goes young women's group, so on and so forth.
Okay, so you told us that you met Lori and Charles through the church. Do you know how long you went to church with them before they moved to Hawaii?
I don't recall what year they moved, but I know that we moved to the area in 2010 and we went and visited in 2015.
Okay. And that's you visited them in
Hawaii.
Hawaii.
Yes.
Other than that, well, let me ask you, when you visited Lori in Hawaii, were
Another side note, just for anybody that doesn't understand the LDS faith, and again, this is nothing to shade LDS people, but a lot of missionary work is done in the islands, meaning Hawaii, Samoa, Tongan, a lot of Tongan people. Oh shit, there's a bunch that I'm forgetting. Samoa, they have done a lot of missionary and a lot of recruitment work with the Pacific Islands. A lot. So there is a lot of LDS members in Hawaii and other areas.
her kids there with her? That you said they lived there, right?
Yes.
Okay. So did you know at that time how many children were living with Lori and Charles?
2.
Who were they?
JJ and Tylee. I don't know if Tylee was there that weekend. She may have been gone. It might have just been JJ.
But you were familiar with them having those 2 children?
Yes.
Residing with them?
And I also had known her son previous, before they moved to Hawaii, was in our ward as
Thank you, Miss Upper Thighs. I know there's a lot that I'm forgetting. There's so many different little segments.
as well. But he wasn't living in Hawaii, I don't believe.
That was, do you know if that was Colby?
Yes.
Was he a son from a prior marriage?
Yes.
Did you know any of Charles's children from a prior marriage?
No.
When you went to Hawaii and saw Lori and JJ, how long did you spend a day or weeks? How long were you visiting them?
We visited on a Sunday afternoon for an hour or 2, and then sometime in that week we got together for a couple of hours on the ocean, just paddleboarding, and that was it.
Had you had social interactions with Lori and Charles prior to going to Hawaii?
Not anything of other than waving or saying hello or something, no.
So mostly it would have been prior to that tied to any church activities or things like that?
Correct.
Did you at some point learn that Lori and Charles had moved back to Arizona?
Yes.
How did you learn that?
I'm not positive if it was that I ran into them in the temple, because I recall one time seeing them both at the temple.
So, and just for anybody else that doesn't know, in order to go in a Mormon temple, the temples are completely separate from a church building, aka where the wards meet, or a stake building. A temple, you have to have a temple recommend to go into the temple, and that is garnered by basically if you follow the doctrine and wear your garments and things like that, like you have to have a temple recommend.
And do you recall if that was around 2018?
Yes.
When you said you ran into them, you're saying both Charles and Lori you saw at the temple.
Yes.
So you learned they're back in Arizona at this point. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you ever have...
Females only serve 18 months, don't they? If I'm correct, they only serve 18 months and they can only go at the age of 19. It's a lot different, men's missions versus the young women's missions. Often it is a 2-year, depending on, I don't know what they've gone back to after the C virus, but that kind of changed things up a little bit for the missions, but it's a lot different men's versus women's missions too.
Lori asked you to go with her to Hawaii.
Yes, she did invite me.
Do you recall when that was?
I believe it was the fall or late summer of 2018, but I'm not positive.
Do you recall ever do you remember being interviewed by the police?
Yes.
And were you interviewed by a couple different detectives?
Yes.
In April of 2021, do you remember speaking with a detective, Ron Ball?
Yes.
And do you remember telling him that sort of the beginning of the year of 2019 is when Lori asked you if you wanted to go to Hawaii?
Could have been, yep.
Rubber Ramada, and I was never a member, so this is just what I learned from living in Utah and attending the Mormon church and attending conference. And basically we had 2 missionaries that when they were finished with their missions came back to live with us. So these are things I learned from them. It was very interesting. One was He's actually Samoan, but he grew up in Hawaii because he was adopted by a Hawaiian family. my favorite young man in the entire world. Stood about 6'7", 6'8", big Samoan guy with the best heart ever. I have so many videos and pictures of him with the girls, reading books to the girls, like best kids ever, best young men ever. Loved those guys so much. Just normal young men and women. The men, if you are, so here's another interesting tidbit, just speaking about missions and stuff. If you are, even though like Kyle and I are not married, if I was home alone, even though Kyle lives in the house, he's the man of the house, missionaries could not come in the home, or they're not supposed to come in the home with a single female. I mean, they do have some rules in place to kind of protect missionaries, but they could send women in, but young men could not come in the house. If it was just me home alone, they had to only come in if Kyle was there.
Does that sound familiar to you?
Yes.
Did she tell you why she wanted to go to Hawaii?
No, I don't recall.
Utah is one of the few places that they actually have access to the cars for missionaries because of the extreme weather and the distance some of them would have to travel. But oftentimes you see them walking or on bikes.
Let me ask you this. When you spoke with the police back in 2020, was your memory better at that point about all of what was going on? Now that it's 2025, has your memory faded as to some of the details?
Yes.
Would listening to a portion of your interview about
Miss Upper Thigh, I was too, even though I wasn't a member. That's how we got so close with people in the LDS churches, because oftentimes the missionaries didn't have places to go for dinner, so they'd show up. They spent holidays with us. I used to cook for like 15 to 20 of them. They would stay out later than they were supposed to and come watch their shows at our house. They would watch movies that they weren't supposed to. We did fireworks. We took them all over the place. Like I've told you guys before, we took 6 Mormon missionaries on a tour of the Scientology building in Utah, which was quite the experience. We did all of their celebrations, like they do tie burnings, suit burnings, when they've hit different milestones on their missions, their P-days, which were usually Mondays, where they could have access to like friends or call home or things like that. They would come over and hang out at our house. They're all out of the missions. Most of them are married now, thankfully, so I can say these things. But I'd come home and there would be like 3 or 4 missionaries passed out on my couch, watching TV, their feet up, eating snacks and all this stuff in Utah because they had the code for our house. So they would go hide out at her house. They're just typical young men, young women, and need to be treated as such. They are allowed a very, very strict budget for food. But the reason for that is because in the LDS church, they want them to be out doing service. So they expect non-members or members to feed them. So they're supposed to be going to houses for recruitment to have dinner with these families. But they're allowed such like a strict budget. I think it was like $40 a week or something. I mean, it is ridiculous, the tight budget. And these are growing young men and women. And then they had roommates. There was 2 to a room. And if you got a tattletale roommate missionaries, about
that help potentially refresh your recollection?
Yes.
And Your Honor, if I can have my paralegal go up with Exhibit 282.
Go ahead.
Oh, absolutely. Heart-shaped box. Yes. 100%. Yeah, Jason, it's so strict. That's why, like, I always had extra snacks on hand. There was a couple other families in the area too that took care of the missionaries, like always made sure that they had stuff, but it is such a strict budget that there was just no way. But that's why the reason why they do that is because they're supposed to be out serving. And yeah, it was crazy. Heart-shaped box. Unfortunately, because it's ingrained in them. So another thing with the LDS religion in a lot of families, if let's say they have 3 sons, let's say 2 of the sons go on missions and the 3rd son has some sort of medical condition and cannot go on a mission, it's not in all families, but especially in Utah, it's a disappointment. These kids grow up believing that that's their way for acceptance and their parents to be proud of them is by serving these missions. And so a lot of times if they're unable to, or they have to leave a mission early because of an illness or something happens or mental health issues or things like that, it's frowned upon and it's almost like a disappointment to the family. Yeah, Miss Upper Thigh, we did too. It was, but they also foster an environment where the missionaries turn on each other. You would be lucky to have, they always switch up partners. So for a few weeks, they would be partnered with XYZ missionary from Kansas City, let's say. You'd have one from Hawaii that was partnered with one from Kansas City. Then the next week, you'd have one partnered up with, the Hawaii child would be partnered up with the one from New Mexico. They would always switch them up. So I don't know. It was supposed to teach them how to like engage with different people, but oftentimes it was really hard on the kids. I mean, those missions are hard, mentally exhausting for those young men and women. Yeah. I actually have, hold on. I'll show you guys this. I'm not going to show you the name on it. Where is it? Right here. This was a big deal when he, for any of my LDS people in here, you'll understand. But he gave me, he made me a mug for Mother's Day. I got his missionary badge when he finished his mission. I bawled like a baby because it's a big deal to them, and he gave me that because he said that that's pretty much why he got through his mission. Yeah, they go on missions and then they are basically set to get married within a year.
Well, they don't tell you a lot about those missions. They don't get much money for rent or food or anything like.
We had a missionary that was from Louisiana, New Orleans, and they had a gun pulled on them in Utah. And the one from the big city, he was okay. He knew how to handle it. But those other young kids, farm boys from Nebraska, never seen anything like that. They were petrified. They were traumatized, and they were just expected to carry on like no big deal. They were some of the best kids, though. There's actually so much to the LDS faith that so many people. Do we know if did Alex serve a mission? Now that I'm thinking about it, I'll have to go look. I don't remember if I know that. Mercedes girl, I'm glad you're okay with that.
If you can just listen to this portion and see if that refreshes your recollection as to
that's scary.
Why Lori was asking you to go to Hawaii and when.
Oh, Miss Upper Thigh, goodness. Sorry, you guys. This is a great conversation. Sorry, we're sidetracked a little bit, but it all plays a role in the foundation of how things like this happen. And it's because of the indoctrination. Again, some of you are just typical, don't believe in all the crazy extremism stuff, but there is an indoctrination process that happens, especially with, kids are encouraged in order to see their parents be proud of them. A lot of times you will see when you go to a meeting or a church service, the kids get up there to give their testimony, these little tykes that are barely able to coherently speak, but it is seen as them getting up and giving their testimony is how they make their parents proud. It is truly uncomfortable as fuck. And I say that because the kids will sit and look at their parents for acceptance to make sure that they're proud. The kids don't even know what they're saying. They don't even know oftentimes what they're truly communicating or what a testimony truly is. But they end with, I believe the church is, or I know the church is true because XYZ. And it's how these young children are taught that that's how they get acceptance, is by reassuring their family that they believe that the church is the one in the true church. It's really interesting. Very interesting. Spanish speaking mission. So Alex probably went on a Spanish speaking mission. I wonder if he served in Colombia. That wouldn't shock me. A lot of the Utah missionaries do end up going to Spanish speaking regions. Yeah, we could have a whole discussion about just, and I could bring on some of my friends that have been born and raised Temple Recommend Mormons that are willing to talk about this stuff, because they're considered Jack Mormons, which means that they believe, but they don't go into all the chaoticness. Miss Upperth, I am so glad that somebody else is saying what that used to bother Kyle and I. Like, I would leave church and I enjoyed going like to learn about religion and stuff. And we loved our friends, our neighbors that went to the church. Like, we had great relationships with some of those people, but I would leave there feeling so disheartened because these young children, unless they got up there and gave their testimony about believing that the church is the one and the true and the only church, they were disappointments for their parents. These little guys don't even understand what they're saying, let alone the bigger implications of it. And it was just so disappointing. So disappointing. Yeah. So they were, Rubber Ramada, another thing you might find of interest too while they're doing this. They were heavy on the recruitment, of course. So they're trying to recruit new members to the church, but they really were trying to recruit us, in my opinion, because we had two girls that had disabilities. But the one thing that really was problematic for me was they wanted, in order for my little one to get into Young Women's
Was that
Club,
you talking to the detective about?
Young Women's Group, she would have to go in front of a bishop and have an interview with the bishop. And the questions, if you don't understand the questions that bishops ask of these young women, and they are oftentimes in there alone. Like, certain bishops, I will say that there's really good bishops. There's some really good, amazing bishops, not all, but there is a lot of male bishops that will only do it one-on-one with the young girl, and they make them confess things such as thoughts, impure thoughts, and things of that nature, if you get my drift.
This sort of time period in January where Lori's asking you to go to Hawaii, and there's a lot of things going on there.
Yes, I recall that. I actually remembered the invitation being prior to that, and what I was referring to there was something else.
Okay. So there was a prior time you had gone to Hawaii to see Lori in a prior invite, correct?
Yes, that is common. It's not a prerequisite, of course, heart-shaped box, but a lot of temple recommending Mormons, especially ones that return from missions, get married by the time they're 20, 21, right after they return from a mission. A lot of times, and people are going to hate me for saying this, but a lot of times they're almost like arranged marriage situations where they have single people's wards too, where if you are a single adult, young adult, that you can go attend certain things. There's fireside chats and like sing-alongs and stuff like that where they foster like people. They have Mormon dating sites. So if you didn't meet somebody before you left on mission, once you get home from mission, especially for the men, they usually, their parents kind of like, who's the single ladies in the ward? And they don't arrange them per se, but they do kind of arrange them. And if the parents, here's another thing, you can check me on this too. I actually know somebody that's admitted it in videos. If one of your parents works for the church and has access to like your church record, they will check your church history to see if you are a devout Mormon and if you are good enough basically for their son. Yeah. And that's not a joke either. And I know a lot of young women that have been sexually assaulted at BYU. And again, it's more problematic. You should report it to the bishop, not the cops kind of thing. Especially if it's a fellow Mormon. Now that's not all the way across the board. Thankfully, a lot of people teach their kids to report to the cops, but oftentimes they go to the bishop instead. And I've got examples of all of this. Like I know people that have experienced every bit of this. And unfortunately, one of the young ladies that was sexually assaulted at BYU that I know was basically shunned from the church because her abuser was also a Mormon and his family had some power and influence. So again, Utah is completely different than a lot of other LDS experiences outside of Utah. Utah is a beast in its own, and Arizona is right up there with it within those things. But these are not your typical LDS beliefs, or not, they might not be the experience of somebody, let's say, that's in Minnesota that attends a Mormon church. It might be completely different. But the pursuit of perfectionism in Utah, because it's considered the holy land of Mormonism, is very extreme. And when they talk about that pursuit of perfectionism, it is absolutely realistic. Like it is truly in existence. Yeah, it's $1 billion corporation, S. Francisco. $1 billion corporation. Yeah, Miss Upper Thighs, we had the bishop at the ward we attended was incredible. And he would have allowed us to be in there with their meetings and their interviews. However, that wasn't the experience for the other ward and the other bishop that used the same church building as us. Yeah. That's FLDS, yes. Yep. So Utah has outlawed polygamy. They, shunned it. So the FLDS, that's fundamentalist. But there are like the order, the work. Ooh, somebody might have to fill them in. There are different, like the Jeffs community, the work, the order, FLDS, Short Creek. Shit, I'm missing one of them. Are like the offshoot extremist fundamentalist groups.
No, I just gone in 2015 with my family.
Okay.
That's the only time
That you went there.
that I went there. Yes.
Okay. So having listened to that recording, did it refresh your recollection?
And although it's outlawed, there might not be any anymore, but the quorum, which is the hierarchy in the presidency of the men, I don't know if any of the ones that are living anymore practice polygamy, but there used to be some of the quorum of 72 that had multiple wives. and still believed in polygamy, but because it was outlawed, they went against it or said that they went against it. It's very interesting. I should play some of the Mormon talks for you guys sometime. You guys would be really interested to see like some of the stuff that is said at General Conference, and it's eye-opening. It's definitely eye-opening. And again, please, if you are LDS, please do not take offense to things that I am saying. You are entitled to believe what you want, but overall, these are my experiences that are factual, true, and not just mine, but many other people that I know. And it is specific to LDS in Utah. And it's not a one size fits all. Again, I know bishops that are the most amazing human beings you could ever find, just great humans, and would never do any of the things like I'm speaking of, but
recollection about Lori inviting you to Hawaii in sort of the January of 2019 period.
Yes, but I didn't say there that I was invited to go, and I thought that that was previous to that time. But at some point in either the fall or the spring, there, I thought it was the fall winter. She invited me to go to Hawaii,
okay. And
I wasn't able to go.
When, well, let me ask you. So in January of 2019,
Shrike, I agree with you. I think it's very destructive. I love the fact that people want to serve others, and that, you know, there's nothing wrong with being a good human being, but I think in order for these kids to gain acceptance and have their parents be proud of them, that they have to serve on these missions that are very mentally challenging. And especially for kids that struggle with mental health from the get-go, it can be very, it can be life-changing. And there's a lot of negative things that happen. We had a missionary from the Pacific Islands that actually broke into our garage and stole things from us. And it was caught on camera. Across the street, the neighbor caught it on camera, and we had to make a report. Now, it wasn't one that we were around a lot, but he came from a tiny little colony in a Pacific island, Micronesia, that it's not always good. And, you know, he had different people that he was paired up with, and they would get in trouble for his bad behavior too. There's Kyle and I could tell you guys stories that would blow your mind about our experience. But then we had the best experience with some of the guys too. I mean, but it's truly, it's a mind fuck for sure.
Did Lori reach out to you about some things that were going on in her life?
Yes.
Did she talk to you about her marriage?
She shared that she was upset with Charles.
And did she indicate whether or not she was still living with him?
She had indicated that she was not with him at the time.
Did she indicate that she had gone to Hawaii?
Yes.
And did she indicate that she was not telling anyone that she was there?
She indicated that she was keeping it, that there wasn't very many people she was sharing it with, yes.
Okay. Did she indicate that Charles was back in Texas?
Yes.
Did she indicate that Charles had JJ with him in Texas?
Yes.
Did she indicate that her daughter Tylee was staying with her brother Alex?
Yes.
Did she indicate that Charles had tried to take her temple recommend away, and this was one of the reasons she left?
Yes.
See right there, that's very interesting to me, that Charles, and again, this is, you can hear that right there. Charles was going to take her temple recommend away. So basically, he was going to report to the higher ups in the church something that she was doing, potentially, in my opinion, the affair that she was having with Chad Daybell, which would have removed her temple recommend. Because again, if you have to follow the doctrine, which of course having an affair would go against that, or not wearing your garments, or like there's a bunch of different things that could get your temple recommend. But that was one of her concerns, was her temple recommend being stripped. And it's all about what other, like outside of these little circles, having a temple recommend means nothing. But in the LDS religion and in that world, it means everything. It is like a status symbol majorly. It's crazy. Kitty Coo, there's nothing wrong with what you're saying at all. I think that's, again, I am all for people believing what they want, freedom of religion, you know, all of that stuff. I just think the reality of what is happening in a lot of these religions needs to be talked about, because unfortunately, when you foster environments like this extremism can absolutely breed. And this Lori is not far off from many others. There are so many people that have similar belief systems to Lori and Chad. And until the LDS Church comes out and completely disowns all of this extremism bullshit and speaks up, we're going to continue to see it happen. And it's not just happening within the Mormon faith either. It's extremism happens in all different walks of life. But they really need to speak up, because it's becoming more and more common within the LDS faith, and it's covered up quite often.
And was it her, did she tell you that she didn't want Charles to know where she was?
I don't recall.
So if you had said that to the police back in April of 2020.
Hensley, I appreciate you saying that, because a lot of people believe that I am like trying to discount their choice of religious beliefs or politics even. And that's not, that is truly not what I ever intend to do. I love the open conversations, because my experience is my experience with these things. Everybody else has had their own personal experiences with these things, but we have to be able to have respectful discussions so people can educate themselves about what is happening. Because if I didn't use my voice to push back and say, no, this exists and it is becoming more and more of a problem and it's dangerous, we have to recognize these things, because abuse is being covered up just like the Catholic Church has done forever. And again, I have a shit ton of friends that are Catholic. I spent a lot of time going to Catholic mass, up, down, up, down, up, down. You want to get a workout, become a Catholic. That's what I got to say. Because the up, down services, holy crap. But they're important conversations to have. And so many people shy away from them, because what are we taught? Do not talk about religion, politics, sex. Usually you don't talk about those things. Well, we have to, in order to shine a light on the harmful abuses that are happening within the sects off of that. And I mean SECT, sect, not sex.
21, would your memory have been better?
For sure.
Do you contest that you told the police back then that she was trying to make sure that Charles didn't know where she was?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Would you, if you had told the police back in April of 2021 that Lori told you she didn't want Charles to know where she was, would you have been truthful back then?
For sure,
that?
yes.
Okay. Do you know how long she stayed in Hawaii?
I don't.
Always groovy, and something people refuse to believe is that Utah is the MLM capital. That is why, because it is, again, a part of the indoctrination. You are spot on.
Did you ever become aware of her going to Idaho as well?
No, not until December of 2019.
Do you know how long she stayed?
Heart-shaped box, and most people that I know that believe in God or have a relationship with whatever they believe in, whatever. It's beautiful. I will in a minute. Whatever they believe in. Kenzie is freaking out. The sky is really pretty here. But now she threw me off.
Hurry, show them before.
Hold on. No religion is perfect. No belief system is perfect, but it's such a personal relationship with whatever you believe in. Hold on. She wants me to show you guys this.
Man, it looks orange on camera. It's like bright pink.
It's hot pink, yeah. It doesn't really do it justice.
Looks orange, but it's like bright pink. Pink and purple.
There's Kenzie. You can't really see it. You can't really tell. It doesn't show on camera how well it is. Hold on, let me see if I can show that way. It doesn't really show. My in-laws, their house would have the most beautiful view right now. It's super pretty though.
That's gonna be my next investment, is a photo camera, because I love taking pictures of things.
Haley, she's out again, obviously. She was just showing me her new swimsuit tops. She ordered a bunch of swimsuit tops, so Kenzie's over here. No, she's been like coming. Well, you guys have been on mute while I've been playing this at times, but she has a lot to add about this conversation because she was there with the missionaries. She heard stories from, and she was the same age.
No, I was younger.
Well, you were a little bit younger, but the boys, like, she got really close with some of these boys. And
I was close with Freckles.
yeah, she got
had
really close
nicknames
with
for
a
all
few.
of them,
She had
too.
nicknames for all of them too. Yeah, she did. But she knows how toxic it can be, and she heard their firsthand experiences and their stories, and some of them became like big brothers to her. I mean, two of them lived with us. Like I said, when they returned from their missions before they went to school, they lived with us. One of them worked with Kyle. Just really good kids, but she has a lot of her own thoughts because of what she learned when we lived there too.
How long she didn't let Charles know where she was?
I don't recall.
At some point, did you learn she was back in Arizona?
Yes.
Did she reach out to you to invite you to any groups?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when the first time it was that you met her, with her in some group format in 2019?
I believe it was spring 2019, maybe February.
And do you recall, were there other people at that meeting?
Yes.
Sorry, heart-shaped box. I was trying to add to your comment above, but I agree with you again. Anyways, everybody has freedom of choice to believe in whatever they want to. I'm not trying to take that away. I just wish people would stop using religion because it harms really good people who are just really good people that do good things, no matter what their religion is, what their belief system is. Good people are good people with or without their religious beliefs. You know, it might be a part of them, but it doesn't define good people. Bad people use things such as religion and politics to hide behind to get away with their bad behavior. It's just something that we see in many different facets of life. But again, I don't ever want to offend somebody and say that, you know, just because they believe in XYZ or they grew up Mormon, that they are a shit person, because that's not my experience whatsoever. Again, some of my closest friends still to this day are Temple Recommend Mormons. Great fucking people, amazing people. And yeah, they're Temple Recommend Mormons, but they're real people. They're real people, and they probably don't wear their garments very often, but I'll never tell.
Do you recall who was there?
Yes.
Who was it?
Zulema, Melanie Gibb, Nicole Earl, and Serena Sharp.
No, you are completely right. Travis Alexander, Mormon, Jody Arias, you are completely right on that whole situation. Again, Utah, Arizona. Have you guys ever seen the temple? Has everybody in here seen a temple? Put a 1 in the chat if you've seen a temple. Put a 2 in the chat if you have not seen a temple. I can take you guys to the temple. It's actually gorgeous. The temples are gorgeous. They are multi-million-dollar buildings. Oftentimes you have to be, it's a Mormon construction crew that usually gets the contracts for them. They are usually made out of marble. They are beautiful. The one here in Arizona that I live really close to is gorgeous. It's got palm trees. They are just beautiful. In Utah, they're very common. We lived by like 4 or 5 different ones. They are beautiful buildings, but you have to be a Temple Recommend Mormon to enter the temples. I can take you guys over and show you guys a temple someday, because there's a lot of you that haven't seen them. So they're beautiful buildings, absolutely beautiful buildings. I could, absolutely, Hawkeyes, 100%. I will. Yeah, I will. I have only seen the inside of a temple from doing a tour in Utah of Temple Square, and they do like tours. It's not an actual temple, but they have like mock temples in there where you can see the different things. But I know from secondhand experience, of my friends that have been sealed in a temple, that basically being married in a temple, but it's called being sealed. I know a lot of their experiences. I know the garments that they have to wear. I've seen them. I've actually put some on because they're really, really weird looking. You can go find YouTube videos on that too if you've never experienced or seen that. Another thing that is talked about, and it's pretty much specific to wealthy white men of power within the LDS faith. Some not white men, but more commonly the second anointing, which is very real, but a lot of LDS will say it doesn't exist. It absolutely does. And that is basically the second anointing is if you are worthy enough, basically if you have enough money and power, You get what's called a second anointing by the priesthood, and the priesthood at that point in time, you are basically forgiven of every single thing outside of murder. The only thing that you cannot be forgiven for is taking a life of somebody else, but even that is questionable at times. But sexual assault, things like that, it's all forgiven. You've got the second anointing. You are worthy enough. You have enough money, everything of that nature. The one in San Diego, there's some overseas, Miss Upper Thigh. There's one in Hawaii that are gorgeous too. There are some really beautiful temples. The one here is absolutely stunning with the palm trees and stuff too. Yeah. Yeah. They are. Oh, yeah. See, that's interesting. That's very interesting, Stella B. Gold angels on the top. Yep. Yep. Century City. The Crystal Castle. The Magic Curtain stuff, D-Land. I haven't heard people talk about that in a long time. Yeah, there's videos on that where they've exposed some of the stuff with the hidden things that go on in the temples and the ceremonies and stuff. It's very real. It's very, very real. Yes, they do, Miss Upper Thigh, before the temple. Usually it's allowed, I think 2 days in Utah is what they usually allowed, where the public could access and tour them, tour the buildings. But then once it's consecrated, yeah, then it's closed to the public.
Who organized that? Or who invited you? Let me ask that. Did Lori invite you, or did one of these other women invite you?
I don't recall.
Do you recall whose house it was at?
It was at Zulema's.
Okay. And did you know at that time if Lori and Charles were still separated?
Could you say that again?
Did you know at this meeting if Lori and Charles were still separated, living in different homes?
Yes, I believe so.
Did you know who was caring for JJ at that time?
Yes, I believe she was at Alex's.
JJ?
Oh, sorry, JJ. I believe JJ was in Texas.
Still with Charles?
Mm-hmm.
And that's a yes?
Yes.
And then you said Tylee was still staying with her uncle Alex?
Yes.
Did you know where Lori was living at that time?
With Alex.
Had you?
Heart-shaped box. So no. So you can't even get in a temple after it's been basically sealed up. After the public viewing, after they're first initially viewed or built, they allow for the public to view for a short period of time. But then once that no longer exists, the only way you can access the temple is by being a devout full Mormon. So a temple recommended Mormon, which would be you are following the doctrine, you have a temple recommend from your bishop, the stake president. You can't even with an invite of a friend, you can't even enter a temple. Now, a church building, a ward meeting, which would be like your typical church service on a Sunday, you can go. You don't have to be a member of the Mormon church to enter a church building. Oh God, the baptism of the dead. Miss Upper Thigh, we might scare people with that. And the ceiling, yeah, is for all eternity. And they baptize the dead too in the temples. That's why the Mormon church, well, I don't know if the Mormon church, but they have ties to like ancestry, the DNA sites and stuff, because how that came about was to find the bloodlines and the family heritage so they could baptize the dead. So let's say that you had a great aunt that passed away and your great aunt was not a Mormon. Well, after your aunt passed away, if you can prove that you are related and you have a temple recommend, you can go to the temple and basically baptize her so you are together in the afterlife. It's a lot different than Scientology, but at the end of the day, it's a huge billion-dollar corporation, in my opinion. No, you're okay. Scientology believes in the OTs, the body thetans and stuff like that. They don't really believe in a God per se. It's more like a science fiction type of a situation with Scientology. If you've never read the Book of Mormon, that might be a little confusing too. But there's a lot different. Scientology doesn't really have a foundation in any belief systems around the Bible. That's why when we took the missionaries on a tour of the Scientology building, they were trying to convince the missionaries, the Mormon missionaries, that they could be Scientologists and Mormon at the same time, which was a little confusing, but yeah. Oh, here comes Kyle. He's got a lot to add to this conversation. Hi, babe. Love you.
You met these other women prior to this meeting in February-ish of 2019?
The only other person that I knew was Nicole Earl.
Okay.
And that's why you hear, like, in these testimonies when they're talking about LDS dating sites, again, they try to keep things within their church. So, and nothing wrong with that. Like, that's pretty common. Like, you want to date somebody within your own faith, you know, people that understand, especially if you're like in Utah and a Mormon, it's going to be way different than somebody in Minnesota, North Dakota. Like, it's going to be completely different, but it's, you know, typical religious beliefs. I think there's other religions that have their own dating sites and things like that too. But yeah, there's a lot to this. There's a lot to this. A lot. But these people, Lori, Chad, they didn't believe in your typical LDS beliefs. They had extremism, fringe belief systems outside of the LDS beliefs. So that was the foundation, but they had completely off the fringe beliefs that were wild, absolutely wild. And a lot of that stems from the book Visions of Glory. Yeah, Sunday, we never quite figured that out, how they were trying to convince, but they were really working those boys over. But they actually took pictures of our license plate when we left, because Kyle got all the Mormon missionaries to watch South Park, the South Park Mormon episode and the Scientology episode. So then they were all in wanting to explore the religions with us. They wanted us to fill out cards. They took pictures of our license plate when we left. We made them a little uncomfortable. I mean, there was Kyle and I and 6 missionaries. Can you imagine how that worked? I have pictures of it too.
So
the boys thought it was completely crazy, and they were like, now we see South Park was right.
So it was the first time you were meeting the person whose house it was at, Zulema?
Correct.
The first time that you were meeting Melanie Gibb?
Correct.
And the first time you said Serena, is that Serena Sharp?
Correct.
Absolutely.
Was there anything?
100% agree, Kay. It's all about recruitment and numbers. Again, all about recruitment and numbers and more money. They have their own, like, in order to be a devout temple recommend, they have, well, in Utah, they have canning facilities, they have bookstores, they have manufacturing things. It's a big business. They have a newspaper, the Deseret News.
That Lori said at this meeting in February-ish of 2019, that she said about Charles that stood out to you.
Oh my God, yeah. Kyle's not lying either. The missionaries were trying to freak out the Scientologists. So when we were in there doing their little classes and their little, like, they have screens for every little step, the missionaries were sitting on each other's laps and like fondling each other. And I mean like fondling each other, like sitting on each other's laps, like putting their arms around each other, and like really those young boys were pushing every boundary that it was a wild experience. And then we went from the Scientology building downtown to Temple Square and did an entire tour. It was, and we've got pictures of it. It was, oh, they took personality tests. Oh yeah. They had a blast, you guys. We had a blast with them. I'm telling you, those boys became like our sons. They spent all the holidays with us, everything.
She was concerned about dark spirits plaguing him.
We had a blast.
Did she in fact tell you that he was possessed by dark spirits?
I don't recall.
The e-meters. Kyle's talking about the e-meters. They're not really anal probes, but they kind of look like what you would assume an anal probe looks like that an alien has. They're called the e-meters. Again, Scientology.
Did you recall talking to the police, again, back in April of 2021, and advising them that this is the first time you're hearing that Charles is possessed?
If I said it then yes.
Yeah, that heart-shaped box, that's hard for me to believe, too, that they are still backing him, but it's the extreme indoctrination, and losing their mom and their dad at the same time, I'm sure has been a whirlwind for them. And I'm sure they are scared to, he's still alive, and I'm sure they're afraid of what would happen if they went away from it. Sorry, we're off on like random conversation now, but we'll get through this.
When you were meeting on this weekend, what do you remember about?
Oh my gosh, Miss Upper Thighs. So, oh God, I don't even want to talk about this, but it's a good conversation too. See, you guys are bringing up so many things that are valid. So if you are having trouble, a lot of people believe that the Mormon Church does not help non-members. That's not true. They do help non-members if they deem fit to help them. Like if they are, in need and they can help. But the first thing that they will always do is they have their own food surplus stores. So they will help, food. They will have commodities. Basically, you remember the old school cheese and peanut butter and stuff that everybody used to get? Well, from, low income families used to get. They have their own storehouse, warehouse of food. They have their own farms, fields, canning. So they will provide food. So you might have a high grocery bill. Like if you have a family of 11, they will provide you food. It might not even be edible or in date canned goods. We've experienced that, but they will provide food for you so you don't have to spend money on your grocery bill, so you can free that money up to go for utilities or whatever. But if you are a faithful temple recommend Mormon, especially in Utah, and the bishop deems it a need, they will pay the bills. Like they will pay your mortgage or things like that. But trust and believe your tithing, if and when you are able to, you will be paying that back tenfold. And it's a way that they keep people. I know a family that has been reliant on the church to pay their mortgage for years on end. And then when they were finally out of that trouble, they could never get completely out of it because they were tithing back to basically repay what they had borrowed from the Mormon Church. But they will help certain families, and it was because they had special needs. This family was in Colorado. They were from Utah, moved to Colorado, but the dad was a lawyer. And even though he had a great job, they had multiple kids and the wife had health issues. And that was their way of keeping control of that family. And he also represented a lot of the Mormon congregation, the LDS.
This group meeting, was it a night, a weekend? How was that?
It was an evening. We may have met twice in the evening that weekend.
Did you know where Serena was from? Did she live locally?
She did not. She was visiting from out of state.
Food storage is another thing that is taught from the time that these kids are young. And again, I don't have anything against like canning and learning how to food prep and things of that nature. But the extremist nature of it sometimes is problematic. I think everybody should have basic survival skills, and canning, things of that nature. I grew up doing the same thing, and it had nothing to do with religious beliefs. It was just based on living on a farm and being low income. But they take it to a whole other level. They have food storage. That is something that is taught. I don't know if it's necessarily a part of the doctrine, but it is something that is taught with the families, is food storage and prepping.
when you were meeting at these in February of 2019, do you recall?
Heart-shaped box. Oftentimes when people try to break away from those belief systems, the indoctrination, they lose their entire families. So you'll hear a common theme amongst a lot of ex-Mormons, especially out of Utah in particular, that if they choose to leave the church. So again, like the church isn't for LGBTQ plus. They're definitely not for them. They've tried to put on a facade that they are accepting. But if you show any type of affection and you are, let's say, a lesbian couple in a church building, you are kind of shunned, especially in Utah. You cannot show affection. You can be married to a man. You just got to keep it behind closed doors and not show any public affection or let anybody into that. So as long as they don't see it, kind of situation. So I don't know how to... they lose their families. They lose their families because oftentimes, like, the family is so reliant on the church, your parents, things of that nature. They will lose their entire families. There are very few families that say a child, like there are some, and it's becoming more often that families will accept their children. But if they accept their children and a child's been excommunicated from the church, they will excommunicate family members. Don't ask, don't tell. Yeah. Ostracize. Yep. Yeah. You guys are, yeah. Disconnection is very real in these high demand religions. It's in any cult. Disconnection is very, very common. Yes. If their food, miss upper thighs is correct too. Don't think, obey. Yep. Yeah. No, you're narcoleptic buttered catfish. Yes. Yeah, it's very interesting. If you've never read the Book of Mormon, it's very interesting. I have read majority of it. In fact, I think I've finished all of it. It's very interesting. It's very interesting. It's not your typical like King James versions. The adaptations are very interesting. Yeah, it's very interesting. Sorry, we are definitely in like a way different conversation than just this trial, but this is how these things happen, is because so you have a family that has grown up in the LDS faith, and then they started, going to these conferences, preparing a people conferences that are based upon like Visions of Glory, which is a book that was written by Tom Harrison, who unfortunately, like Hildebrandt, was seen as a mental health expert. And the bishops refer to LDS counselors like everything's within their little groups. And then when you have no outside influence and they, you play sports with these people, this is who you become friends with. And that's the whole dynamic behind these wards. That's why like these people became friends, and they didn't really speak up because that's what these people are, neighbors. They live in the same neighborhood. So like here, my street, my little cul-de-sac area is all one ward. So we would all not only be neighbors, but we would be going to church together. That would be my ward. In fact, the missionaries reached out to me the other day. They still text me quite often. Even our local ones, they knew we moved to Arizona before we even got here. And we're not even members, but they cultivate that tattletale situation too, even within adults. So if your neighbors are doing something that isn't, in the doctrine or against what the belief system is, they'll go tattle to the bishop. And it's something that they've learned all the way up. So they foster like these relationships with your neighbors. It's wild. It's really, truly wild. It's very interesting. And let me tell you, some of the ones when we lived in Utah, we had great neighbors, a few of them, but some of them down the road were horrible, judgy fucking assholes.
Call telling police that Lori was talking about Charles being dark or having a dark spirit.
Yes.
And you recall saying that he was possessed and she had a name for who he was possessed by.
Layla, I don't. You would have to have probably more than that. Are you talking about to be forgiven within the church? I'm assuming you're talking about to be forgiven within the church. Like if you feared for your life, it would be overlooked. No, you're good. Jason, it's very intriguing, and it's very legally. You're speaking legally? No, it varies from state to state. What's that castle doctrine? Don't some states have the castle doctrine for self-defense? If I'm understanding you correctly, Kyle's saying legally.
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
Sure. Do you recall telling the police that he was possessed and she had a name for who he was possessed by?
I don't recall, but believe that I said it.
Would listening to your recording help refresh your recollection as to that?
Yes.
Your Honor, if we can have her listen to Exhibit 200.
Go ahead.
She sat back and kind of sighed. Oh. Yeah, Layla, I think it would depend on the situation. Yeah, I mean, that's what's shocking to me is that they didn't investigate further on this situation in particular, Layla, because he still had his glasses on his head, his sunglasses tipped up on his head, and he had a tiny little scratch. They deemed it self-defense initially. It was just written off as self-defense. But to me, that's really interesting because usually you have to prove that somebody is breaking and entering or is putting you in danger. Like every state has different laws when it comes to that of how far you can go to protect yourself. So I'm not really sure across the board, but I think it's kind of state by state. Hey, NorCal. I mean, he only came in to say hi to Kyle, but NorCal, I hope you're doing good. Arizona has some weird laws. Kyle and I, babe, do you remember? There was just recently a road rage incident here, and the aggressor in the road rage incident was actually shot. So the person was like chasing down another vehicle. The other vehicle didn't back off. It just kept on going. But the other car kept like doing something, cutting him off, doing something. And the guy actually shot him. And he was allowed to just drive off from the scene. The other guy was shot and killed. We watched it on the news. Stand your ground, Castle Doctrine. Thank you. Which was wild to me. Like they didn't even hold him or anything. They said charges might come in the future. But that was shocking to me that they didn't even like gather a full scene and the guy drove off. They released, he was free to go. No charges, no nothing. It was wild. We watched it on the news and they said that charges may come. They would send it to Maricopa County to see if charges would come. But the guy shot and killed somebody on the interstate during rush hour traffic. And the guy that shot him just drove off. So but they were talking about laws in Arizona that allow for that too. So I think it's different from every state. We are, Layla, we are. It is a very big pro Second Amendment. Yeah, NorCal, that's what I thought too. Ryan, I'm not going tomorrow. I have a procedure tomorrow afternoon, but I'm excited to hear what your experience is. Hey, Texas. When Kyle gets back, maybe I'll convince Cantonio to come on and we can tell some of our stories. Just back and forth conversation about some of the stuff. And I just realized that I'm missing one earring. Hank, did you take one of my earrings? You little shit. It's probably in my bed. Sorry, I'm reading your guys' comments again. You guys, we're having such an in-depth conversation tonight. It's so nice to actually have like realistic, real conversations instead of all this other shit. It's refreshing. Thank you guys for all like joining in and having sideways conversations and all these other things and asking questions and shit. This is the stuff that Kyle and I talk about on a daily basis. Like this is our normal like banter back and forth. We talk about this shit. We live this shit. Like this is what interests us majorly. So the fact that you guys are here and having this, I'm here for it. I love it. I do too, Rubber Ramada. I love it. Well, this is a conspiracy to commit murder trial, Denise. So no matter what, she's serving 3 life sentences for the others, for Tammy, JJ, and Tylee. But this is the conspiracy to commit murder. Her brother Alex murdered her late husband, Charles Vallow. I truly believe that Joe was one of the first victims of hers, but after this trial will be one more for the attempted murder of Brandon, which is Lori's niece's ex-husband. It's a lot. Weed in NASCAR? Yes.
Right. Did that help refresh your recollection as to whether or not Lori had ever told you that her husband Charles was possessed?
Yes.
And did it help refresh your recollection as to whether or not Lori Vallow had told you that her husband was possessed by some spirit that had a name?
Yes.
See, and this is what's scary to me is because these people were being told this, right? Lori was having these conversations with others and it didn't alarm them. You know, this crazy thing to me is please don't hold this against me. But if somebody came to me and was like really serious about demonic possession and like really told me, it wouldn't alarm me either. And the reason for that is because that's what I grew up hearing. I joke around about it and I make light of the situation. But from a young child, I was told that I had demonic possessions from my mom's side of the family and generational curses. And you become numb to those types of things so they don't sound alarming. But people who live outside of those bubbles, that is not normal. Like, it is not normal. The Davidic servants, the things of that nature are not common. So it took me learning that these aren't normal things. Like, this isn't typical belief systems to realize, oh, that is alarming. But these people weren't fazed by it either, though, because there's so many amongst these little segments that have extreme beliefs.
And at that time, you could not recall what the name was.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay. Jason.
Did you hear Lori speak about Charles being possessed more than once?
Yes.
On more than one occasion?
Yes.
Heart-shaped box. You guys are educating me, though. There's a lot. Like, Miss Upper Thigh is adding a lot that I didn't know about or forgotten about, or like this. There's so much complexity here with all of this stuff. And there is a reason why it needs to be talked about. Like, we can go watch some of the Visions of Glory, like breakdowns and the read of that book, and you guys can understand like where their belief systems come from, because Visions of Glory, again, there's connections with the Vallow stuff, the Daybell stuff, or Vallow Daybell, excuse me, Frankie, Hildebrandt, Ballard, the Preparing a People, conferences, Tom Harrison, that book, these extremist belief systems, all of those groups connect. Like, there's a lot here that we could talk about, and it's incredibly interesting. Scary, but interesting. I was actually baptized Lutheran, and then when my parents divorced, my dad switched churches, but I was baptized Lutheran. Kenzie went to a private Lutheran school when she was young.
Did she tell you, as well as the other women who were?
And let me just say, Lutheran is probably one of the most underwhelming, which is good. It's good religions. Like, nothing that I can remember. I was really young. I was baptized as a baby. I still have my baptism plaque and everything. But there was nothing like that stands out to me about the Lutheran or the Wesleyan. We went from Lutheran to Wesleyan to extremist Pentecostal. And when I've heard people recently say that Pentecostal cannot be cults, like you cannot have Pentecostal is not a cult. The fuck it is not. There's extremists that belong and offshoot fringe groups from each and every religion. To say that Pentecostal beliefs cannot be cult-like, you're fucking naive. I've seen that recently, in specifically about me, and mocking that, oh, there's no way. You're a fucking uneducated idiot if you believe that there are not extremist Pentecostal beliefs. You're a fucking idiot. And chances are that person's probably Pentecostal, and that's probably why they took offense to it and said that there's no way they can be a cult. The fuck they can't.
At this meeting in February that her husband was possessed.
Yes.
Okay. So it wasn't just you in a private conversation.
Correct.
She was open about it.
Yes.
When you would try to reach
did you really,
Lori,
Elizabeth?
did she have multiple phone numbers that you could call?
Yes.
Do you recall if she had more than 2 phones?
I know 2 cell phones.
Okay. And did she also potentially have a third line? A third phone number that might have been a home number?
How many of you in here know about Teen Challenge? The Teen Challenge programs? Or Liberty University? Anybody in here? That's another conversation we could have. That's very interesting too. I liked the Wesleyan Church. I really did. But that was my childhood. I loved my Sunday school teachers. I still know some of those people. Small town growing up, you know. Some of my school teachers were my Sunday school teachers. I went to school. I graduated high school. Well, went to school with people that I started out going to Sunday school with, and I've had known since I was like 4 or 5 years old. You know some about it? You know about Teen Challenge? Did you really, Duchess? Those are 2 interesting topics too we could talk about someday.
Yes.
Okay. So at least 2 different cell phones that you could call her.
Yes.
Was she working at the time?
Not that I recall.
Did you know her to work?
No.
So to your understanding, they were both personal cell phones.
For anybody that doesn't know what Teen Challenge is, Teen Challenge is a treatment program that is, I don't want to say Christian belief systems, because that's really not what it is. It's rooted in biblical stuff. There's centers all over the United States, but it is like a treatment rehab facilities. They actually do they have some houses that do stuff for people who are being released on parole, things of that nature. Okay, I can see where you say that too. Yeah, I can see where you say that 100%. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, NorCal Catholic upbringing. Yeah. That's interesting, Elizabeth. That's really interesting. You have a group coming next month. Yeah. Snake handling. I Miss Upper Thigh. Presbyterian. Oh, wow. Yeah. You know about Liberty University. Kate, Kyle was just had me down that rabbit hole the other day too. Something to do with the founder. Babe, what was that? If you're still in here and you can talk, I don't know. I can't remember what the name or what we were watching. We were watching something about the founder of Liberty University. Kyle might remember the name of it.
Correct. Like a work phone that was given to her.
Yes.
Did you have another meeting that you recalled where it was like a Zoom type meeting where maybe Serena had called in or done a team Zoom meeting during the pandemic?
Yes.
Do you recall where that meeting happened? Did anyone meet in person during that one?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Everyone was attending via Zoom?
Yes.
And during this meeting, do you recall Lori again talking about Charles being possessed?
Yes.
And being controlled by dark spirits?
Yes.
Did you ever participate in any Catholic?
I'll just say this before I let this play further. Teen Challenge to me is basically like a adult conversion camp. So it's a rehab center usually. But like I said, they do some aftercare for parole, probation type stuff. They have different programs in different locations. But when I say it's a conversion camp, it's basically that we're going to pray it away. We're going to trade your addictions. That's why I say that when people talk about substance use, religion can be a substance that is swapped from. They can go from being meth, heroin addicts to the substance of choice of being religion. It just depends on the personality of the person. Again, this is not a one size fits all. Not all people use religion in that facet, but it can be and is used in that form for many people. And Teen Challenge fosters some of that environment, in my opinion.
Fastings?
Oh.
Let me ask it this way. Did Lori ever talk to you about casting?
Yes.
Jim, is that the name of it? You're probably right. I can't remember what it was. Kyle and I were just watching it before he left. Let me look it up. You're probably right, though.
What did you understand that to mean?
It was praying for dark spirits to be cast out of someone.
Okay. Were you ever involved in a casting for her husband?
I was in her presence when she prayed for that.
Were you ever present when people were assigned different elements to be part of the casting?
I don't recall.
Do you recall when you were present for that casting? Do you recall which one of these meetings you may have been present for that casting? We have a meeting in February, as you said, and a Teams meeting. Was it at either of those?
The last time that I got together with her at Zulema's house, we had all got together and prayed.
Okay.
Zulema freaks me the fuck out.
And let's talk about the last time.
Okay.
Was the last time you all got together on June 9th of 2019?
Yes.
And you said that was at Zulema's house as well?
Yes.
Who invited you to that?
I don't recall.
Who was at the meeting?
It's the first time I'd ever met Alex, her brother. Sulema was there. I believe her niece, Melanie Boudreau, was there. Nicole Earle and Melanie Gibb. And there was...
No, it's a Hulu documentary, Jim. It's called God Forbid, the sex scandal that brought down a dynasty. It explores the affair by Jerry Falwell. Yes, Jerry Falwell. Yes. It's called God Forbid, the sex scandal that brought down a dynasty. It's on Hulu. Very interesting. Very, very interesting.
Another woman that was a friend of one of the ladies. I can't recall her name.
Okay. So was this the first time you met Melanie Boudreau?
No, I'd met her another time.
And do you recall when that was?
Did you guys just hear my voice crack? I've been talking too much. My voice just totally cracked. Autumn, it's good to see you. CK, we should have a conversation about Jerry someday. That's new to me. Yes, Lisa, that's why we have Max, Hulu, all those things. We have all of that stuff. You want to also know, we were watching the frogging situation where people live inside like the wall. I do not suggest watching that before your significant other goes out of town and then hearing noises and you realize it's just Hank. But I do not suggest watching that and then being alone right afterwards, because now I'm like, wait, do we have an attic? Do we have an extra wall in our house? That fucking show fucked me up. And then Kyle leaves to go out of town. Fucker.
That was at Alex's house, I believe.
Was that one of the two
In
meetings?
between those two, the first and the last, I believe there was 3 meetings.
Stephanie, I am so glad to hear that. I am really glad to hear that that was your experience. That doesn't shock me though, because like I said, that was where I was baptized as a baby, and then my foundational years. But all the people that were Lutheran that I knew and have continued to know my entire life are just very common, accepting. I don't know any personally. Now, this is just personally. I do not know any Lutheran families that have extremist beliefs. That could just be my experience solely, but I don't know any. All of the Lutheran families that I do know still to this day, none of them would fit. They're just really mostly good, wholesome, normal. And when I say wholesome, like love their family no matter what the situation is. And I'm really glad to hear that was your experience. I'm really glad to hear that was your experience too, Ryan. Focus on the family.
You said it was the first time you...
Narcoleptic. How many in here, your parents are like ahead of a religious nonprofit? Anybody in here? How many in here, their parents have written a worship hymns about Davidic worship and how to do it correctly? Anybody in here?
You met Alex Cox.
Correct.
How did you learn he was related to Lori?
He was introduced to me.
Okay. As her brother?
Yes.
Can you tell us your impression of...
Oh my God, I grew up listening to Focus on the Family.
Alex Cox, what was the impression you got from meeting him and being with him for a night?
I was put off by it.
Why?
He was pretty loud and outspoken, I guess. And I was very uncomfortable with what he was talking about.
Okay. Let's kind of go through what happened at this meeting. At this meeting, did Lori still express that?
Not at this stage, Autumn, and the reason I say that is because there's really nothing there yet. The name in itself and the characteristics of the person all mixed together, and the fact that they want to focus on children with disabilities is concerning, especially when you couple that in with the person that he reached out to for support and assistance, sent him back for very extreme behavior modification type camps instead of a behavioral health treatment facility. That's concerning to me. But there's not enough foundation yet in that for me at this point to really have an input. Duchess.
Her husband, Charles, was possessed.
Yes.
And
I love that, Jason. I love that.
what were you guys, what was happening at this meeting? I know you said there was a prayer. What was the...
Yeah, Autumn, it's got the foundational basis of being a conversion camp, if you ask me, but there's not enough at this point in time for me to really make that judgment yet. But just kind of an offshoot here on that, the Anasazi program, the wilderness camp that Chad Frankie was sent to, is here locally, here in Arizona. And if you don't know about like their history, they are pretty connected with the Mormon Church. It's a Native American camp, indigenous based. I think the founder is an indigenous man. But a lot of Mormons use that camp. But if it's something like that, and that's what they intend on doing, yeah, interesting. your parents turned off focus on the family. I don't have that experience. You know, the one thing I grew up with, though, that I still love dearly, which is going to just mindfuck everybody. So God made a farmer. Who knows what that is? Who can tell me who wrote that?
What was happening?
We were asked to fast and pray for her family, and so we'd come together fasting, and we, as I recall, gathered outside and had a prayer together. And I believe Lori was the one that said the prayer.
Ryan, it's downtown at the South building, at the South campus. So it's not at the main courthouse, but it's at the South campus. So right downtown Phoenix. You should be able to find it. There's a cafeteria inside. If you look up Google Maps, you'll see the complex, like all of the different buildings, and it's right there. There's one. If you zoom in on your Google Maps, you'll find it pretty easy. It's the South building. Anybody know who that is? Who wrote So God Made a Farmer?
And then we went.
Where's my farm kids at?
And then broke our fast and ate and then visited.
Okay.
That's where you're going.
Was Alex part of that prayer outside?
Don't wait outside, Ryan. I think doors open to the courthouse at 8 a.m. People are getting there at like 7:30. But go in and go up to the 5th floor. That's where it's being held, is on the 5th floor, from my understanding. I think I'm correct. You'll be able to find people, though, that can direct you. But go in and go up to the 5th floor. That's where people are waiting in line. Don't wait in line outside unless that's where they're directing people tomorrow. But you should be able to go right in when the courthouse opens and go right up to the 5th floor for waiting.
Yes.
Okay. During this, when you broke your fast and you guys were eating,
You've never heard, do you know who Paul Harvey is, Autumn?
Hear Alex making some comments.
Yes.
And you told us that they made you uncomfortable. What were these comments?
Let me find it.
He stated he wished that he could just kill Charles.
Okay. Was Lori around when he was saying this?
Yes, one of the times.
Okay. So he said it more than once?
Yes.
Can you describe for us part of his demeanor when he's saying this about wanting to just kill Charles?
It was jocular, just... as I recall, he was standing up and just talking about it pretty loudly.
Look how passive she is about this.
And you said one of the times that he said this, it was around Lori.
Yes.
Did she react in any way to hearing her brother say that he wished he could just kill her husband?
Not that I recall.
Paul Harvey and the rest of the story. Yep. That's what I grew up with all the time.
Did
right?
you overhear Lori ever tell him, you can't kill my husband?
No.
Or why would you say such a thing like that?
No.
Did it seem to have any impact that you recall on her?
No.
Now, you were disturbed by this.
Yes.
But you didn't see that same reaction in her.
Correct.
What did you think when you heard this?
It was upsetting.
It was upsetting, but typical.
And so you've already heard Lori talking for at least a couple months about her husband being possessed, right?
Yes.
Inhabited by these dark, evil spirits, right?
Yes.
And now you're hearing her brother say that he wished he could just kill him.
Yes.
And this is on.
And you didn't think psychotic break, psychosis, mania, this person needs a 5150. There needs to be an intervention here.
June 9th of 2019.
Yes.
During the same gathering on June 9th of 2019, did you hear Lori Vallow say anything about Charles that was also disturbing to you?
Yes.
What did you hear her say?
I heard her say that she had crushed up some of JJ's medicine and put it in his drink mix.
Did it sound like a significant amount of medication?
Yes.
When you heard this, what were you thinking?
I was disturbed.
So you're thinking...
But not disturbed enough to report it?
Now she's drugging her husband?
Yes.
Alex, have any reaction to this?
Not that I recall.
So when you are hearing these sort of things, did you say anything at that time?
I didn't.
Did you stay much longer at this gathering?
No.
After this, I will pull up the Paul Harvey so you guys can know what I'm talking about.
Did you decide to do anything as a result of having heard Alex make those statements about killing Charles and Lori making statements about drugging her husband?
Yes.
What did you decide to do?
I reached out and asked her to visit with me.
And when was that?
I believe the next day.
So June 10th?
Yes.
And did you meet with her?
I did.
And what did you tell her?
I told her I was very concerned about what had been said and that it was really disturbing. And I told her that if something had happened to Charles, that I would go to the police.
And how did she react to that?
She said that they were just being silly and just playing off of each other and that she hadn't meant anything by it. She's just being dramatic.
Did she also give you a sort of a lesser dose of drugs that she was drugging?
Yes, she said that she hadn't given as many as she had suggested the day before.
So minimized what she said.
Yes.
I'm going to talk to you a little bit about some other things that you had been hearing from Lori during this time period.
Bothers me so bad.
From the time you started meeting with these gatherings in February through to June, did you start to see sort of a progression of things that Lori was telling you that seemed outside of your faith?
Yes.
Did she make statements to you that you believed went against your religion?
Yes.
Did she at any point tell you that she did not need to repent anymore?
Yes.
What is that? What's that meaningful to you in your religion?
We believe that every single person outside of Jesus Christ has reason to repent.
So when she said something like that, did that cause you some concern?
It did.
Did she ever talk to you about going through a translation?
Yes, that she believed she was beginning to.
Did she ever talk to you and the others in your groups about knowing you in prior lives?
Yes.
And was everyone in the group sort of someone she indicated she knew from prior lives?
Yes.
Now, prior to sort of February and then these three meetings, had you had a lot of contact with Lori?
No.
Like you hadn't dined with her or, gone shopping with her or anything like that before?
No, not between those three.
When you were at that last meeting in June, was Serena at that meeting?
No.
During that meeting, did you overhear Lori talking about Serena in a way that also disturbed you?
Yes.
What do you recall of that?
It was just very negative, and that she didn't believe that Serena was going to be good after all, something to that effect.
Okay. So prior to that meeting, Serena had been at the meeting at Zulema's house?
Yes, just the one.
And she had been on a Zoom meeting, maybe?
I don't know. Anybody else confused by Zulema not ever having any charges? That bothers me.
Yes.
Okay. And then this meeting in June, she was not. And at that point, Lori seemed to be talking negative of her?
Correct.
I don't know what they would charge her with, truly, but something. She scares me, that woman.
When you talked to Lori about these statements that you had heard Alex say and her say on the 9th, did you continue to meet up with
narcoleptic buttered catfish? I believe that they lived in a constant state of chaos, but that was probably their normal. I believe that she was probably very similar to Ruby Frankie, Jody Hildebrandt. I believe that they probably experienced very similar things just like that, which is sad. When they broke away from, I don't believe that was probably the normal with Charles, but I believe those kids experienced a lot of chaos and stuff with Lori.
with Lori after that?
No.
Did Lori ever invite you to any more of these gatherings or prayers?
I was invited one time to go for lunch.
When was that?
I believe August.
So between June and August, you did not receive any other invitations?
No.
Did you at some point learn that Charles had been killed?
Yes.
How did you learn that?
I received a text message that he'd been killed.
I don't remember that Paul Harvey one. I'll have to look it up.
And who did you think had killed Charles?
Originally, when I received the message, I believed it was a brother-in-law of his. And so it was some time before I realized that Alex had been involved.
Okay. So initially you had said when you met with Lori, that you would go to the police. But when you learned Charles was killed, your understanding was it was someone else.
Correct.
So when you learned it was Alex, what was going through your head then?
I had somebody who had visited with Lori about it and had said that...
I'm going into their hearsay. Let me just ask you this. Had you spoken to someone who was passing along information to you of what they understood had happened?
Yes.
Okay. The shooting of Charles by Alex was about a month after you had heard him say he wanted to kill Charles, correct?
Yes.
Did you feel like after you confronted Lori that she distanced herself from you?
Yes.
Did that seem to be the same as what you heard and saw happening with Serena?
I don't know.
Okay. On the 9th, you had heard Lori talking negative about Serena, correct?
Yes.
And she hadn't been invited to that meeting.
She lived out of state, so it wasn't surprised that she wasn't invited.
Had she flown in for a previous meeting, though?
Yes.
Okay. So,
just the one, the initial one.
in terms of your interactions with Lori,
I'm sorry, this woman bothers me a lot.
did she ever tell you that she was joking about her husband being possessed?
No.
Did she ever tell you she was joking about him having this dark spirit inhabiting him?
No.
And did she ever, you told us that she told you there was a name for this spirit that you don't recall now, correct?
Yes.
Did she ever tell you she was joking about that?
No.
No.
Because none of it was a joke.
Questions. Thank you.
All right, Cross.
No questions, Your Honor.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury?
And Lori didn't ask her a single thing.
Not seeing any. Ma'am, you can step down.
Thank you.
So that is the end of Christina Atwood, which is a former friend of Lori's. Let me pull up a couple more things. Let's do, so I will switch to So God Made a Farmer by Paul Harvey. This is what I was referencing earlier. Now, this is just, I grew up on a farm. You got to remember that, in North Dakota. So this was typical for us to listen to in the tractors, on the radio, everything. Chances are you might recognize the voice.
And on the 8th day, God looked down on his planned paradise and said, I need a caretaker. So God made a farmer. God said, I need somebody willing to get up before dawn, milk cows, work all day in the fields, milk cows again, eat supper, then go to town and stay past midnight at a meeting of the school board. So God made a farmer. God said, I need somebody willing to sit up all night with a newborn colt and watch it die, then dry his eyes and say, maybe next year. I need somebody who can shape an axe handle from a persimmon sprout, shoe a horse with a hunk of car tire, who can make harness out of hay, wire, feed sacks, and shoe scraps, who planting time and harvest season will finish his 40-hour week by Tuesday noon, and then painin' from tractor back put in another 72 hours. So God made a farmer. God said, I need somebody strong enough to clear trees and heave bales, yet gentle enough to yean lambs and wean pigs and tend the pink-combed pullets, who will stop his mower for an hour to splint the broken leg of a meadowlark. So God made a farmer. It had to be somebody who'd plow deep and straight and not cut corners. Somebody to seed, weed, feed, breed, and rake and disc and plow and plant and tie the fleece and strain the milk. Somebody who'd bale a family together with the soft, strong bonds of sharing. Who would laugh and then sigh and then reply with smiling eyes when his son says that he wants to spend his life doing what Dad does. So God made a farmer.
That's what I remember growing up with. Do you guys remember the voice now? Yeah, that is Paul Harvey. Paul Harvey. Right? Look, squirrel. I'll never forget that voice. Okay, couple more things. Let's go into day 4 recap. We're almost done. We've listened to the most important. I do have a couple more. We have Kay's testimony. If you guys want to watch a portion of that, we can.
It's in court today in the murder conspiracy.
So this is day 4 recap. Again, if you want to see any of the the full trials, everything like that, we're going into the second week. Tomorrow starts, but these are like more of the big moments. Nancy Jo was pretty intense, as we saw. The other friends, the former friends, there's another friend. We can look at her stuff too.
Trial of Lori Vallow Daybell. The Doomsday Mom has already been convicted of killing her children in Idaho. Now she's on trial here for conspiring with her brother to kill her husband, Charles Vallow.
Day 4 of testimony wrapped up earlier today, and the I-Team's Erica Stapleton was inside the courtroom.
Huge day of testimony in court, and we started with Lori Vallow Daybell's other brother, Adam Cox, who said he and Charles Vallow were planning an intervention to help Lori in July 2019, right when Charles was killed. Adam Cox said when his other brother, Alex Cox, shot and killed Charles, it ruined his relationship with his family. Vallow Daybell cross-examined her brother, which was uncomfortable and tense at times. And later, Vallow Daybell cross-examined another witness, someone from her religious group, who testified that Vallow Daybell thought Charles was possessed. The last witness of the day, emotional testimony from Kay Woodcock, Charles Vallow's sister, and J.J. Vallow's grandmother. J.J. was Lori and Charles's adopted son, who Lori Vallow Daybell was convicted of killing in Idaho, along with her daughter Tylee. Vallow Daybell also tried to cross-examine Kay Woodcock, and it was memorable.
Miss Woodcock, did you see or hear or personally witness me conspire with Alex Cox to kill my husband, Charles Vallow?
No, but I saw a ton of evidence that did.
Lori Vallow Daybell's adult son, Colby Ryan, also in the courtroom for the first time this trial. He said it's been hard to not only watch his mom represent herself like this, but to hear Kay Woodcock's troubling testimony.
To watch someone that you care about
There's Colby.
get in that
He said, no making fun of his man bun.
position and hear and have to relive their trauma in front of everybody while answering questions and realizes that this is a reality is really hard.
The trial is scheduled to continue Monday morning. Erica Stapleton, 12 News.
Erica, thanks. You can watch
Tomorrow, 10:30 a.m. is when it'll start. Here, let's go here. We'll watch this one really quick.
Examination.
She's coming up. Just a second.
Ms. Sharp, did you take an oath when you came into this courtroom today?
Yes, I did.
Did you raise your hand?
Yes, I did.
Did you swear to tell the truth?
Yes, I did.
The whole truth?
Yes.
Nothing but the truth?
Yes.
So help you who?
God.
So can we agree that this court acknowledges that your testimony here today will be accountable to God?
Your Honor, I don't object to the relevance of this.
Sustained.
Your Honor, they brought up the religion.
As for response, it's sustained. Ask the next question.
Do you believe that your testimony here will be accountable to God?
Yes.
Okay.
This is Serena.
Ms. Sharp, how many times did we meet in person?
4.
How many one-on-one conversations during those meetings do you think that we actually had? Just you and me. Nobody else around. Just you and me.
Maybe 2.
2 conversations in our whole lives?
Maybe
just
3.
me and you.
You said during those meetings.
During the 4 times that we saw each other in person, how many times did you and I have a one-on-one conversation where other people were not in the conversation?
Can they just zap her for fun to see if the belt's working? Can that happen? Can they just...
Just me and you.
I can remember 3.
Okay.
Just for shits and giggles.
How many times did we communicate on the phone?
Do you want me to estimate? I don't remember how many times.
Sure, just an estimate.
I'm not sure how to estimate that. Multiple times?
Like more than 10 or less than
Look at the judge's face.
10?
He's over it.
Probably more than 10.
More than 20?
I don't remember.
Okay. And text messages the same. How many times do you think that we
Objection, relevance.
conversed via text?
I don't know. I'm not sure how to answer that again.
Okay, so would it
Multiple times.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that
Right, narcoleptic? She's getting a once over by all these people. Like, what the fuck are you asking, bitch?
some of the things that you remember are from other people and not actually from me to you directly?
Perhaps.
Okay. So in the instance when you said that I mentioned to you something about zombies, I would like to know what I said to you exactly verbatim about zombies.
Well, I remember we talked about zombies in 2019 for the girls' weekend. You had mentioned zombies.
I mentioned zombies at that weekend out of my mouth, and not someone else, but me.
Object to argumentative.
Overruled, you can ask.
The volume's really low on this.
Why don't you rephrase that question?
Okay. So you're saying, under oath, that I said the word zombies at that meeting, or I'll go with that.
I'll go with that.
To the best of my recollection, it was that weekend during the girls' weekend, 2019.
He's probably like, I don't get paid enough for this shit.
And again, that was 6 years ago, so like verbatim, I don't remember verbatim, but I think it was that weekend.
So it could have been that someone else was talking to you about zombies, but I was actually there also. Is that correct?
I'm going to object that the witness has answered that question and said it was her.
Overruled, she can answer.
Would you mind restating, please?
Is it possible that someone else said the word zombie and not me at that meeting when we were all there with the girls?
It's possible, but I don't think it was. I think
Okay,
it
then
was
what
you.
did I say exactly about zombies? I want to know the sentence I said to you about zombies.
Ooh, she's mad.
Again,
The judge cuts her off.
Ask questions, okay?
I object to asked and answered.
Objection, badgering a witness.
So rephrase your question.
What sentence did I say to you with the word zombie in it?
I'm going to object to asked and answered.
The judge goes, how did we become Scientologists all of a sudden?
Technically, it has been asked and answered, but go ahead and answer.
Their audio sucks on this one.
Again, I don't remember verbatim. That was, 6 years ago?
So it could be possible that it really never came out of my mouth. Is that true?
Okay, I'm going to object again to asked and answered now a third time.
Sustained.
Ms. Sharp, who are the three Nephites in the Book of Mormon?
The three Nephites? I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
In 3 Nephi 28, the three Nephites, do you know who they are?
Off the top of my head, no.
You do not know who they are?
No, not off the top of my head.
Okay. In the Bible, do you know of John the Revelator?
Yes.
John the Revelator.
Do you know of John the Revelator being translated?
I don't remember that, but...
You don't remember that? What about in the Old Testament, Elijah? Was he translated?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to relevance.
What's the relevance?
I've been accused of being out of the scope of the LDS religion when this is exactly in the scope of the LDS religion.
Oh, she's trying to prove her devout LDS. Wow. Yeah, it's a Bible quiz because Lori's trying to prove that she is still a devout LDS member, that she's not out of the scope of the main LDS belief system. That's what she's trying to get across here. That's what she's trying to do. She's trying to prove that these are LDS belief systems, that she wasn't out of the scope of the LDS belief.
All right, I guess to the extent you're comparing yourself to these biblical figures, I'll allow it.
I wish we could hear all of that. Hold on.
Was Elijah translated? Yes, I believe so.
Translated. Was Eliza translated?
But you don't know that John the Revelator was translated as well?
I can't remember.
And then the
How many of you in the chat have been translated?
3 Nephites in the Book of Mormon, they're translated as well?
No, there were 3. You asked me their names. I don't remember their
I
names.
wasn't asking their names. I said, do you know who they are? As in, are you aware of them? I'm sorry. I'll be more specific. Are you aware of the 3 Nephites in the Book of Mormon?
Yes.
That they were translated?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that that isn't uncommon in the Christian belief system, to believe in people being translated?
I don't know if I'm qualified to answer that question for all of Christianity.
Okay. Are you a Christian that believes in the Bible?
Yes.
Object, Your Honor, to relevance.
Has she ever been publicly excommunicated by the Mormon Church? You were lost in translation? I mean, I think I live in that. I don't know if she's ever been publicly.
I'll allow it briefly, but hurry up and make your point.
Yes, I believe in the Bible, of course.
And Elijah in the Bible is translated, right?
Yes.
And you believe in that, right?
Yes.
And you're a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, is that correct?
Correct.
So that would not be out of the scope of what you believe. That's all I'm asking.
Correct.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Thank you. So when we were having this girls' weekend, what else did we do besides one prayer?
I remember going out to lunch. And
So I know Court TV published a letter of the excommunication of Chad Daybell in 2023, but I am not seeing that Lori has ever been publicly excommunicated. Kitty Coo, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Crazy and Wicked only after. Oh, I can do it here for you. Hold on. On this one, got you. Here you go. Thank you.
And we went to the temple and we did service projects.
To the temple to do
So
service
we had
projects.
typical fun girls' weekend.
Yes.
With 5 minutes of a prayer.
I don't remember how long that prayer was.
But basically, out of the 72 hours that we got together, 5 minutes of it we spent actually praying.
Again, I don't remember how long the prayer was, but that was not, from my perspective, the focus or majority of our time spent.
Okay. How long would you say that prayer was? 10 minutes? Longer?
I don't recall.
Okay. But a tiny portion of our whole fun weekend, right?
It was a small portion, yes.
Okay.
I would think she's been.
The wall here, right here.
Okay. That's the end of that one. Here is when she goes after. This is Lori cross-examining her brother, Adam Cox. So Adam is the one that Charles was communicating with and wanting to help. He wanted Adam to help him have an intervention in regards to Lori. This is who Charles was communicating with, the brother Charles was communicating with. And looking that up, she should have been excommunicated. She probably was excommunicated. But again, they do nothing publicly. They do not. It's mind-blowing to me that they will not come out and publicly say this kind of shit. They should be. It's absolutely fucking bullshit. So this is Adam Cox, the brother of Lori and Alex.
Mr. Cox, how long has it been since we've seen each other in person?
Mr. Cox.
Don't know.
When was the last time you saw me?
I don't recall.
So, has it been a year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, 8 years?
Something.
Okay. So,
Something.
You have no idea.
Nope.
You have no idea when the last time you saw me in person.
I don't know the year.
Well, Chico, the church didn't release it. It's the same thing with Ballard. An investigative journalist got a hold of it. So, in other words, somebody in the ward or from the church was able to secure a copy of the letter of his excommunication and then released it to a news agency. The church usually stands firmly against even saying anything, because there are people. So usually when somebody is LDS and they go to prison, they are usually excommunicated, but that doesn't mean that they will not accept them into the church after their prison sentence. And that's not a joke. But you would think that they would come out and get ahead of this and like excommunicate. They didn't do it with Hildebrandt, Frankie, Ballard, any of them. The only way that it's done is basically an inside source gets a hold of the excommunication letter and it's leaked, which the church should be very loud and publicly stating, we do not stand for any of this stuff, but they don't.
Or how many years it's been.
Okay, so did you see me at Colby's wedding in January 2018?
No, I was not there.
You didn't come to Colby's wedding?
No, I did not.
So did you see me sometime that year at my house?
Possibly.
Where Colby got married? That house.
I did see you at that house, yes.
Autumn, it reminds me of when Ballard, when all of the stuff got leaked with Ballard, and the church was, people were saying, oh, that's not true. Somebody else wrote that, or yada, yada, yada. It was a mess. Yeah, intentionally released. So some of the people feel, I mean, thank God some of these people have consciences.
At least one time.
Yes.
So possibly in 2018.
Yes.
And when was the last time we had any communications?
The last time I remember our communications was you and I were speaking in the kitchen when the family was over.
Okay, so you think that was that time in 2018?
I think so.
Okay. And were we eating my green chili chicken enchiladas?
Do not remember that.
You do not remember that?
Nope.
Is that why?
Were they laced with crushed up medication? That's what he should have came back with. Why do you remember them? Did you lace them with something? Were you trying to off me too, you crazy bitch?
Made every time we had a family get together, which was like 10 times a year.
I don't remember that.
Okay. And when was the last time that we had a phone call or text message?
I have no idea.
Could it possibly be around that exact same time?
Possibly.
Okay. So that was possibly in early 2018?
Yes.
Okay. Who do you think initiated the final communication in our relationship?
Who concluded it?
Yeah.
He's like, bitch, any of this is too soon.
I don't know.
So right now it's 2025, is that correct?
Yes.
And so we haven't spoken in about 8 years? Would that be correct?
Probably 7 or 8 years.
And you want him to remember green chicken chili enchiladas.
Okay.
Green chili
So
enchiladas.
would you say up until that point that
these people are...
how often would we communicate before that?
Before what?
Before 2018?
Probably on a regular basis. Once a month, twice a month, 3 times a month.
That's awesome.
Like a call or a text message?
Yes.
Just keeping in touch?
Yes.
I can't imagine the regret that this man lives with, truly. Like, I can't imagine the feelings, the guilt, everything that he feels.
You know of us living in Hawaii and you were living in...
Part of me feels bad for him and the other part of me wants to be like, what the fuck, dude?
Kansas at the time?
Yes.
And in your career, you lived in lots of different places, is that correct?
Yes.
Austin?
Yes.
Dallas?
Yes.
New York?
Yes.
Wichita?
Yes.
Sacramento?
Yes.
Did I miss anything?
Others.
And I was in Texas?
Yes.
Arizona?
Yes.
Hawaii?
Yes.
So would you say that we were not physically close during the past 20 years?
Yes, I would say that.
So our communication would be solely family get-togethers, occasional text messages. Is that correct?
And phone calls, yes.
Okay. So, Mr. Cox, did you see or hear
Come on, just zap her just once for good measure. Just make sure it works.
or personally witness me conspire with my brother Alex Cox to murder my husband Charles Vallow?
Repeat that again?
Okay. Did you see with your eyes or hear with your ears or personally witness me conspire with my brother Alex Cox to murder my husband Charles Vallow?
No.
No, that doesn't mean shit. All right. You guys got one more in you? One more? We'll end out with Kay. I think we've wrapped up the most important ones. Is there any other ones that you guys can think of that we're missing? I think these are the most important ones. Thank you guys for hanging out with me for 4.5 hours. It'll be 5 hours by the time we're done. But I think this is like the best parts of the trial last week. Going into this trial will be the second week. You guys got this? Okay, here we go. Now this is going to be an edited down version of Kay's testimony, but you'll get the majority of it from this.
Charles and Lori have any children together?
Oh, no. Nope. Hold on. The audio's bad on that one, too. Let me find a different one. I can't do another shitty audio one. I want to hear. If I need to just go pull it, I can straight from the... We can go here. Hopefully this audio is better. I'll turn closed captioning on too. Let's see if this is better. Okay. So we'll get to... Kay did a great job. Look at Kay.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Kay Woodcock, Charles Vallow's younger sister.
By the way, Kay was on Crush's channel earlier, Difficult Research. I adore Crusha and Kay, both very strong women. Crusha has been an amazing support for her mom. And Kay spoke very candidly today, very open, very much over this shit, very much done. Kay has been incredibly strong throughout all of these situations. One heck of a woman, and look at the strength that she has.
How old are you?
Anybody that doesn't realize, Kay is Charles' sister, the grandmother of JJ.
Are you?
How old am I today?
Today.
64.
And are you married?
Yes.
Where do you currently live?
Lake Charles, Louisiana.
I want to talk to you about your siblings. You told us that you are Charles's sister. How many siblings were there in your family?
6.
And where did Charles fall into that?
He was number 3.
Who are the other siblings?
My oldest sister, Terry, then my next sister, Susan, then Charles, then Jerry, then me, then Bobby.
Kay is basically Charles' advocate, 100%. She stepped up and really has, her and Larry, can't forget Larry. Larry has been an incredible partner for her. I mean, just the strength those people have shown is incredible.
And where did you guys grow up?
We're in Lake Charles.
Okay.
And it was said today that Kay makes a damn good jambalaya or gumbo. Gumbo. They were talking about gumbo. I've never had either one, jambalaya, gumbo, any of it. But they were saying she's got a paddle and is a master gumbo maker.
Were you close with your brother?
Yes, I was.
Did you know his wife, Lori Vallow?
Yes, I do.
Can you point her out in the courtroom and tell us what she's wearing?
She's the defendant over there in the black jacket.
I'm going to speed her up if it gets too fast. Hopefully closed captioning helps.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
Mitchell.
I want to talk to you sort of about Lori and Charles. Were you at their wedding?
Today, she also spoke about the losing her house or the damage to their home through 2 of the massive hurricanes and how she didn't even have the wherewithal through all of this to like redo that. And I really encourage you to go listen to Kay speak today. It was just Kay speaking with her daughter, and all of us were just there. Like another one of those moments that, yeah, she has shown such incredible, like I have so much respect for Kay.
No, they went to Las Vegas.
Do you recall what year they got married?
2006.
Oh, it was groovy today. She said flat out that Kay will be, or not Kay, Lori will be, she'll be in jail until she's carried out in a trash bag.
Did they have a reception that?
I don't know if that's what you'd call it, but there was a family gathering in March of 2006 at a ranch in near Austin, Texas, that we all went to.
Okay,
Ryan, just so you know, she said that she is not attending in the morning session, but I think she'll be there in the afternoon. But you can tell she's just, I can't imagine the emotional exhaustion that they feel sitting through these trials and going every day. Like, it's one thing for the public to view it, but another, like, these are her loved ones and what they lived through. She was also sharing stories about how when Alex was still alive, when she would go to lay down to watch TV, she packed a weapon on her side because, you know, they didn't know what was going to happen next. And she was obviously a target because of things that had happened. And she would lay down on the couch, on the sofa to go watch TV. And she would duck her head down so you couldn't even see that she was laying there just to be able to watch TV. She had to duck her head down in case he drove by or anything like that. And she had her weapon on her. I can't even imagine having to live through that fear of the unknown and knowing that, yeah, I mean, I just can't imagine.
Wanted to celebrate that?
Yes.
Had your brother Charles been married before?
Yes.
Did he have any children from his prior marriage?
Yes.
Yeah,
How
Stella
many?
B.I.D.
2.
And who were they?
Cole Vallow and Zach Vallow.
And did you know if Lori had any children from a prior marriage?
One more trial, Brandon Beddoes. And I hope Brandon gets the justice he deserves too, because many people forget that was traumatizing. We watched that in the recap #1 that we did when the police responded to when they attempted to kill Brandon.
Yes. Zach, Colby Ryan and Tylee Ryan.
When Lori and Charles got married, did Charles's 2 sons live with them?
Live with Charles and Lori?
Yeah.
No.
Did they stay with their mother?
Yes, they did. They visited, but they never lived there.
Where were they? Was that in Arizona or still in Texas?
In Austin.
I want to ask you sort of some of the ages of the children involved. In July of 2019, was Tylee still a minor?
Yes.
So she was still living with them?
Yes.
In July of 29, do you know if Colby was still a minor?
Yes. Oh, wait, no, Colby was not.
He was an adult.
He was an adult.
And in July of 2019, were Charles's 2 sons, Cole and Zach, still minors or adults?
They were adults.
Okay.
Another thing that I just have to mention, the day that Kay testified, Colby, that was the first day he was at trial, should be here in Arizona, Cat's Eye. It happened here, so it should be another one. I think it starts this summer. I'm pretty sure, Cat's Eye. I think June or July. I'll have to go look. But it's here in Arizona because it happened here. It happened within minutes of us.
Did Charles and Lori have any children together?
They adopted my grandson, JJ.
And can you tell us how that worked out?
How that worked out,
Or
meaning
how did they get involved in adopting your grandchild?
Charles approached me about it one day. He called, and I mean, there was a lot of stuff going on, and so I kept it in mind.
And do you recall, when did they adopt JJ?
Hey, Austin.
It was final in July of 2014.
How old was he then?
He was 2.
Okay. Did JJ have any special needs?
Yes, he was autistic, and he was born 10 weeks premature.
Okay. So he took a little extra care.
He did, absolutely.
Do you recall, so if he was 2 and they adopted him, how old was he in July of 2019?
He was 7. We spent his 7th birthday together in Lake Charles.
So in July of 2019, to your knowledge, Lori and Charles still had 2 children under the age of 18 with them, Tylee and JJ?
Yes.
So if in July of 2019, Lori Vallow was saying she had 5 kids she was taking care of, you were unaware of the other 3?
There were not 5 there, no. There were 2.
Can you tell us about the relationship between Charles and JJ?
Charles was the best dad. I mean, he was always doting on him. The arrangement I figured out eventually was that if Charles was working out of town, Lori had him all by herself. And so when Charles got back to town, JJ was his to take care of, 100%.
Would Charles bring JJ to visit your side of the family in Louisiana?
Oh, yes.
Did you regularly see him?
Yes. Once JJ learned how to fly, and excuse me, I need water. Once JJ learned how to fly, and that he was, because he was autistic, something like that is a big deal for him, and he loved it. So he was a little flyer. He loved to go in the airplane.
What did your brother Charles do for a living?
He sold annuities. He was a financial planner.
And how long did you know him to do that?
If I had to guess, 20 years, I guess.
Did he work for others or have his own business? What do you recall?
He had his own business.
Had he previously any times ever worked for others?
Yes.
Okay. But in July of 2019, he had his own business?
Yes.
Did he have a business partner?
He did, yes.
Did his job require him to travel a lot?
He did. He would be gone 3 or 4 days a week on average. Sometimes he didn't have to travel, but he would be gone 3 or 4 days a week when he would be working.
I want to ask you a little bit about Charles. Was he sort of a meticulous person when it came to paperwork?
Oh, yes. I mean, when you're doing that type of work, you have to be meticulous and methodical, and you can't make any errors. You can't miss a dot or crossing a T because it will get kicked back to you, and then it just causes a lot of delay and a lot of trouble. So he was actually, he said, there was never anybody I've ever trusted to do this for me. And I was like, well, I'll do it for you because,
All right, we'll stop here.
yeah.
So when Charles was working as financial planner, do you know if he had Lori help him with any part of his job?
I don't really know exactly what she did, but yes.
Okay.
But I don't know what she did.
Prior to Charles being a financial advisor, did he have a very different career in sports?
Oh, he was he quit. I don't remember because I was quite young then, but he did. I believe he was drafted in the early 70s into the Houston Astros minor league.
So when you were growing up, did you see your brother playing baseball?
I was raised at a baseball field. If it wasn't Charles, Jerry played for years, my other brother, but Charles stuck with it, and that's how he got.
You guys are lucky you didn't just get disconnected. Whiskey stood on you guys.
Got to college with a degree, with a scholarship.
So you got stuck many a night and a weekend having to be at the ball field with your brother.
Yes.
What position did your brother play?
He was a pitcher. He was very, very good. He was a left-handed pitcher, and they're very hard to hit against.
Okay. Did he bat right or left-handed?
He was left-handed.
Did he do everything left-handed?
Yes.
Left-handed? After your brother, well, let me ask you, do you know how long he played in the semi-pro?
I don't. He had moved to Houston, and but he blew out his knee, and that.
Sorry, I was helping a little one put her sheets back on her bed because we washed their bedding and changed the sheets and everything today. I set you guys down and I was helping her. I look around the corner and Whiskey's just standing on my computer, and then Hank's trying to take everything. She's trying to put her pillowcases back on her pillows, and Hank's trying to take off with them. She's arguing with Hank. She's like, stop it.
That's ended that right there.
Did your brother stay in shape after that, even though he blew out his knee?
Oh, yes. He was always doing something, always. Bike riding, hiking, just anything.
Yeah, Terry, we were talking about what a mind fuck this is going to be for the jury to learn about everything in Idaho because they don't know any of this stuff.
Gym, he was very active.
So every time you saw him, he was taking care of himself?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you a little bit about religion. Did your family grow up in the LDS church or faith?
No, we did not.
Did you know Charles to ever convert to the LDS faith?
He did at some point during his marriage to Lori.
Okay. When Lori and Charles were married, did they always live in one state, or did they move?
No, they lived here in Phoenix, in the Phoenix area, Chandler, Gilbert, and then they moved to Hawaii in 2014. And then
Chase and I don't dip anything in milk. I'm lactose intolerant, so I can't answer that, but the chat might be able to. But if I had to guess, I would use my fingers. How would you hold on to it with a fork, like in the middle of it?
They moved back late 2016 or early 2017.
Back to?
Oh, back here to Phoenix area.
Do you recall where they were, what state they were in when they met?
When Charles and Lori met?
Yeah.
They were in Texas.
Texas, okay. In 2018 and 19, you told us that Charles and JJ would come visit you and the family regularly.
Yes.
In March of 2018, did you have a member of your family pass away?
Yes, my mother did in March of 18.
Did Charles come out for that?
Yes, he did. He was there for her services. Lori was not.
Austin, it's crazy to me that they found jurors. There was one juror, I think the alternative juror that they talked to on day 2 that they were going to replace with. I think that juror had seen one YouTube video or something they said before. But beyond that, like, to find a jury pool of that many people that know nothing about this case is mind-blowing to me, especially in this area. But then again, I guess maybe not. I don't know. It's just wild to me to think, like, what is this demographic that doesn't know anything about it?
And we felt like something was going on. Well, actually, my husband felt it before I did. And And then when she didn't show for my mother's funeral, I just thought that was just appalling. It appalled me that she wouldn't even come to something like that with her husband.
What was your relationship like with Lori?
Because of the work I did, the company we owned, I was on the phone an extreme amount of time, all the time. So I really don't like to call people. I'm not a phone person. I'll text you all day long, but I really don't like to talk. And so Lori and I never really had a big phone relationship. It was a text here and there, but mostly Charles would keep me up to date as to different things that were going on, or what they were up to, and or Charles would call. Yeah, Charles would call me mostly.
So you weren't. It sounds like you weren't close with her.
When Lori and I were together, it was like we hadn't missed a minute. We just took up where we left off, and she's very outgoing, and she's very friendly and very easy.
Can I just cut her off really quick and just say thank you all for hanging out with me for almost 5 hours already to review this stuff and recap this stuff. Mentally, for me, I would rather do this type of stuff and talk about this stuff. Trials are a lot, though. I will say, I could never stream a full trial like people do. But I just have to thank you guys for being interested in something other than the fucking chaotic, same old shit. I mean, yes, we have stuff to talk about there. But this is so nice and refreshing mentally. I know it's a lot, but the fact that this woman is already serving 3 life sentences, I think gives us some solace in the fact she'll never see the light of day again. And we can watch her make a mockery of herself. But I appreciate you guys because I needed a mental reprieve from the other shit for sure. Cause it's just spun out of control
To talk to. And so we got along rather well, and I loved her.
Okay. So continuing in 2018, do you recall seeing Charles and JJ coming out to visit you guys in October of 2018?
Yes.
What was that for?
Just a weekend visit.
Okay. What about in November of 2018? Did you see Charles and JJ then?
We did. My husband and myself and my granddaughter, we went to Las Vegas, and Charles and JJ met us there for the Thanksgiving holiday weekend. I thought that was odd. He wasn't with his family. He said Lori was sick, or Tylee was sick, is what he told us. But he just wouldn't share what all was going on at that point. Then when he finally did, he unloaded it all.
So in 2018, did you have any idea there were any? Let me say this. In 2018, did you have some concerns about their relationship?
Yes, it was, for him to come as often as they were coming was odd, and he was just unsettled, and we knew something was going on, but he would never say. Okay. So he talked to us when he was ready.
When we get into 2019, did you start to see your brother more?
Always groovy. Thank you guys. Hensley, thank you all. My mods that have hung out with us on and off all day. Thank you guys for being here. Miss Upper Thigh added a lot. Jason's added a lot. You guys have been great today, all of you, for being engaged in the conversation. We went off the rails and talked about the LDS religion, but of course there's a purpose for it. It's fitting for what this discussion is. Even this is the whole thing. The baseline of this stems from Lori texting Alex saying that, they're going to be like Nephi. And the story of Nephi is that Nephi killed Laban. So that's what they were texting. So in the very beginning, there is this, and you hear throughout Lori's cross-examinations that she is working so hard to make people believe that she is this devout LDS believer who didn't have these fringe beliefs. This is all just typical LDS doctrine, which no, there is off-putting things within the doctrine itself, but not to the degree that she's trying to make it whatsoever. Like, these are the fringe belief systems. So thank you guys all for being a part of this conversation. I know that it's not your drama filled anything, but we've had wonderful conversation today. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else, but right here, you guys have been wonderful today. Thank you for being a part of the conversation, and thank you for showing interest in this and continuing the conversation. I appreciate it so much because it's something I really love to talk about and love to explore. And you guys educate me and make me go look up more shit. And then I fall in further rabbit holes and I blame you guys. I'm just joking.
Yes.
But thank you.
First, without going into what Charles said, did you ever become aware finally that his marriage with Lori was in trouble?
Yes, I did.
Absolutely. Ryan, I'm
In
excited to hear your
2019,
experience.
again, without going into what Charles said, did you
I
ever
have too.
believe that Charles was concerned for his safety?
Charles was absolutely concerned for his safety. Lori had sent me a text, I think it was on a Thursday, that she and Charles were fighting because of some stuff she came up with, and that she and JJ and Tylee were at a hotel. Well, I guess Tylee was, I'm not sure. And because she didn't want to have any fighting, so they went to a hotel, and I came out.
Cat's Eye, I'm proud of you for eating. I've actually ate dinner with you guys. I fed my dogs, ate dinner, finished vacuuming the house, put sheets back on the bed, folded a load of towels. I've gotten a lot done with you guys hanging out with me today. It's amazing. Thank you guys.
I knew Charles the next day. That's when she sent it to me, and then I just really didn't. I didn't call Charles. I knew he'd call me, and he sure enough did. And he was a mess, and so I flew out the next day out here to help him with JJ and just to come and talk to him and see what was going on. He was alone, and Lori's family turned their backs.
Duchess, you've had so much going on. You need to rest. You've had so much going on
him and JJ. Okay,
let's just kind of break it all down.
All right.
I appreciate.
You got a lot that you remember.
I
so
love
you said that you got a text from Lori.
I would never do that to you, Marcia. I don't even let you guys know when I'm eating.
Indicating that she and JJ and Tylee were at a hotel.
Mm-hmm.
And then you said that Charles then called you maybe the next day.
Yeah.
And you came out here to Arizona.
Yes.
When you came out here to Arizona, did you become aware at that point that there was a big problem now with their relationship?
There was a huge problem now with their relationship.
And during this time when you had come out here, do you remember approximately when that was?
Like the 1st of February of 2019, or the 2nd. It was right in there.
When you came out here, did you then speak with Charles about his concerns for his safety? Just yes or no?
About his what?
His concerns for his safety.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
That's just yes. Is this the time where, well, let me ask it this time. When you came out here, did you see Lori?
No.
When you came out here, did anyone know where Lori was?
No, nobody was talking about where she was. Nobody would tell Charles where she was.
So your brother was
Jason, you know what they have, Jason? They have these, I don't know if it's a typical remote cover, but let me show you this really quick. No, you're going to laugh, but it is what it is. And I'm in my pajamas already, so I'm not even going to, it glows in the dark. It glows it's a little silicone cover and it glows in the dark. Get you one of those. You and that damn remote. Oh, fairy dust. Thank you so much. You guys are amazing. And I love that, like, some of you guys enjoy this type of content and you don't really enjoy the other, but like you'll hang out in the bushes and listen to stuff and then you'll pop in the chat. Mercedes girl, I'm glad you're okay. That's scary what you had to. You have a blue one that glows in the dark? I know. It's ridiculous. This is what getting old does to us. Duchess, Amazon, 3-pack or 4-pack for like $5. They glow in the dark, so you can find them. But I'm thrilled. This was such a nice change of pace today, and you guys have kept me company. I've gotten a lot done. The girls We did all of our chores, everything. You guys have been amazing. Thank you.
Trying to find where she was?
Jason doesn't need a
Yes, he
lanyard.
was.
Where was JJ at this time?
He was.
You know what he needs? He needs one of those, those remotes, those old school remotes. DePantyho, it's been just a great day. Like, I feel so refreshed after conversations like this and content like this. Like, this is where I feel like I'm learning with you guys and alongside you guys, and these conversations are so important to me. So it's refreshing, and it's a very tragic situation, but it's super refreshing to have this type of stuff. Oh, Autumn, I have intentionally stayed away from 99% of the shit because it's just too much for me to handle. Jason needs one of those remotes that's like 3 foot by 3 foot. You know, those huge ones that they say are like, they're the prank ones that we got one for my grandparents, but mainly my grandpa, that you can't misplace it because it's just so huge. We need to get Jason one of those. Then if he goes to lay on it, he'll have a cramp and he'll be like, there it is. Because it would be like a board, one of those like EMT, a stretcher. He would notice right away when he was laying on that son of a bitch. You ordered them, Dutch? Dutch, we need to get you an Amazon like an associates referral thing, that when any of you guys that do Amazon shopping like I do, you just get that little referral thing, and then when we pass out all of our codes, you make like 10-15 cents on each one. Hey, it's worth it, right?
With Charles, and that's one of the reasons I came out was to help him with JJ, because he was quite a handful, and Charles was a mess. He was broken. He was a broken-hearted man.
So you come out here, Charles has JJ. Where's Tylee? Do you know?
She's, as far as we knew, she was staying at Lori's brother's.
Yes, you can get him as the non-functional one, but hold on, I'll find one and show it to you guys.
That's what we knew then.
Okay. Did you have any interaction with her?
No.
How long did Charles have JJ where he's looking for Lori and can't find her?
Well, that portion of the time was 58 days, and I knew how many days it was because every day Charles would say something. He would tell me.
But he was counting them.
He would count
them. Were you out here the whole time? What'd you do?
I could work remotely at the time, so I did stay out here a lot, often, but I would fly back.
This one's not big enough, but this is the idea. This one's not big enough, though. You need something even bigger than this, truly. But I mean, they make them bigger than this too. I'll find it. Hold on. Let me make sure I can show you guys. Can you see it in her hand? Look how little her hand is compared to that remote. And yes, there's probably dirt under my nail. Shut it. They actually make them for Alzheimer's and dementia patients too, that have like 2 or 3 buttons that are kind of cool too.
I was back and forth between Louisiana and here from February until the end of March, because at that point.
Oh no, it's not stained. Well, it's not dirt, it's just stained. Hold on. Where is it? It's my real nail growing out. That's the line you're seeing. There's my real nail. It's not dirt, it's just my real nail. I even had myself fooled.
We moved Charles to Houston.
Okay. So the end of March, you said you were moving Charles to Houston. Was that with JJ?
Yes.
Oh, here.
Why are you helping him move to Houston?
Because Charles told me that Lori did not want JJ anymore, or Kylie, or him. And I said, okay, well, look, what if you move to Houston and I'll be 2.5 hours away, and when you go out of town, I'll come and stay with JJ. And so he was talking about hiring a nanny, and I said, no, I will be the nanny, and I'll come and take care of him when you have to work. And it's easy enough, and you won't have to pay a penny.
So when Charles has JJ, you're helping take care of JJ in this time period in February, March.
Well, Stephanie, thank you for hanging out with us today. The trauma stuff, I think let me say this too, because I can do the drama with the rest of them. You guys know that. I'm not even gonna lie and say I can't. But there is a difference between like the drama side of it and then intentionally trying to show the harm that creators and people like At Night. We are gonna finish that. I'm not like that's important to me, and the purpose for that though is so people, once you see it, you can't unsee the playbook that these people are using, because unfortunately that's going to happen in the next case. And unfortunately, these playbooks by creators and social media fools is going to start impacting the trials. We're already starting to see it, and it's trying to bring awareness to that change needs to come. There's a lot of you. I was having a conversation with Ava today, and she goes, Ava's been working on, and speaking about things like this for decades, like the change that needs to come for victims. But we're going to watch how these playbooks and social media's impact. We're going to see it really start impacting jury pools, trials, all of that, if we do not start making changes and laws do not catch up. Laws have to catch up. Am has been doing a bunch of like reposting. In fact, a lot of the stuff that she's reposted today, I'm going to share publicly and bring attention to it. But she found some laws in Tennessee that she is really like, holy shit, there might be area of opportunity to add to and change up here. Am has been so good about that. Duchess and Chico and those guys, Arctic, all of them have been working on different pieces of how to help bring awareness, proper awareness to missing people without re-victimization and exploitation, and the difference between awareness and actual awareness versus exploitation. Because so quickly it goes from awareness to exploitation, because these people turn these situations that need awareness into fucking cases. Right now, if you think about it, Sebastian's isn't a case. The only crimes that have been committed that we factually know right now are Betty. She's got 6 criminal violations of protection orders, but we don't even have a case. We have a missing child. Yep. And to Autumn, like Am sent me, and we have all the breakdown of what their qualifications for claiming their reward. We're going to highlight that this week too. But Chico's been talking about the corruption that happens within. Am's been like, it's so multifaceted. And I know it's frustrating for creators because people aren't interested. They're not interested in this shit. Cat's Eye, Am did. That was Am. Hoodie and a Crowbar is Am. She took out that Amethyst hoodie and a crowbar. It used to be, that's Amethyst channel. That's my buddy. That's my family. Yeah, that's Am. Yep. She just took the Amethyst out. But all of you guys, NorCal and his other half, like they live these lives. Like these people are actually doing things. There's so many around us. They don't talk about it on here. Wendy Blank comes in the chat occasionally. She is such an incredible voice. Kay, such an incredible, educated, wonderful. Peg. I haven't seen Peg in a while. But there's just so many people that have been working on things and pushing back for decades around us. There's so many people that have such powerful voices, and it's so needed. But to be able to show people why it's needed, you have to break it back. And unfortunately, as soon as you start addressing what these people do, the only place they have to spin it to is drama, personal attacks, going low. Do that. They can continue to do that. They'll continue to talk shit, and I'll just continue to show exactly what they're doing and why it's needed. Because what's happening to Sebastian's family, and now content creators, fuck that. We cannot normalize weaponizing the court system, because all it does is put families like this further back. That's why trials are taking so long. That's why so many victims are not getting the justice they deserve, because our court systems are bogged down by stupid bullshit. Oh, Stephanie, I'm so thankful to hear that. Thank you for saying that. And I'm really sorry about you having breast cancer. I mean, that is such a horrible situation, but I'm glad you found us. Jason, we go from Ryan, I hope you have a wonderful meeting and please let us know how tomorrow goes. You are, I hope you have an amazing, well, I hate saying amazing experience, but I hope it is, um, it's not, I hope it's smooth because a lot of times waiting in line and stuff, I hope it's a good experience as far as that goes. And I can't wait to hear what you think about it. But if we can end up, if there is a day that I end up getting to go to trial, and if you want to meet me there, that would be awesome too. But Jason, you and the Oreos and the remote, I don't even know what to say. But 27 years as a deputy sheriff, that's a fucking lot. That's a lot. Thank you for your service.
Yes.
What about Charles's business? Did you help with that at all?
You too.
Yes. I had to get my arms around the whole thing.
Thank you, Duchess. Duchess is dropping a lot of really amazing channels. I just saw that she dropped Mind of Monsters. I love Mind of Monsters. That's another place that I will go. A lot of times I catch on the replay, but that's just somewhere where I can just go and drift off. And I love listening to Mind of Monsters. She truly does what she says. She is out there advocating and going to car shows and taking missing flyers and awareness to all these places. Another true amazing person. Arctic's another one. Just incredible humans.
The payments that needed to be made, the accounts, the emails, all that stuff you have to change over and change the password and all that, so Lori couldn't access it any longer.
You said you had your own job. What were you doing at that time?
Oh, I'm so glad to hear that stuff. I'm so glad to hear that you finished your chemo. Like, I will continue to keep hoping and praying that it continues to go in the correct way. If there's anything we can do to support you or be there for you, please keep us posted and we will continue to rally around. If you have a day where you just need some uplifting, just tell us and I will make sure that the Islanders, you feel their healing energy and whatever we can do to support you. Anybody, like I know there's a lot of people that are isolated due to health conditions or widows or, other things. Please know that you guys are never alone. Like I know that one thing that we've learned through this app is people need community. People need people. We all need villages of support. And sometimes we are isolated that all we can have is online, but it can be a positive. We can have positive friendships. Yes, there's a lot of toxicity, but there can also be a lot of good. You can find your people and really, really find your people and love those people and keep those people close to you. And fuck cancer, right, Chico?
In addition to helping your brother.
My husband and I owned a coastal crew change. It was a transportation company for the offshore oil and gas and LNG industry.
Okay. So you're trying to work that job and help Charles with his business.
I get that, Steph. I'm already calling you Steph instead of Stephanie. Sorry. I shorten everybody's names. It's just a thing over here because I can't pronounce people's names for shit. But I get that. And you know what? You never have to chat if you're just here hanging out. And if we can help take your mind off of things or keep you company, that's what we're here for. So you guys, as much as I might do that for you guys, Avamos, it's so good to see you. As much as you guys like sit and listen to me, you guys keep me company. You guys keep me grounded. The other day, so many reached out to you the other night when I was like, I'm just too exhausted. Like, I'm really struggling. So many people reached out and said, Becky, you don't even sound okay. Like, are you okay? And I was like, holy shit, you guys noticed. Like, it meant a lot though. And I really appreciated all you guys being like, no, you need to take time for you. Like, but you guys are there for me, Kyle, our kids. Like, truly, you guys do a lot for us. And I will never be able to say thank you enough. Speaking of which, let me exploit. Let me make sure I get this exploitation in right quick. just because everybody thinks I adopted him just for the internet. So just need to make sure, it's not for Bella's company or anything like that. It's just for the internet. He's out. Are you going to snore? Did I get you to open that eye? Did I sound like Dad for a minute? He just heard the door. Is that sis? Is that sis? He's getting so huge, you guys. Look how big he is. He's the biggest damn baby, though. Okay, back to this. His eye rolls. I know he's so cute. Oh, he misses you too, babe. He is so sweet and rotten. I know. Completely so concerned, right, Jason? He is cute, Bobby. He's super cute. He's super cute. He's quite a joy. But I mean, he's just, hold on one more time before I flop you guys back to that, because palate cleanser, I guess. Kay's doing amazing though. But look at this. Watch this silly thing. Watch him. He's like, Mom, what are you doing? He'll just grab my hand and hold it. Are you a big baby? Are you my big baby? He's so well behaved. Aren't you? He usually has this tongue hanging out too. Huh. And he smiles a lot. He smiles a lot. Oh, I will post a video for you guys of him. No, he won't let go of my arm. Can I go bye-bye? His mouth. I have him, I sent it to Kyle the other day, him playing with that cat toy and pulling it over. Oh my God. He was throwing a fit because he couldn't get it to pull off the ceiling. It's the funniest shit. I got to find a song that will let me play, because it's like a 2.5-minute video of him just acting ridiculous with that. And then I have him and Whiskey playing with it together. It was a chaos.
Yes, I had a really great assistant who helped me an awful lot.
Do you remember when you were packing up to move Charles to Houston?
Yes.
You there?
I was there.
Did Lori show back up?
She did. I was in the pantry in the kitchen, packing up the pantry, and I don't know what, just something caught my attention, and I walked out and she was standing there. She had her back to me. Charles was sitting at the table on his phone, and he obviously didn't realize that she was there. And then finally, when he hung up, he looked up and there she was, and he started crying, and she started yelling.
Do you recall what she was yelling about?
That, why did you take JJ? Why did you take JJ? Why did you take him out of school? Why are you moving? What are you doing? All this is your fault. It was just ridiculous.
So she'd been gone for 58 days, leaving.
No contact whatsoever.
And then she shows up at the house when you guys are moving out.
Yeah.
What was Charles's demeanor reaction? You said he was crying?
He was at first, but then he was just trying. Charles was a very soft-spoken man, and he was just trying to get a word in edgewise. And finally, Lori settled down a little bit, and they went.
Oh yeah, Chico. Yeah, we are pretty prepared for him to be huge. His paws are fucking massive. You guys, last night was officially 3 weeks. He's officially been home with us for 3 weeks. That's all the longer he's been here, is 3 weeks. And he's grown that much, and he uses those little suckers. That he has like knuckles that he really like, he holds on to shit. He is an interesting, whatever he is, he's an interesting breed, but those paws are massive.
And they talked for a while in the living room, or I guess it's like a great room. And then they moved to the bedroom to talk. And I could still hear every now and then Lori would get a little loud, but they were talking. And then I remember that Lori came. Let's see, I was sitting at the dining table, and she stood next to me and she said, "I love you, KK." And I said, "Well, I love you too. I'm sorry this is happening." And she cried, and I didn't know what to do, really. So, I mean, I just was there. And then she walked off, and the next day she came. I don't know who came, but they got Tylee's belongings out of the casita where all of Tylee's belongings were. And I don't remember if she got anything of hers. I really don't remember.
Okay. So are we now talking at the end of March, beginning of April of 2019, when Charles is moving back to Houston?
Yes.
Did he bring JJ with him?
Yes. Well, in order for me and Charles to move in, Larry, I flew out here and brought JJ back to Louisiana with me, and then my husband Larry kept him for a week while I flew back here to help Charles pack and then drive back to Houston.
All right. So you guys rented a big truck and drove it?
He drove the U-Haul. I drove his pickup.
All right. When you and Charles got to Houston, then did your husband bring JJ back?
Yes, he did.
Through all of this time with Charles, when he was looking for Lori while she was gone for those 58 days, did he still want Lori to be part of JJ's life?
He did. He never was trying to take that away from Lori, even though Lori didn't want him anymore. I still didn't. I never really understood that, but I guess he was just hoping for the best. But yes, he absolutely wanted her to be part of his life, Lori's life.
So once Charles moved to Houston, did Lori ever also move out there?
I don't know if you call it moved out there, but she did. She came that day on March 28th. Charles said, "Look, we're moving to Houston. You're welcome to come. I'll fly you out Sunday." And she said, "No, I'm busy. I have a project," or something she was doing in Hawaii. She said, "It'll be about 2 weeks and I'll be in Houston." So whatever she did, she was gone for 2 more weeks. It was a total of 72 days, I believe, she was gone altogether. And then she was there. She and Tylee moved in at Charles's, and Charles said that she slept in JJ's room with him.
So the first 2 weeks when Charles and JJ are in Houston without Lori, were you ever there to help with JJ or Charles' business?
No, Lori was there. JJ was
before she moved there. The 2 weeks.
Oh, I think. I had to go home for a little while, but Charles came like the weekend. So if I wasn't here, he was there.
Okay. So once you drove him there, you may have stayed to help him, and then you went home.
Yeah.
And you weren't there when Lori. You told us that you had been helping your brother.
I just loaded a video of Hank for you guys. I'll show it to you guys before we end tonight because it's hysterical. Always groovy. We don't know what he is. According to the animal shelter that we adopted him from, he's a shepherd mix, but we don't know what he is.
Other with his business, and I think you said something about changing passwords.
Yeah.
Was that to different financial accounts?
Right. Credit card, banks, stuff like that. Yeah, the password to Google, the password to,
all the things you use for business.
Yeah, yes.
And so when you started helping him, you had changed a lot of those passwords.
Yes.
At some point, did you become aware that, or at some point, did Charles stop asking you to help him with the business?
He did, and that's when Lori came back.
Okay. Now, you said that your brother worked in annuities, right?
Yes.
Right? That last part of the time when you were working with him up through sort of the end of March, beginning of April, were you aware of Charles coming into a large amount of money?
He was receiving an annuity, what do you call it? I can't think of the word right now, but he was receiving like $125,000 check for his commission for annuities, and Lori obviously knew that because she was there just a few days before that came into the bank. That was deposited into the bank. I had access to the bank, so I would watch that.
Okay. So even though Lori came back, you still had the passwords to look into Charles's account?
Yes.
Do you know how long Lori stayed in Texas with Charles?
It's like she wasn't there the entire time, but I mean, she was always traveling through May. I'll say towards the end of May. I'm not for sure exactly what day.
Okay. So at some point, a couple months later, you become aware that she has left Houston?
Yes.
Did you know where she went?
Yeah, she was back here.
Did JJ come with her when she moved back here to Arizona?
He did.
And
she did so good on the stand.
Do you know, did your brother move back here?
We're going to speed it up.
No, he did not.
I'm going to speed it up through the rest of this, and then I'll slow it down when Lori cross-examines.
And with your access to the finances, were you aware whether or not Charles was paying for a house here in Arizona for Lori and JJ?
I really don't recall seeing that.
Charles was very smart, but it really bothers me that he knew, like he was concerned about his safety. He knew that they were up to something. He was smart about how, switching things over, but it's just so sad. The tragedy, he really, I don't think he ever expected, I'm sure, well, obviously he didn't.
Transaction? I really don't, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen. At that time, I was selling my company, and so I had a lot going on at that time, and that's when it was really getting, the due diligence. The company was doing their due diligence, so I had to provide a lot of information for them, and so it really was perfect timing because I got super busy with my company, and I didn't have to deal with all of Charles's because Lori was back.
Oh shit, he does look like a Rhodesian Ridgeback. Holy shit. Wow, he really does. Even his body structure, his short snout, his ears, the way he stands. Well, I don't know what he is, but he's a big goofball.
Let me ask you something else. Were you aware of when Charles met Lori, or they got married?
Yes, Jason, he's got webbed feet.
Do you know if she worked?
She was a hairdresser. She did work as a hairdresser, and I don't know exactly when she quit working, but I don't think she worked long if she did after they got married.
Okay. So for most of the time when you knew them to be married, you did not see her working outside the home?
No.
Did Charles, I guess, work so she could stay home with the kids?
Yes, he was fine with being a one income,
You guys might be onto something there with his looks even. They're beautiful dogs, but even the puppies look so similar to him. They're beautiful dogs. I can see the prey instinct too, but he's so timid. So timid. As far as like hearing other dogs bark and stuff, he gets so scared, but he loves to play with the cats. But he doesn't, like, when we go to my in-laws and stuff, he doesn't try to like chase their cats. He ignores them. He's like, whatever, I've got 5 of those at home that I fuck with. He's not aggressive at all. Like, you tell him to be gentle with Bella and he backs off. He tries to play, of course, because he's a puppy, but he's super well behaved. He doesn't try to hurt anything. He's already learned to sit. He does really good with food aggression, like none of that stuff. So far, so good.
Letting her stay home, tend to
Jim, if I start seeing problems, I'm calling you.
the kids, and he would be the moneymaker.
Now, I know that we've talked about Charles working in the area of financial planning. Did you know if Charles had a life insurance policy?
Yes.
That's something that, how did you learn about?
Do they like to swim? I'm going to get him a life jacket. He can't even go in the gate without having a life jacket on. I don't care. I'm weird. You can think I'm ridiculous and too protective, but I don't let kids around the pool without water. Freaks me out. It's just something that will always be. But as soon as he gets a life jacket, do Rhodesians like to swim?
About that?
Well, I mean, he had told my husband Larry and I years ago, he helped us acquire $1 million life insurance policy on, for me and my husband each. And because he always had one and Lori had one. So that was nothing new or unusual to talk about.
Okay.
Oh, spatial awareness is a problem. Yes, you guys are right. Oh, this video that I'm going to show you guys will show you exactly how he is.
At some point when you were helping Charles, when Lori had disappeared and Charles didn't know where she was, did you have a conversation with Charles about the beneficiary of his life insurance?
Yes. It was early February when I came here to help him with JJ, and he said, look, I'm going to change, take Lori off as beneficiary, and I'm going to put you as a beneficiary. And I was like, we talked about maybe a minute and a half about it. And I was like, okay, whatever. I really don't want to be that person, but okay. And I never followed up to see if he changed. I didn't know until I got the phone call after he was killed.
So the discussion you had of that change was during that time period when he couldn't find Lori, he had no idea where he was, and he was taking care of JJ?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you were helping him take care of JJ?
Yes.
So if something had happened to Charles during that time when Lori wasn't around, would you have taken care of JJ?
Yes, he would have come back to me and my husband.
So I want to kind of go to...
Oh, that just breaks my heart. The what ifs for Kay.
Right around that July time period. Do you recall when was the last time, I'll start with, when was the last time you saw your brother, Charles?
Yes, it'll have a...
That's a good question. Probably, must have been in June.
And do you recall where that was, or the
I think he came to
circumstances?
Lake Charles for the weekend.
Did you see JJ then?
Yeah, no. The last time I saw JJ was May 18th.
When was the last time you recall speaking or texting with your brother, Charles?
He texted me the night before he was shot, and just, hey, I'm going to be in Phoenix tomorrow, and how's it going? And just a little short text, and I'm boarding the plane now, and I'll be back in Phoenix in a little bit. And then he told me a few other things he had planned, but that was not a big deal.
Do they typically have separation anxiety? That's one thing, which he's a puppy coming out of the shelter. So that's probably, but when I'm gone, he does show some separation anxiety. So we're trying to fix that. But I got him a big old kennel because one of the suggestions I had from somebody that fosters and rescues and stuff was that a lot of adoption dogs out of kennels like that, especially that don't have, like, he was from the mall. They had him in the animal welfare league at the mall. So they don't have like outside access to play and stuff like that. They are reliant. Their security is a kennel. And I bought this one and the door's open for it. And he just keeps going. Well, him and the cats fight over it right now. The cats think it's an incredible place for them too. So he goes and sits outside and barks at them. And then he goes in and gets his toys and kicks the cats out. And he goes and lays in it. So he loves it in there. But I'm going to do that because they said that they feel more secure in an enclosed environment when their people are not within eyesight.
Did you think he was going to Phoenix to just see JJ?
Yes.
Did you know anything about any type of intervention?
Yeah, okay. That's what
No,
I
he never talked. If he did talk to me about it, and I'm pretty sure I would have remembered that.
NorCal, that's different for me too, because I've never kennel trained any of them and I don't want it to be seen as punishment at all. So I'm making it a fun space for him where he like takes his teddy bears in. And the cats, though, I have pictures of cats. The cat's just sitting there like taunting him in his kennel. And he's like, bitches, get out. Kiki, Luna, they all love it. They think it's just the best place ever. And so does he. So it's like a competition who can go get in there first.
But no, I know that he and Adam was his confidant during that time, Lori's brother. And so I know that whatever he was doing, you know, Adam was part of it. And, you know, they were just, I knew he was in good hands with Adam, because Adam, they love Charles, him and his wife.
Yeah. Okay. That's what I was told. So
have any knowledge of Charles wanting to get a place here in Phoenix so he could be closer to JJ?
Here, hold on really quick. I'll show you guys what I bought him so you know what I'm talking about. Oh, speaking of which, there's a fucking cat in there. It doesn't come across very big on here, but it's huge. It's actually, and he's got tons of room in it. So don't freak out. But that's what I bought him. It's got really secure so they can't like chew through or anything. But that's what I got him. It opens from side and front. But you see, the kitty cats are already in there taking over. But he loves it so far. He thinks it's great.
I don't remember that, but I can't remember that. I mean, I don't know.
Yep, okay, that's okay. I want to talk to you then about, so you talked to your brother, just kind of normal stuff as he was, before he got here to Phoenix. How did you learn that your brother Charles was dead?
It was on July the 12th. I was at a nail salon in Lake Charles, my granddaughter and I, and I got a call from his oldest son, Cole, and he said, hey, what is going on? I just got a text from Lori, and she said, Dad's dead. And I said, wait, what did you just say? And he told me again, and I was like, something's wrong with that. That can't be true. And I said, have you tried to call her? And Cole's like, yeah, she won't. I'm trying calling her. She's not answering. He was freaking out. And I was like, okay, Cole, just give me a minute. Let me think about this. Let me see. And I'll call you back. I promise. As soon as I can figure this out. So I called my husband to tell him. And he said, okay, well, I told him what Cole said. And he said, hey, let me call you back in a minute. And so I was still at the nail salon trying to get out of there. And he called and he said, he's dead. I Googled him and he's dead. Alex killed him yesterday. And I mean, that was just like, it was horrible. I have to call my siblings and let them know. Thank you. And everybody was just freaked out. I didn't know what to do. But I did call Cole back and let him know that it was true. And just was telling me, let's keep in touch. You find out something, I find.
Why didn't anybody contact the next of kin? I just realized that. I didn't catch that to begin with. Why did the police not notify next of kin? Well, I guess that would have been Lori because they were still married. What the fuck? Oh my God. That makes me so mad. Yeah, I didn't even. Yeah, next of kin would have been Lori. So, wow. I guess that just dawned on me. Found out on Google.
Find out something, we'll let each other know. And
did you try to reach out to Lori?
I tried calling, texting Charles. I tried calling, texting Lori. And at some point she texted me, she returned a text, something like, I'm having to deal with a lot of stuff and I'm busy. And she was too busy to even call his family to say that he was dead by her brother killing him. And
yeah, cat's eye. Yeah, that just hit me. What the fuck? It would have been Lori. Yeah, Jason, you're right.
So you had tried to reach her and she was too busy to talk to you.
Yeah.
She was too busy to talk to them.
Did you ever?
Fuck.
What was the burial plans? Did you ever get Charles back? What happened with him?
We ended up calling a detective, the detectives in Chandler, since that's where it happened. And we were able to speak to a detective, I don't know who, but we told them that I had already arranged us a flight for the next day. We were here by noon Saturday. because I needed to know where JJ was. I didn't know what he had seen. I didn't know what he knew. I knew he would be, I knew it wasn't good. But I couldn't, we had to talk to the detectives before I did anything with Lori. And we had to wait till Sunday to meet with Nate Moffitt. And then when we talked to him is when I told him about the life insurance policy, and that Lori, that I didn't know if Charles had ever changed it to me like he said he was going to do. And so I didn't know, but I just knew we had to get JJ because he was not safe with her.
Let me stop you there. I'm going to go back to Charles. Where was Charles buried, or where was what was done with his remains?
Well, this was before Lori knew she wasn't getting the money. She had him cremated, and he was FedEx or whatever over to my office, along with his Letterman's jacket from high school and a couple pair of cheap sunglasses and 1 or 2 watches. It was just a few little trinkets. And Charles had a watch collection, and she just sent some crap.
So she cremated him and FedExed him to you?
Yes.
Sent him to your work office?
Yes.
Now you're saying this is before she learned the...
She sent him... Wow. To his... I just sounded like Reality Wins with my growling right there. Sorry, guys. She sent him to the work office. What a fucking vile bitch.
Life insurance policy was not going to be... She was not going to be the beneficiary. Did you set up like a service for Charles?
Just by FedEx, yeah, just typical.
Yes, my family and I made arrangements for a memorial service to happen in Lake Charles on August the 3rd, which was, he was killed July 11th. So took us a little bit to put it together, but we did.
Did you talk to Lori about having JJ come out for Charles's service?
I think the last time I talked to Lori was she told us that she wanted, I asked her, what can we do in Houston? I was trying to be nice because I knew she had something to do with his murder. And
here's your best buddy, Hank.
I'm not one that can just lie off the cuff. I'm a bad liar. And so when I did talk to her, and it was a long, awkward conversation I had with her, but I was like, what do you want us to do with that stuff at the house in Houston? But when we got to the house in Houston, and she did, y'all please go do what you want to do with it. See what Cole wants. Y'all split it up. Y'all take it.
She gave you permission to go to the house in Houston and take whatever was there?
Yes. And when we got there, none of Charles's personal belongings were there. Nothing at all. And that I couldn't figure out why nothing of Charles's or JJ's was there. Or wait, nothing of Charles's was there. Just his business files and the big furniture, but, sofa, beds, stuff like that.
So you went there, you did that. How did you, and you told us that you did not know for sure if your brother had ever changed the beneficiary from Lori to you. How did you find out if that was done?
I think it was the following.
See, Autumn, that's what I keep thinking too. And going back to their initial interviews, maybe people have forgotten those, but Lori's initial interview with Chandler Police and Tylee's interview that's been released too, the body cam footage, I don't know if it's because we know all the things we know now and they're easy to identify, but there's so much, I'm surprised somebody didn't go, yeah, something's not adding up here. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it seemed totally normal, but it seems so abnormal to me. And it's crazy to me that they just ruled this self-defense.
Week, a lady from Banner Life, that's who wrote the policy. A lady called and said that I was the beneficiary. I was the sole beneficiary. And, what was our address? And she wanted to verify a few things and to send out the check.
Okay. When you got that call, did you ever have Lori confront you about the life insurance policy?
Agreed.
Did I ever have Lori what?
Yeah, did Lori ever confront you about being the beneficiary for Charles's life insurance policy?
Yes.
Yeah, of course she did.
She didn't call and do it. She sent me a text one night, a picture or two of a screenshot. She took a screenshot of the change of beneficiary form with my name on it. And she said something to the effect of 5 kids and his sister gets all the money, or is that why you want JJ? Something to that effect, which it made no sense. I want JJ, period. that was a dumb statement by her.
So let me ask you this. So she told you again that she was left with these 5 kids, right?
Yeah, 5 kids. She had Colby and Tylee and JJ. And
at that
Colby was
time-
out of the house, so it was just Tylee and JJ.
So she's messaging you this saying how upset she is because she has 5 kids to take care of.
Yeah.
And then she tells you that, is this why you wanted JJ to come to Charles's service?
Do we know, does anybody remember, did Joe have a life insurance policy? Hey, he's fine. Did Joe Ryan have a life insurance policy that she was the beneficiary on?
No, I had already gotten the okay from her to come get him. I was going to fly here, pick him up, go back to Louisiana, keep him for a week and attend this, so he could attend the service during that time. And when she found out when she found the change of beneficiary.
Bella's telling Hank and Whiskey off, just so you guys know. That's what's the whimpering in the background. Everybody's fine. It's just Bella is telling Whiskey off because Whiskey and Hank are playing. Whiskey and Hank are best friends. You got a 3-pound cat, 13-pound cat, and a 75-pound dog. And now it's Mush's turn. I'm telling you guys, they think this is their home. And he's always like, what is going on in there? Get out of my place.
Reform. She said that she was too.
Oh, hold on. Hold on. I got to show you guys this because, she just ran out. But he just ran her out. He went in there and she was still in there. He was just going to lay on top of her. He went in his home. But just so everybody can see, he's got plenty of room in there. Somebody said, that's too small for him. It works right now.
Too busy. They were moving to Hawaii, and it would be too confusing for JJ to come, and he needed to be with her.
Oh my God, this is
so after she found out and had confronted you about that change of beneficiary where you are now getting.
I don't know how Kay kept it together. I don't even know how she kept this shit together. What the hell?
Charles's life insurance policy. She changed her mind and refused to let JJ go to Charles's service. His service.
Thank you, Rubber Ramada, for Googling that. I don't even know where my phone's at right now.
This confrontation about Charles making you the beneficiary of the life insurance policy, did that pretty much end most of the contact you had with Lori, other than you reaching out to talk with JJ?
Yes.
Thank you. I have other questions.
All right, Cross.
So I wonder, well, Alex, did Alex have a policy? I'm going to have to go look. And I'm going to have to look at Tammy's to see what Tammy's was and Alex's, if either one of them. I know Tammy did. Jim, he's got plenty of room to stand up and turn around. Oh, now him and Bella are going to have a battle of the barks.
Ms. Woodcock, where were you on July 11th, 2019?
At home in Lake Charles, Louisiana.
Were you aware at all of the relationship between Charles and Tylee?
It was, let's say, it was a bit contemptuous. It seemed like there was always a lot of drama going on, and
Probably, Marcy. I put it down and I walk away with I carry you guys around. You're on my laptop. So we just go from room to room all over the house.
So that's all I knew. He didn't say too much about it, and I didn't pry.
But you knew that there was some kind of contention going on with those two for
I can't
a
hear
while.
you.
I'm sorry. You did know that there was some kind of contention going on with those two for a while.
Let me slow this down so we can hear this in regular speed. Well, close to regular speed. Because Kay snaps back at her a few times, which is so deserved. Okay, let's go here. We're almost done, you guys. Yeah, Chico, yeah.
Ms. Woodcock, where were you on July 11th, 2019?
At home in Lake Charles, Louisiana.
Were you aware at all of the relationship between Charles and Tylee?
It was, let's say, it was a bit contemptuous. It seemed like there was always a lot of drama going on, and so that's all I knew. He didn't say too much about it, and I didn't pry.
But you knew that there was.
And I wonder who intentionally caused those issues between Tylee and Charles. Lori. That would be my guess.
Some kind of contention going on with those two for
I
a
can't
while.
hear you.
I'm sorry. You did know that there was some kind of contention going on with those two for a while.
Yes.
Okay. And you weren't really aware of the events that happened that morning, were you?
The morning of his murder?
Of July 11th?
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
Because you didn't tell me.
Okay.
Ms. Woodcock, did you see or hear or personally witness me conspire with Alex Cox to kill my husband, Charles Vallow?
No, but I saw a ton of evidence that did.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right.
Okay.
Just briefly.
You were asked about the relationship between your brother and Tylee. How old was Tylee when Lori and Charles got married?
She was 3, or right around 3.
So was Charles in her life for most of her memorable years?
Exactly. Yes, he was.
And how old was she in July of 2019?
She was 16. Yeah,
So teenager.
Yes.
In terms of their relationship, are you saying that Charles and Tylee never had good times?
Oh, I'm not. No, I'm not saying that. I saw them have good times, and it wasn't, it wasn't that they couldn't look at each other, or, it wasn't like that. But I mean, yeah, a teenage girl on one is hard anyway. But I do know that there was a lot of issues with her dad and Lori with her ex-husband and custody, and it was a mess. It was a mess.
So Tylee had a lot going on in her life.
Yes, she did.
And you would see her and Charles at times have difficulty getting along.
I never really saw anything that sticks out in my mind. But I just know he'd tell me how it was just difficult. And as a step parent, it can be very difficult. I can attest to that.
So on July 11th, when Charles Vallow was killed, did you actually have any idea that your brother was dead?
None at all. How would I know?
So in terms of you learning that your brother was dead, it was never from Lori Vallow.
Or from her.
It was
from Google that my husband found.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Are there any questions for this witness from anyone on the jury? I don't see any questions. You could step down now.
Thank you.
Done. All right. Members of the jury, that's going to conclude trial for this week. No trial tomorrow. I'm going to try to start early on Monday and Tuesday only. So just to preview next week, I plan on, if you guys can all be here at 10 a.m. ready.
Oh, they're starting a half hour early tomorrow. Ryan, if you hear this, Ryan Apple Snapple, they're starting at 10 tomorrow. So that'll be 10 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Again, Difficult Research will be restreaming it. And then all of the creators, there is a bazillion creators that are restreaming and covering it on top of like Court TV, your local news stations and stuff. Yes, yeah, Rubber Ramada. I'm so thankful Kobe was there and showed support for Kay. Like that right there, that solidarity means so much, I'm sure, to all of them. And that to me said a lot. Kay did a great job. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. You could feel it today, Jason, when she was talking with Kresha. You could feel that she's just done. She's done with this shit. She's done with this controlling their lives. I mean, she's suffered so much loss from this for so many years, and the destruction and the damage, and to watch Lori smugly sit up there and re-victimize the victims and shit like that. Oh, that's right. So it will start at 10:30. The delay. That's right. They're on a half-hour delay. So thank you for that reminder. Hey, AV. So I'm going to show you guys this video just for shits and giggles before we leave. This was the other day. This was a Hank video. It's a palate cleanser. Thank you guys for once again hanging out with me for almost 6 hours today. But here is Hank in all Hank's glory. Oh, let me remove this one. Where is he? Hold on. There he is. Let me take it back. So what he's got in his mouth right there is this thing, just so you guys can see it. It's a cat toy that hangs from the ceiling for the cats to play with. That's what that is. It's not a dog toy. How do you think that's going to work out for you there, bud? She was on Difficult Research, Kresha's channel. Good night, Rubber Ramada. This is what we do all day long. Besides chase our tails. Come on, Bubby. Come here, Hank. Come on, bud. Come on, good boy. Oh, it's funnier than shit. He's ridiculous, I'm telling you. Aries girl, thank you for hanging out with me all day. Look at how proud of himself he is. Watch those big old feet. Watch what he does. I don't even understand this dog at times. Look at him pushing off the couch. All of his little baby cows. On Difficult Research, always groovy, or Difficult Research is the channel name. Hold on, let me go grab it for you. It's Kresha's. It's posted in my community tab too, but let me go grab it for you. Kresha is Kay's daughter. There's Kresha's link. This is what he does. He entertains himself, though. He's got toys everywhere. He's just ridiculous. And he always has to turn himself upside down. Why? And it, oh, that thing's gonna knock somebody out someday. Did you lose it again?
Did
He
you
gets
lose it
mad.
again, buddy?
Absolutely,
Did you lose it
Jason.
again?
No, AB,
Are
they
you
do
gonna
pretty
just beat up
good.
your cow? You're just gonna
There,
beat up your cow now?
there's one toy Whiskey and Hank fight over. It's the one that hangs on the wall. It's that little hot dog looking thing that she has. She likes to pull it out of the little window holder thing that it's in. She sits over there and plays with it. So Hank has learned how to go take it from her. So he'll go take that from her. That's the only thing they really fight over. Oh my gosh.
Cow and your cow
Hysterical
babies.
NorCal.
You
Him
got
and
all
his
your
mini
cow
cows.
babies everywhere.
So those little mini cows, those little baby mini cows on the floor that you see, came out of the inside of the big cow. The big cow has like the zipper, and all these little baby mini cows were in there. The other day, I'm like, where the hell did all these little mini cows come from? They came from inside the big cow. I didn't know that there was mini cows inside the other mini cow. Those are his favorite stuffies. He has stuffies everywhere.
Do you want help?
He just loves his babies. He loves them so much.
Hank. Are you sad?
Okay, here's one more. Let me take that one down. Let me find you one more. This is a Hank and Whiskey one. I've got so many freaking videos of him. It's unreal. I send them to Kyle like every day. Okay, here you go. Same toy. Look at Whiskey. She's got the string.
Kenzie, come look at this. Oh my.
You don't even have to hear the audio. You can just see them playing. I'm like, what is going on here? She's holding onto the bell and the string and batting it, and he's pulling it away from her. These two are ridiculous together. She's the tiniest cat, and he loves that. Oh, there it goes. She's like, way to go, jackass. Oh, yeah, he's got three big mini cows with squeakers, and then the little mini cows, there's like 8 of them. There's 2 of those exact. Look at her slapping him. She just slaps him, and he just sits down. And there's Bella. Bella's got her little cow on the couch with her, too. I mean, they're just ridiculous. They're so ridiculous. All day long, that's all we do is play with toys. Oh, play with toys. Chew on things. All of my chews. Mom bought me a ton of bones. This is what he's doing right now. Well, I can't show you if you're right. Goofball. Goofball, are you ready for bed? Are you ready for bed? Is Hanksters ready for bed? Is the Hank ready for bed? Buddy. Is you ready for bed, Mr. Floppy Ears? Oh, and he gets to go for runs. And he's been doing really good leash training. He's doing really good. So he's got such a hard life, yeah. Such a hard life, huh? Huh. Such a hard life for the floppy-eared little bugger. Say hi. Say hi. Say hi. No, not saying hi tonight. Say hi. I give kisses. You give kisses to the Hank? Thank you. Are you a good boy? He is a good boy. His collar. Yeah, he's still got room. I've had to loosen it twice already. He's grown so much. All right, you guys. Well, we had a long live stream today. I will not see you guys. I might see you in a chat tomorrow. But I will probably not see you until Tuesday or Wednesday. I have a procedure tomorrow afternoon. So unless I hop on and do something in the morning, which I doubt I will, I will see you Tuesday or Wednesday, depending on how I feel. So I hope you guys have a wonderful Monday ahead. And I will see you guys when I do. Thank you for hanging out with me and recapping. And I look forward to seeing what this week will bring. I'm sure it'll be very interesting what's on the horizon, but we will try to do like a midweek recap and then another weekend recap. I leave not next week, but the week after for like 7 days. So Mercedes Girl, I'm glad you're still safe. Thank you, Avi. Good night, Jason. I know, Marcy, but at 9 o'clock, well, it's past 9 o'clock. It's 10 o'clock now. At 9:15 to 9:30, he is done for and just gives you that look like it's time because the mall's lights go out at that time and like all the activity in the mall goes bye-bye. So I think he's just used to that now. But he's doing good. His dad comes home this week, so he'll be a happy boy. So, all right, you all have a great night. Protect your peace, your mental peace out here. It's a lot going on right now, and a lot of it's just extremely toxic. Engage if you want to, but just take care of you too. Don't forget self-care. Bye, y'all.